Other races got their checks, their peace, their closure. We still got promises, but denying over and over. We built this shit, y'all were never here. Watch the wealth move everywhere but here. We marched for freedom, they cashed in on ours. Sat in the rain, they danced in the showers. Every bill with our name got story written. They quote our pain like scripture, but never listen. This ain't a handout, this a debt loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay us all, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. We lived in movements, open the door. Then watched immigrants take the floor. Every law we bled to make was shared. But when it's our turn, they dirty ass, never there. Immigrant seats block the claims we made. In political seats throwing shade. Saying if they can't pay, we can't get paid. Now that's the shit that can have you getting sprayed. Yeah. Green cards is your reparations, you're a hater. Here's our invoice for centuries of labor. The shift is here, paradigm real. Either cut the check or somebody will give. Until that day we gotta tighten up. Build our own, pull our resources, we gotta tighten up. No more envy, no quiet divide. One code, one vision, one side. Group economics, that's the seed. Self-repair before they lead. No jealousy, no fear, no stall. Together we rise, or not at all. This ain't a handout, it's a dead loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay what's owed, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. This is the shift, the correction, the call. We built the foundation, we own it all. RVA forever. It's not begging, it's a debt that old. Stupid ass.
Mike Larry, oh my God. I don't know what you did to create this song, but oh my God, this song right here, they gonna love it.
It's R&B Mary J. Blige. Mike Larry, thank you. We opened doors that they walking through. Built a house and shared a view. Somewhere along the line, they forgot who set the table. We gave the blueprint. Now they changing the label. You can copy the rhythm, but not the pain. You could sing the note, but not the chain. We cried in the fire, but came out gold. Still holding the story our elders told. We showed the world how to stand tall, and we ain't falling for the same games at all. This time we know what we're facing. We're reclaiming our foundation. This is delineation, a separation born of revelation. We drew the line to keep our power sacred. We are the soul, can't fake it, can't take it. This is delineation, yeah. We hold the root, they chase the vibration. We ain't hating, we preserving the truth. That's delineation. Too long we fed the world and went hungry. Shared our plate, but they called us ugly. Now we see the mask and the smiles face low. Can't build the future if they don't wanna know. We stood in the storm, they danced in the calm. Took our rhythm, tried to steal our song. But the melody lives where the struggle been. You can't touch soul if you ain't live within. We love the people. Every queen and king gotta can't fight for freedom, then hide from the fight. If you eat at the table, you better bring life. Oh, nation. We ain't breaking, we awakening. We ain't breaking, we awakening. the truth, can't still control. This is delineation. Yeah. A love that's proud and a pain that's patient. We ain't hating, we're cultivating the rules. That's delineation.
Yo, what you looking at, man?
Man, I'm listening to all Viral Access Media, bro. You need to check this out.
Yo.
Yeah. Everybody want to link up till it's time to hold weight. Let's talk about these tethers.
You show up when the shine come on, never there when the grind too long. You want my rhythm but not my rain. My story's sweet but you skip the pain. I see the reach, I feel the pull. Fake love sound beautiful. You tired of take, I'm tired of truth. Can't drag me down, I cut that loose.
I move with purpose, not for clout.
Oh, I know what loyalty's about. Oh,
You can't fake rules with borrowed chain.
real ones bleed before they gain. Oh,
They put up but they don't stay real. All that talk but they never build. Always want a piece of the globe, but the flame too hot, they can't control. Cut them, let the truth unfold. We don't bend, we just turn to gold. Trying to ride our lane, but this soul too deep, can't be explained. I gave game, they gave excuses. Shared the meal, they took the juices. Now they dance like they made a groove. But we the ones that pay those dues. Ain't no shortcuts through the storm. You can't fake struggle to look reborn. Respect the source, that's all I need. But if you leech love, I make it bleed.
we ain't bitter, we well.
We just got what's rare.
You can tell it to the throne.
You ain't help lay that stone.
You can tell it to the throne. You can tell it to the throne. They pull up but they can't stay real. They built this heart from iron and steel. Reaching for the crown, but the roots too strong to pull us down. Yeah, we free at last. Cut the cord, now the future's vast. You can change its name. We the soul, the sound, the flame.
Yeah. No ties, no strings. If it ain't love, it's not the thing. We cut tethers and we ride.
Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm your host, Seduction Dollar Kid, Black Villain, Lady Che, or Brandy Marie, however you really want to call me. Welcome to the RVA, the Revolutionary Agenda. This is going to be kind of, I don't know, I got a couple hours to kind of kill, so decided to go over a few things. Not necessarily the queue I was really trying to get together, but it'll do for right now. Saw a couple interesting things that I was like, I wonder what this broad is talking about, or I wonder what's going on with this, you know what I mean? I can't wait till I fix this goddamn computer so I can turn on the camera so y'all can see me, but I'm like super cripped out today. By accident, just super thumbed out. Didn't mean to, just kind of this happened. Got a whole beanie on and everything. Sunglasses, man, and a face mugging for the last 4 hours. I really feel like, you know, when they want to test, when motherfuckers want to test your spirit, they want to test your gangster, test your temperature, they really find a way. The devil plays games like that. You know what I mean? Felt like my spirit was a little testy today. I handled it as best as I could without really could have got ugly. Anywho, wish y'all can see my face. I've been mugging all day. Sunglasses on, got a whole beanie on, looking like just ready to just whoop ass. Whoop ass. I came home to work on some shit, and I got a couple things I got to take care of. But I felt like, let me just go ahead and get this little show out the way. We got Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced coming on this evening as well. So I thought I'd touch base on a few things that were kind of like on the plate to discuss. Not necessarily some things I wanted to really discuss. They just happened to be in the way. I feel like motherfucker be watching, somebody else is watching my YouTube and picking shit I would never watch. So when I look at the timeline or the history, these are certain things I would never look at. Really. I feel like racism, white supremacy is as busiest during the day. So it was definitely testing my spirit. And I think if I would have had more time and didn't have somewhere to be, I would have let it get a recap. Or just keep playing with people. Aside from that, it's been a pretty great day. Been a pretty great start to the day. Back from the Black House into the Doll House, so everything is good. I see y'all peeking but not speaking. Say hi, don't be weird. Yeah, so welcome. And we're gonna try to get in as much as I can. But the first thing I thought about us watching was this little shit with Kamala Harris. So she gives this keynote speech, right? I caught the end of it, but it just happened to be on the same night or the night before the shit that happened at the correspondence dinner over there with Trump. It just happened to be. It's kind of just like, whoa, you know what I mean? So I just happened to catch the little piece of what she was saying about it. So I thought we'd go over and listen to what kind of shenanigans she's talking about, because she was trying to basically talk about what the Democrats that went wrong, and I caught most of it, and I was like, I gotta find a cleaner fucking version. This shit was just running live, and I was having a hard time moving it around. So I figured we could start with that, and then I'm not gonna use this, that's for sure. Hold on 1 second. And then we're gonna end in. We're gonna go over the shit that happened in Shreveport, which is really tragic. And then before that, we're gonna end with some stuff going on in Colorado. I'll probably touch base on the White House thing and that Hispanic lady that's been all over new black media talking or timelines, basically. So I'm gonna go over that. And a little bit real quick, everything's going well. Jesse's campaign is about to get started. It's the thing is getting them to be, they don't make it easy for independents. And they're, when it comes to local news and them doing local politics, they only shine on who's got the most money in certain races, and it'd be Republican or Democrat. That's it. Simple as that. Which I find to be kind of shitty. So we got another black event coming up on the weekend. So we'll see what happens with that. But the most important part is that there's gotta be an independent outlet. Figures. All right, lurk on then. I'm lurking. Good to know. So I have a strategy. So I just gotta fill out more things. Sometimes you get super overzealous, and then I get super overzealous, and then I have to remind myself where we're at actually. You know what I mean? I have to remind myself where we're at actually. And I remember we're in racist ass Colorado. So I got so much to say about that. Well, anyway, let me take this down real quick. We have the thing running on the bottom. Okay. We're going to go over this keynote speaking thing that she did. I'm really curious. Like I thought she was on a book tour, but it sounded like she's making like this looks like campaign shit. Like, you know, I don't know. I thought she was on a book tour, but apparently everybody in the goddamn mama want to hear from Kamala. So I didn't. However, it's election season, so they're gonna be talking at us as usual. Democrats talk at us. And I had a couple of thoughts towards the end about this thing because I caught it midsection, so we're gonna catch it from the beginning. Also, the following show, we're gonna go over 3 debates, 3 candidate debates. The California one for governor, Georgia governor, and I think one other. I can't remember what it is right now. But I put it down, so we're gonna go over those debates for the people running for governor. They haven't really started up debates yet. At least if they are, I'm not knowing about it, but I will find out here. And I think that she was definitely on a campaign tour. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what it looks like. That's what it feels like. It feels like we're watching a campaign shit. So let's get to it, family. I don't know if anybody else covered it. This isn't, obviously we're on some other shit, but we should know what Homala's over there speaking about, because she was sure clear about Democratic Party and I don't know what else. So let's watch together.
I am proud to introduce to you.
Sorry, family. Also, too, I'm talking all kind of quick and shit. I'm sorry. I gotta got the split screen and toggling back and forth, and it's kind of like just want to make sure I cover all the bases of what we're going to be looking at and all that stuff. So talking fast just to be talking fast. I'm kind of excited to get a show out my system. So let's see. See what these Democrats have to say. They're in Arkansas too. Just I find it very convenient. There was the night before the dinner at the White House.
A truth teller, a glass breaker, the epitome of a woman of excellence, a seed sower, a wife, a sister, mamala, a trailblazer,
Who's she talking about?
and definitely a winner. The 49th vice president, ooh, that was a Freudian slip, of the United States, the first woman in American history to hold that office, the first Black Asian woman in American history to hold that office, the vice president who cast more tie-breaking votes than any other nation's history, someone who, throughout every chapter of her career, has fought for the only client she has ever had, you, the people. Democrats, you know how we do it. Please join me to give the warmest possible Southern Arkansas welcome to Vice President Kamala Harris. like I'm in a welterweight fight with that introduction. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. I said to Janie, I said, with that introduction, I thought I was about to come out to a welterweight. And you know, she said to me when I spent some time with her, she said, you make sure that you remind people of what this place was and where we came, but to do it with a sense of hope about where we can go. So I hope to do that tonight. It is also an honor to join you in celebrating three phenomenal women who I had the chance to meet earlier: Deborah Mitchell, Tiffy McCullough, and Addie Jones. Congratulations to all of you. Congratulations. It's my honor to share the stage with you. So Arkansas, I don't need to tell anyone here that these last months have been anything but easy. But the thing about all of you here is you refuse to be discouraged. You continue to work, you continue to fight, and you continue to inspire. And so I'm here to first and foremost thank you for all that you do on behalf of so many who may never know our names, people whom we may never meet, but because of the work you do, their life is uplifted. I thank you all for that. Now, you may have heard that there's another dinner happening tonight. It's called the White House Correspondents' Dinner, where they're raising a glass to Donald Trump. Well, trust me,
my bad.
Arkansas,
that same night,
you throw a much better party. Yes, you do. And so it is truly an honor to join you for this year's Fisher Shackelford Dinner, named, of course, after Jimmy Lou Fisher, who I've had the honor of meeting her family this afternoon and evening, and she who served this state with distinction, and as I've been told and read about and learned, she did with a very kind and generous heart. And here tonight, of course, is also Lottie Shackelford. Where is she? A trailblazer, not just for Arkansas, but all of America. Everyone here knows that Miss Lottie got her start in activism, in part because she noticed that the society section of the Arkansas Gazette did not print photos of the Black brides. So Miss Lottie took on the biggest paper in the state, and her fight for justice and fairness then carried her from being mayor of Little Rock to leadership in the state and national party, and even to the United Nations. In sum, Miss Lottie is someone who acted on the promise of America. Our belief that our country can live up to our highest ideals: freedom and liberty, fairness and decency, equal justice under the law. That if we pursue those ideals, we can.
I'm pretty sure all those ladies that she mentioned were all excuse me, all those ladies she mentioned were sisters, like black women. And I'm not really sure, but I'm pretty sure, you know. So that makes this even worse. This is like this is even worse. You know what I mean?
Can each help build a better future for our country. Our faith in America's promise springs from a simple yet ambitious idea
at the heart of our founding, that the power rests with the people, not in the hands of an elite few. But if we look around today, it's clear that so much of the economic, political, and civic power has increasingly been concentrated among those at the top, concentrated in the hands of an entrenched elite. Take, for example, our economy. It is clear that deliberate policy decisions made over decades resulted in a drift away from the needs of working people. Trade deals that hollowed out communities as jobs got outsourced and offshored. Deregulation of a financial system that let big banks prey on everyday people. The cost of living steadily rising while wages did not keep up, making childcare, healthcare, and rent more unaffordable, and putting the dream of home ownership further out of reach for so many. These decisions and more, I believe, contributed to how we got here today. And let's be honest, many of these policies were supported by leaders from both parties. Now, of course, Democrats, we never bought into trickle-down. That was Ronald Reagan's doing. But plenty of Democrats did buy into the flawed assumptions, many of those flawed assumptions behind it. For example, that if we trusted the wisdom of the market, working people would eventually get taken care of. The assumption that growth at the top would take care of everybody else. That brutal cuts to social programs for the sake of reducing the deficit was the surest path to economic growth. But those assumptions were proven wrong. And even though working people did everything right, worked from the day through the night, we saw that the economic system essentially stopped delivering for them. And over time, the American dream, for many, has all but turned into an American myth. As power consolidated in economic systems, we saw the same kind of trend in our political system. A broken campaign finance system, which disproportionately allowed big money to dictate the political agenda, and a policymaking process increasingly influenced more by Washington insiders than everyday working people. So it's no surprise, in the midst of all this, our country has experienced an erosion of civic life, growing distrust in government and each other, increasing economic inequality, and a polarized nation. Then in the last few years, compounding all of this, social media companies built algorithms which fuel rage, which fuels their profits. Rage based on race and religion, gender and sexual orientation, based on rural versus urban, native-born versus naturalized, Republican versus Democrat. So I'm here for some real talk, clearly. And therefore I say, Arkansas, here's our challenge. We have arrived at a place, I believe, where the American people are experiencing an economic system that is failing working people, a rigged political system, and a weakened civic.
So the Democrats don't push the trickle-down effect? Question mark. Sprite is just, she didn't say shit. She's really not saying shit. This is all word salad and nothing burgers. Like, she didn't say shit that we already don't know. Oops.
And distrust, and sought to exploit it for their personal gain. But based on race and religion, gender and sexual orientation, based on rural versus urban, native-born versus naturalized, Republican versus Democrat. So I'm here for some real talk, clearly. And therefore I say, Arkansas, here's our challenge. We have arrived at a place, I believe, where the American people are experiencing an economic system that is failing working people, a rigged political system, and a weakened civic life, fueling righteous anger and cynicism, division and isolation, where once there was a feeling of common cause. Today, we have a certain collection of leaders who have sensed this epidemic of disconnect and distrust and sought to exploit it for their personal gain. But let's be clear, Donald Trump is more a source and symptom of the problem than just a source of the problem. And I say that because while he did not create these long, weakening systems, you know, I have a background as a prosecutor, and I will tell you, as it is with predators, he pounced on the weakness. He pounced on the weakness of what had been developing. Trump and his Republican enablers in Congress have spent the last 15 months paying lip service to the pain of working people. But of course, their actions tell another story. On the one hand, they promised to bring down costs on day one. But on the other, the tariff policy jacked up the cost of everyday goods, making housing construction more expensive and triggering layoffs across the country. On the one hand, they promised to stand up for the, quote, forgotten men and women of America. But on the other, passed that big bad bill that forgot all about them, giving $1 trillion in tax cuts to the richest people, while cutting $1 trillion from health care for working people. On the one hand, they promised us the golden age, but on the other, delivered a golden opportunity for big tech. Just as AI is about to upend our workforce and economy, they put big tech themselves in charge of how it will go down. On the one hand, they ran in 2024 on no more foreign wars. You could finish that for me. Because what we know is, on the other hand, Donald Trump launched a war of choice that is costing hundreds of billions of dollars of our tax dollars and putting our troops in harm's way in a war the American people don't want. A war that, by the way, has jacked up the prices of food and fuel. Because while it seems they have billions of dollars for bombs, they've got nothing to help folks with the basics. And here's the thing that scares them. The American people are too busy watching what they're doing to listen to what they're saying. And the people, I know this in my heart and soul, the people will not be fooled. Trump and his crew, look, this isn't just about our economy, by the way. Trump and his crew are pushing an agenda, in addition to that, to reduce Democratic participation. That's part of their agenda, to reduce Democratic participation, and it's an agenda to avoid accountability. Earlier this month, this administration told us they intend to take power from the states to control mail-in voting. So they don't want you to vote by mail. But guess who votes from his spa at Mar-a-Lago by mail? On the one hand and other hand. Meanwhile, they systematically attack the judiciary, businesses, universities, and the free press. Any institution that might hold them accountable. All this while, his mostly hand-picked United States Supreme Court told him he is immune from whatever he does in office. This for the most callous, corrupt, and incompetent presidential administration in the history of our country. And that's just what's happening in DC. And then there's, of course, what's happening in the states. And the folks here know it all too well. For example, here in Arkansas in the State House, Republicans have cut funding from public schools and child care providers. And I was just talking with one of the leaders on maternal health this evening. Those folks at the State House are also proud for Arkansas to be the only state in America who won't extend Medicaid to cover a new mother's postpartum care for a whole year. The only state in the nation. So look, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. And the day will come when Donald Trump is term limited out. However, and again, real talk, let's also understand there will be no term limit on the broken system that produced him. And the entrenched elite who continue to benefit from the current status quo have a vested interest in preserving it. So in the midst of it all, I know some folks are looking at me like, Kamala, okay, where's the optimism?
You can't find it.
Well, here you go. My optimism comes from the belief that in the United States of America, we, the people, hold the power.
Well, that's good to know.
And that we, the people, can build a better future if we're willing to fight for it. My optimism, well, it comes from the images that I saw just a few weeks ago when thousands marched across Little Rock's Broadway Bridge. I saw that. Standing shoulder to shoulder, neighbor to neighbor, declaring in one united voice, the people will not back down, the people will not stay silent, and the people have no king.
Yeah, their protests are working out.
And we're seeing that across the country. We love our country, and we are prepared to fight for it. So then, what comes next? Well, the midterms
Shout out to
are
the
less
little
than
eyeball
7 months
watching,
away.
not speaking. Here, say hi.
And because we are going to do the work, we will win. We will win. It will not be easy. We will win.
No, we should still convince
We will
them
win.
of us.
Because we're going to put in the work, and we love our country, and we know what we stand for, so we know what to fight for.
Let it speak, man.
And I'm not done. Look, the fight for our country, the fight for our future, it's going to require more than one good election night.
But
So Democrats, let us also think as we go forward about our pursuit of a vision for the future. Yes, one that deals with Trump's remaining time in office, but equally important, one that is geared for when we're on the other side and he's finally out of office. And so Arkansas, here's what I believe, and my challenge for those here tonight. I believe it is time for a revival of the American dream. A revival of an economy where once more, a full week of work means you can afford your rent, your groceries, and your energy.
I think we really need to ask ourselves, Black family, what does the American dream really look like for us? Not them, but what does it look like for us? Because I don't think we've ever in our Black Holocaust have ever really saw an American future as patriotic as we've been fighting all these motherfucking wars, taking all the fucking abuse, them destroying everything, them not giving us shit, them refusing to do reparations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I was like, what really does it really look like for foundational Black Americans, freedmen, coming up? I mean, obviously, whatever the fuck she's talking about is, I like to call it filler. It's like time wasting, like 30 minutes of time I can't get back in my life, right? Like a burger with all the extra fucking lettuce on it that good and goddamn well provides no nutritional value. That's what I felt like with this. I feel like she's trying to convince them. She's not really trying to convince us. And what she's doing, you know what I mean? If this is a way for her to come back into the fold, I don't see it ever happening, really. We should just stick to our guns about this shit. But this is a filler conversation. This is like a lettuce conversation. Speaking only predominantly to Democrats, which is broad and ambiguous. But what does it really look like for us, Black family? Seriously, as foundational Black American freedmen, aside from us getting them to cut the motherfucking check and quit playing, what does it really look like for us? Like, how are we gonna foresee it? Our next steps moving forward for our children, okay, our grandchildren. I'm in Generation X, so if my children were ever gonna have children, I'm sure they would have children, and they would be my grandchildren. So if I had, grandchildren, what does it look like for them? They shouldn't have to do this. They shouldn't have to do this. It should, just like we shouldn't have had to do this. You see what I'm saying? But what does it really look like? Like, does it look like how I like it, segregation, separation, and staying away from them and anybody else that has nothing but anti-Black vitriol in their chest? They say it with their whole chest nowadays. So bold. What does it really look like for us? What does it look like? Does it look like middle class, like what middle class used to look like? What does it look like? And she's talking about after Trump's done, but we don't know what kind of condition we're going to be in after that, considering what kind of condition we're in right now. You know what I mean? So, like, what does it look like? I think we need to have a discussion about that. Just for the sake of having a conversation. I mean, we're talking about them anyways. Why don't I talk about what the American dream is going to look like for us and how we're going to promote it with our future? That's right now at risk of being groomed and, so many ugly negative words I could put in with that. So I'm just saying.
Build the basics. It's time for a revival of the American dream, where when you work hard, you're also able to spend time with friends, raise a family, buy a home, and go on vacation from time to time. Where it's not just about getting by, but getting ahead. And to spark an American revival, we must start with a bold agenda, where our public dollars go to affordable housing and healthcare and childcare, not spent on reckless foreign wars that nobody wants. Where we invest.
The damage is already done, man. The damage has been done since he's been a pirate, since he came in and started pushing his weight around. There's no going back from the damage that's already done. Regardless of what they say, the damage is already done. We've lived almost I want to say 6, 7, 8 months in limbo financially. You know what I mean? Yes, we've gotten through it, but that's a given. Black people are going to get through everything. That's a given. You know what I mean? But what does it really look like for us, like now? So.
In public education, one that sets students up for success.
That's a lie too. That everything like that. I just look at the ballot. I just look at the ballots that like we're in Colorado, so can't speak for the other parts of the United States, but I can speak to what's going on in Colorado. I look at the ballot, man. Everything's supposed to be to help the students, to help the children, the education. We're overtaxing, blah, 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 right? And none of that is really helping the children. I just read an article where the Denver public school system is trying to figure out how to get fucking fans in the building. They have the biggest budget aside from the police. Like, what's really going on? It sounds like lies. You see what I'm saying? And that's what they're going to want us to believe in. That's not a tangible. That's not realistic. And who are we really providing air conditioning for? Migrant children? That's predominantly what's in the school systems right now. You dig? A lot of our Black children are seeking other avenues of education. Their parents are seeking other avenues, either be charter or STEM schooling or homeschooling, anything but. You see what I'm saying? So what are we really air conditioning? And with the way schools are closing down rapidly for not having enrollment, or you know what I mean? Like, what are we really doing? The gentrifiers don't be bringing their children to us. I mean, like, I was just in 5 Points, and there's a lot of fucking gentrifiers, but I don't see gentrifiers walking their children any fucking where. I see them walking their dogs and acting like they own the shit. I don't see them walking little children anywhere. You know what I mean? It's kind of rare to see really fucking children, especially small children. So it's not like I haven't been looking. I've been looking. I had to take a bus sometimes in the afternoon with the kids getting out from high school. See what I'm saying? Whole different fucking musty experience with them. Kids getting out of school. You see what I'm saying? None of it is good. I'm just saying. What does it really look like? I'm glad we're educating our children somewhere else, but there's just too many lies that they're going to continue to they're going to continue to push on us instead of telling the fucking truth. Hold on a second. So
the 21st century sets them up for success in the 21st century and not debt for a lifetime of work, where we write a tax code that rewards hard work, not just vast wealth, where we have guardrails around social media and on AI to serve the public, not just the profit, where government is focused on progress and not so distracted by process that it means we don't get the people's needs done, where we protect and
this sure doesn't sound like no motherfucking book tour. This sounds like a campaign plea. You know what I mean? Like, this is me making these statements, and sooner or later you got announced you're running for some shit.
expand our fundamental rights, not roll back and restrict them. That's, I believe, how we revive the American dream. And our American revival has to be more than just legislation. We need a sweeping project of civic renewal, one that helps mend the economic, political, and social fractures that brought us today. One that reminds us that members of a community have a shared stake in each other's success, and one where each of us has the power and a role to play. And look, we can start out in our own neighborhoods. Volunteer at a food bank. Give time to a local nonprofit. Or even look, when you're doing a Costco run, ask that single mom or dad next door if there's anything you can pick up for them. Because to get our country back on track, we got some deep and hard work to do. And there is nothing too small or too big that any of us can do. And while our work will require mutual respect and tolerance, dare I also say, our work will require intolerance. Intolerance of corruption and abuse of power. Intolerance of systems that for so many have long failed to deliver. Intolerance of a world where recklessness is dressed up as resolve and might makes right. And intolerance of anyone who would have us forget that the power in America rests with we, the people. So look, Democrats, this is not a time to throw up our hands. It's a time to roll up our sleeves. And just like Miss Lottie rolled up her sleeves, we know what we need to do. And so I will end with this. I believe that when we feel powerless, we are powerless. But when we feel powerful, we are powerful. It's time for an American revival. So let's do that, and let's get out there and fight for it, knowing that while the fight might sometimes take a while, the fundamental truth remains: when we fight, we win. God bless you all.
This is just that bullshit, man. Like, where, hold up, Ellie, I'm moving to a different screen. This is that motherfucking shit where they're just, it's just propaganda, man. I don't believe anything she said. Not one fucking word, okay? Not one word. Anyway, we're gonna move to this right here, to this next little program. I thought I put it in my queue. Man, but apparently when I was over there doing the queue, it just kept bouncing around. I thought this was interesting, and I thought we should go over it. And I thought I was gonna mention it. Yet, let's see. Split screen. Stop sharing. Sharing, okay. And split screen. Let's see. 1 second, family. Okay. Now, hold on 1 second, family. Don't give up on me. I just testing out this thing I never used before. It's a split screen thing. Okay. Screen. Okay. This is a debate about reparations, and it's kind of angering. So I'm not playing it so you can get angry. I'm playing it because it's like them. You know what I mean? The audacity of it all. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. How they did that? How did they do that? Okay. No. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I do it one more time. I kind of liked how I had it split screen, and all right, 1 second. Okay. Huh. Now I just moved over to. Oh my god. All right. Okay, hold on a second. Let me see this so I can. All right. I don't know if you guys can see it, so hold on 1 second. 1 second. I got it going, I think. Let me see. Oh, see, there's people in the comments and I didn't see it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. Hold on. My fault. Let me get this all together real fast. I didn't know y'all were in here like that. I'm sorry. My fault. It just says it's blank, so it didn't say I had any people in here. Right. She's whatever the Democrats want her to be, because right. Okay. Hey, Ray. Okay, Ray's in here. Jeff's still in here. Jay's in here. Just still in here. Telling everybody certified, whatever. Ray's in here. Certified salute, Ray. Okay. Ray. Right. I feel like that's just nothing but lettuce. Like, she gave us a lettuce. She's lame. Like, the fuck, who are you trying to convince? She didn't talk about shit. She didn't talk about a motherfucking thing. Right. See, good, right. She definitely ain't talking about that. Definitely talking about cut the check. Right. I see you, Ray. I see you. I'm sorry. I didn't see anybody in there. It just said it was blank, like there was nobody commenting. I was like, that's just weird. Twin, Mac, B1 salute. Glad to see you, fellas. Ray, Twin. Okay. She ain't talking about shit. She wasn't talking about nothing. She ain't talking about nothing. And she wants us to do what? Like, work together to do what? Fuck that. We're gonna spend 60, 70 motherfucking years working on whatever Democrats want us to do with no fucking tangible representation. Nothing, not a fucking thing. We're still a black holocaust playing the black tax. She sure as fuck didn't want to talk about that. Jeez. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay, I'm sorry, fella. Let me get through it. Yeah. This happened the night of the correspondence dinner that it's kind of, whoa. You know what I mean? I still got to catch up on what TBA was talking about. So I haven't caught up yet on that. It was really short show, so thankfully Ray told me all about it. Yeah. You still see, yeah. I thought he took the Secret Service away from her. Who would you be, Lady J? I'm gonna be fucking Daenerys with all the armies. That's on the dragons. That's what I'm gonna be. And with a little bit of ruthlessness from old girl from whatever her name is, the one on the one of the Lannisters, Cersei. A little bit of Cersei. She's kind of ruthless. Definitely be Daenerys with the motherfucking dragons and the fucking all the armies. You know what I mean? I'd be a little bit of Tyrion Lannister too. Tyrion Lannister, he showed his motherfucking ass during that. He showed what he was capable of. But Cersei is just a bit of deranged motherfucking she's capable of a lot of fucking crazy. I would be that. But then on House of Dragons, Game of Thrones is much easier. House of Dragons, I feel like I was kind of just thrown off by all the black all the black Valyrian, and I was just thrown off. Yeah. Okay, she may be like a young motherfucking stripper with a little bit of money, but she got all the motherfucking armies. All the armies. Yeah, I got all of them. I got all of them right here, right in front of me. Well, not in front of me, but down the hall in the pantry. So I'm all there. Okay, family, let me move to this. Okay, real quick. As entertaining as Ray is trying to be right now, we got to move to this. All right. So, what is this? 8 days ago. All right. I just came across my feed. It's some Austin off-script versus white privilege debate turns into total chaos. And keep in mind, family, they're going to be talking about motherfucking our reparations, and this white boy is going to just completely show his motherfucking ass of anti-black racism and I don't know what, but it should be good for commentary. Okay? Good for commentary. I wish they'd have another season of Game of Thrones so we can know if Jon Snow, which isn't Jon Snow anymore, right? How he ended. If what happens after that? You know, him and Daenerys knock boots at the end. Kind of want to see what happens after that. Don't laugh at me, family. When was the last time you heard knock boots?
So that was from a Jubilee 2-on-2 debate, right? You guys did a few months ago.
Yeah, it was from
Look, I couldn't find the Jubilee roundtables, but I guess these fuckers had a debate. So you see, I'm not really subscribed to Jubilee at all. So, but I will look for it. All right, family, let's get into it.
And that video, that particular clip, has 1.5 million views now on my Instagram.
Wow.
Good. Yeah.
And I'm sure other people reposted it too. So probably got a lot more.
It's
than
still
that.
getting comments as we're doing this debate right now as we speak. So, yeah, it's that clip was viral. But I mean, Bo, I'll give you the floor to open up.
No, I would like to ask you a question.
Sure.
And just lay it out the best you can. Why do you think you deserve reparations?
Because the economic impact of slavery and Jim Crow still has a net negative impact that is demonstrably provable for Black Americans in this country today. When you look at for example, and I have some notes that I've been already written down here, federal policy discrimination going as far back as just as close to the 20th century, redlining via home ownership lines of credit, federal housing agency maps, systematically denied Black families access to mortgages, home ownership, wealth building through property. GI Bill benefits were disproportionately inaccessible to Black veterans, and median white household wealth today is 6 to 10 times that of Black households, and that varies by data set per year. But the home ownership gap remains large by 30 percentage points, and these are not random disparities. They track historically enforced exclusion. And the fact of the matter is that the Black people in this country did essentially free labor for 246 years via slavery. That was then compounded by another 100 plus years of racial discrimination codified purely on.
Okay, I gotta rewind it back real quick, family, so I can pay attention, so I could. Yeah, gotta walk it back. Just a smidge. Okay.
You were never enslaved. I was never a slave owner. You don't deserve reparations.
And if you're a white man in America and you are suffering or you're poor, that is your misuse of your privilege.
Same if you're a Black American.
How? That's impossible. If that's true.
See, this is why you're a victim. You think people are still holding you back, and you're free American.
Who are you to tell Black people they don't deserve some shit they built?
What did you build?
My ancestors built this country.
And so did mine.
Each one of us got paid.
Are you special?
Your
are you autistic?
Your ancestors got paid, didn't they?
Well, then you're stupid.
No, you stupid for the you just said. A civil war between people that live in the same country.
Can you listen?
Can you say something with some substance?
Are you capable of listening?
I'm capable of listening.
So then just shut up for a second.
Ooh. You see the opening trailer? I can't, dude. I'm on the split screen. So I can't do it. I can't open it bigger than what it is. I'm on a split screen. And you already know I'm blind, so just deal with it, goddammit. Jesse's like, full screen it, babe. Just watch the shit. See how salacious that is? Don't do it. Don't do it, Ray. I told you what to do. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Here we go. Just tell him to, man, don't do it. Jesse, tell him to comb out those little twists that he got. He only got like 16 of them. Just tell him how easy it was because you did it so I could redo your shit. Just tell him in the chat, please, so he doesn't make a fucking epic mistake. God, we're all about preservation, damn it. Salacious ass video.
Guys, we got another debate today. We got Austin off script and Bo here today. We're going to be debating reparations. If either of you guys feel like the debate gets out of hand, just raise your hand. I'll step in, or you could say appeal to moderator. We're going to start off with a video, which is why we're debating here today. So play this video. Okay, so that was from a Jubilee 2-on-2 debate, right? You guys did a few months ago.
Yeah, it was from Jubilee's Roundtable.
Mm-hmm.
And that video, that particular clip, has 1.5 million views now on my Instagram.
Wow. And I'm sure other people reposted it too, so probably got a lot more.
It's still getting comments as we're doing this debate right now as we speak. So, yeah, it's that.
You better apologize, cuz. Ooh, don't think I missed that motherfucking that little side comment that you said. I would stop talking to you altogether. You better stop. Yeah, sorry, family. I had to address that. Ray thought he was funny right there. That's all right. I saw you, cuz. I saw you. Yeah, these motherfucking little ass motherfucking figures do wonders. All right. I'm gonna stop playing around.
Clip was viral, but I mean, Bo, I'll give you the floor to open up.
No, I would like to ask you a question.
Sure.
And just lay it out the best you can. Why do you think you deserve reparations?
Because the economic impact of slavery and Jim Crow still has a net negative impact that is demonstrably provable for Black Americans in this country today. When you look at for example, and I have some notes that I've been already written down here.
God, family. Oh my God. Where is it? All right, fucking. Why do I have to read it? It's right here. Copyright disclaimer: under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, etc., etc., etc. Look, well, let me just do this, Jesse. There you go. Okay, no more interruptions. No more interruptions. Oh my God. Little finger is sneaky. I'm not that way. I do right. I'll tell you right there, right directly to you what I'm finna do. There you go.
Federal policy discrimination going as far back as just as close to the 20th century, redlining via home ownership lines of credit, federal housing agency maps, systematically denied Black families access to mortgages, home ownership, wealth building through property. GI Bill benefits were disproportionately inaccessible to Black veterans, and median white household wealth today is 6 to 10 times that of Black households, and that varies by data set per year. But the home ownership gap remains large by 30 percentage points, and these are not random disparities. They track historically enforced exclusion. And the fact of the matter is that the black people in this country did essentially free labor for 246 years via slavery. That was then compounded by another 100 plus years of racial discrimination codified purely on genetics. And Black people contributed over $233 billion, again, as slaves to the United States economy that we were never recompensed for. And I couldn't call myself a conservative, a Republican, anything of the sort without—
You're not. But
well, you can say that, but tell me what a Republican is.
I would say a Republican is somebody that has conservative Christian values that would lean more towards self-regulation rather than government regulation, less taxes, less lobbyists, less government control. And when you're going for reparations, that's more taxes. But before we get off on that, I want to ask you a couple questions regarding your opening statement. When did redlining end? When did segregation end? That's been over 60, 70 years at this point, and you guys are still talking about it. So I just curious to know, well, those things ended, and you actually never experienced them. Right. So I'd like to know why you deserve reparations. I understand why they might deserve reparations, but I want to know why you deserve reparations.
Well, let me define. Let me first set a baseline. When I define reparations, I am not talking about getting what Dr. William Darity said that Black Americans would be entitled to, which is $250,000. I think that would create a situation where the U.S. couldn't pay that. It's impossible. However, you just said it yourself. Segregation ended about 60 years ago. Women in the United States gained full autonomy in 1975. Martin Luther King was killed in 1968.
They got the opportunity to vote after Black men.
Well, no, right. That's not my point. My point is that the average lifespan of a human being is around 70 to 80 years, give or take. So you just admitted that if the civil rights movement ended only 70 years ago, that means that some of the lasting generational impacts of Jim Crow, of slavery, can still be felt today, which is why my grandmother—
because I don't know who this brother is. He did not speak for all of us, so I'm glad we're watching this shit. He getting beat up by this white dude like left and right. Redlining is still active. If you don't believe me, look at the fucking Texas thing, California thing, when they had to redline the district so they could have this, the seats or whatnot. Just recently. Look at the stupid Crockett fucking election, right? Or and California as well. Just recently. So it's still happening. It's never ended. There's still redline district to fucking do whatever the fuck they want to do. And what do you mean you don't subscribe to the cash amount? Yeah, the amount's pretty motherfucking low. However, he's not saying anything about payment, cash payment. So I'm already ready to click. I'm ready. He don't speak for all of us. We're like, cut the check. You dig? He letting this dude just manhandle him, which that couldn't have been no real FBA person. They wouldn't have, even me, I wouldn't have let him manhandle me like this.
would deserve reparations. She's still alive. My father, I was born in 1965. I would argue that he and my mother deserve some form of reparations, and I would argue that the children of these people deserve them. Let's be very clear that during
it's not a deserve, it's a debt owed, cuz like it's a fucking debt owed. It's not about whether you deserve it or not. It's a fucking debt owed. Right. Okay, so we're all on the same page, right? Okay, right. So we're all on the same page. Right. Okay, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page in here. Yeah. I need the link because I ain't got nothing in my mailbox, brother. Right, so we're all the same. He's 61. He's one of them. Oh, not this cat. This cat's like well in his 30s. Look at, he's well in his 30s, but he don't speak for us. It's that light skinned bullshit, cuz this is that shit I'm talking about. Be making me fucking sick and making me have to work hard. He don't speak for all of us, so let's just finish listening to whatever kind of bullshit he's talking about. But I know that if me speaking right now, I would have said redlining is still happening currently to this motherfucking day. Secondly, it's a debt that's fucking owed. Not whether you deserve it or not. It's a debt that's fucking owed. Cut the motherfucking check. Stop playing. Yeah, them numbers are a little off, but that doesn't mean that it's not feasibly motherfucking possible if you pay for everything else. You know what I mean? You find the money all over places. I mean, shit. What was that? Fraud, waste, and all that extra shit that they did, right? So, you know, they should be getting dividends and dividends and dividends back. This is fucking ridiculous. I wouldn't let that motherfucking cracker fucking even remotely pull these stupid ass shit. Like, I already, nah, man, this motherfucker, he don't speak for all of us. Not even, he shouldn't speak for anybody at FBA Freedman right now. He should just be speaking for himself.
Of this nation, with the passage of the Homestead Acts, 200 million acres of land were given to white European peasant farmers. They were then enhanced by giving them county agents.
Say that again?
The Homestead Acts were passed shortly after slavery started in the United States. What they did was give away 240 million acres of land in the West and the Midwest.
They just gave them away.
Yes, in an effort to.
You mean people had to go stake their land and fight for it?
No, I mean, the United States federal government created multiple programs to enable white European peasants to come over to the United States. They were given land grants. And on top of that, they were provided county agents to teach them how to farm. They were also then provided government subsidies to tell them not to farm any further. And the descendants of these people to this day are still receiving federal subsidies not to farm. And these were the same people that are telling Black Americans that we need to lift ourselves by our own bootstraps. Now, it's a cruel jest to say to a bootless person that we need to lift ourselves by our own bootstraps.
You still haven't explained why you deserve reparations.
Well, you didn't allow. Well, let me first explain what my reparations program would look like. It would look like.
I just want to know why you think you deserve reparations.
Because I'm the descendant of people that built this country that would never pay for it.
So am I. And I'm not sitting here claiming for reparations.
Wait. How are you? Who
I'm a descendant of people who built this country too.
Yeah, and you right.
He's stupid. See, this motherfucker already getting already stumbled up. You know what I mean? Tied up in his own shit. Why do you particularly? It's a debt that's owed. Simple as that. And no, he's like, we built this country too. You see how white folk always think they built some shit. They didn't build nothing. They couldn't even take care of themselves. You know, this goes from, just look around the globe. They'll talk about how white people couldn't take care of themselves everywhere. Okay? Not just here, everywhere. So, come on, man. And this shit, even the government's built off the backs of us. Like, what is he talking about? Watch, he's about to, oh, God, this dude is making me sick.
Right. And I
just think you're being a little bit of a victim, and you're victimizing other people by claiming that you deserve something that you were never a victim of.
So let me ask you this question. Can you refute anything that I said from a legal perspective?
It's not about refuting it.
You can't say he's not a victim. If the dude was smart, he could have said, I'm a victim of racism and white supremacy. You see what I'm saying? Like Neely Fuller Jr. said. Could have said it just like that. Could have said anything but with the fucking lame ass answer he gave. What is this European cracker fucking thickety okay, I got it. I'll check the phone. Thank you, sir. What do you think he really built? They didn't build.
It's about whether you deserve it.
Are you a Christian, Bo?
Yes.
Okay. So is it written? So since we're Christians, this is interesting. So is it not written that you should do unto others that you would have them do unto you?
Yes.
Correct.
So
if you think stealing from people and giving it to yourself is what you would do unto others.
No, I think me and Che happen to pass away and our child is still left without it. My child should seek that reparation that is owed. It is a debt that's owed, right? So, yeah, my child will definitely come knock on your motherfucking door and harass your grandchildren for that 300 or whatever after interest, time, suffering, and whatever. And it wouldn't be a motherfucking debate. See, if it was reality, they would just be like, look, all right, you don't want to give me this, I'm just going to take this. And I'm going to keep taking shit until I feel fucking satisfied. That's how I feel about it. We don't live like on the same, ways of that. That's just a personality quirk from the street. You dig? But I would expect my child to go knock on your motherfucking door and be like, look, your daddy owed my mother and father this amount, didn't want to pay for it. It's a debt that's owed. I need you to come correct. No, I will not accept none of your fucking time, this and that. You just fuck it, just cut a check right now, or I'm just gonna walk through your crib and pick everything that I think costs that much, and I won't stop until I'm done. That's how I will just work that out. Because fuck putting a lien on your house, you could quit your job and never pick up one again. You know what I mean? You go missing in homeless campments, and I'll never see money. You see what I'm saying? So yeah. No, because no. Shut up, Ray. I've been talking like this since before it was a rip to talk like this. Okay? It is not even because I've been listening to motherfucking not Chase, not Tariq. Motherfucking don't let the shade deflect the message. I've been black my whole life. I haven't said it since I can remember. Just talk about any fucking movie I've watched. It just is. Try to correct me now, Mr. Chase. No. Chase is too young. He's a young man. Tariq's like right there around, he's a couple years older. So no, this is how I talk.
I think the white Americans stole free labor from black. Did white Americans steal free labor black folks?
No, they bought it. They bought it from other African Americans that sold it to us. So
no, it wasn't other
Africans that sold it to us.
Starting something new isn't just hard; it's terrifying. When I started this podcast, I wasn't even sure what I was doing. What if
you were no longer slaves?
Right, but what did we get land grants? Did we get back any sort of record? When we weren't slaves, I'll give you that. Were white slave owners compensated by the United States federal government for the loss of property?
Well, written in the 13th Amendment, they weren't supposed to
answer that question, Bo.
I am, if you would give me an opportunity to.
That requires a yes or no.
No, it
were
doesn't.
white slave owners compensated by the U.S.? No. Oh, yes, it is.
Can we talk about history?
That's what I'm having.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
You can say you're pissed because you know what happened.
I'm not pissed. I'm annoyed that you won't let me talk.
Go ahead.
Under the 13th Amendment, it wasn't supposed to be.
That. Talking about shut the fuck up. Did you hear I cursed at him? This is supposed to be a respectable motherfucking debate. You know what I mean? You see how he's cursing at him? Shut the fuck up. Like, you better tell your motherfucking mama to shut the fuck up. This dude didn't even snap back. He just let him say it. Like, I think you better direct that shit towards your motherfucking mother. Fuck you talking to like that? I don't know who you think you're talking to like that. Right. I'd have slapped him in his motherfucking mouth as soon as he told me, shut the fuck up. Because he can't get a word out edgewise. He's trying to pull that I'm white and I say so shit.
Yes, they were. You wouldn't even let me get to the yes before you interrupted. So yes, landowners were compensated. What's your point? Why do you deserve reparations?
Wait, let's talk about.
You're being a victim.
Not only were
you were never enslaved.
Not only were they
you were never enslaved. I was never a slave owner. You don't deserve reparations. You haven't even discussed that there were black slave owners that enslaved black people.
There were.
Yes. I think there was anywhere between 3,000 to 4,000 black slave owners.
It was 4,000.
Like I said, 3,000 to 4,000.
Right.
And what about only 25% of the Confederate South owned slaves?
I don't.
So you think that all white people should be reimbursing you 8 generations later?
No, I don't. Again, you keep making this about, see, the white fragile male ego is real interesting because you keep making this about white people. What I'm looking at is the government institution. I didn't mention white people once outside of looking at who was committing the act. So the United States federal government codified a legal caste system based around color. Now, it just so happens that the ones that were occupying those seats happened to be Caucasians of the mountains of Caucasus. Your inability to acknowledge the fact that when this happened from one generation, compounded across 200 plus years, if you're going to say and sit across me and say that if you repetitively restrict someone's ability to move, that doesn't have a net negative, lasting impact that can impact generations.
You've had the economic ability to move for the last 100 years almost. And guess who's outperformed you? Asians, Hispanics, Indians, people from the Middle East have outperformed you over and over again.
Why is that? Why is that, Bo?
Yeah, why is
probably because they came here and they're not victimizing their slavery,
or maybe because
and holding it over everybody's head. Or maybe it's because they stood on their boots and they made a life for themselves.
And they were also able to label themselves as immigrants to receive assistance from the United States federal government off the backs of the work that black people have been doing to gain their own equivalent.
And you guys have too these last 15 years with DEI and everything else that they've wrote.
No, do you see? Oh my God. I hope he snaps back. See, dude just needed a little time to warm up. Maybe it'll turn around. Because now he's starting to get ready. I think that preamble 10 minutes was hard on his ass. Now he's like, I gotta put on. Right. Let's see where it takes it. Maybe he's warming up.
Are you really going to sit here and repeat that? 15 years versus 250. How insane can you be?
Why are you yelling? Why are you so upset right now?
For the same reason you wanted me to.
Okay, because I think because it's a little time to warm up. Let's just see where it goes.
Shut the fuck up, because I'm not upset. I'm just holding
you are upset
to a standard that you want to run from.
No, I've asked you multiple times why you deserve reparations. You haven't been able to tell me. You basically said that because you are the 8th generation removed from slavery, you deserve it. And I got a question for you. Your middle name's Julio. Are you both your parents black?
They're both black.
Both are black. Are they both descendants of slavery?
They are.
So in your what happens with reparations if you have one white parent and one black parent? Do they get less? How does reparations even work in a system where there's
white slave
can I just finish, bro? How does reparations even work in a society where just the government is?
Oh man, see, because you see, like first he was gonna try to clown his should have kept on that helmet right there because Julio, but we already know that black people had a lot of Hispanic names. So that's like he wasn't gonna go nowhere with that bullshit right there. And if he's like they're both generations, they're both FBA. So we'll see where he's the white dude's moving the goalposts for real. Let's see where it goes for there because he's bringing up the mulatto shit. He's like one white parent, one whatever, right?
Written with fraud right now. I am talking about how reparations doesn't work today. If it had happened back then, more than happy for it, but it doesn't work today. And let's have that conversation rather than go back 8 generations and continue to complain about slavery.
Well, I already told you my reparations plan wouldn't be the $250,000. Obviously, you must have skipped that part. So what my reparations plan would look like would be offering home ownership assistance, offering business lines of credit, and actually looking at creating a reparations task force to analyze the current net negative economic impact.
But they're already doing business lines of credit. For example, in LA, if you're a small business owner, you get the ability to get small business loans over white Americans.
Based on what data metric? What source do you have for that information?
I could talk to, there was a woman that came into my bar that literally told me this. She's with the SBA loan offices in downtown Los Angeles.
So once again, let me restate this. Median white household wealth is approximately 6 to 10 times that of black households, and that varies by the data set or the year. Home ownership gap remains at 30 percentage points between white Americans and black Americans. This is directly due to redlining.
You see how he didn't say cut the check, right? So
policies that I hate to give her credit, but Jasmine Crockett brought this up. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has brought this up. There are still economic vestiges of racist racist originated policies or racially originated policies that exclude Black people from home ownership.
See, family, we're not on the same page, right? So I'm glad he's kind of picking it up a little bit in this debate. However, he did not say cut the motherfucking check. He started talking about everything else that anybody and everybody can get, like that white dude's trying to basically beat around the bush and say, you know what I mean? So he's not talking about nothing specifically meant for Black people. The white dude's like, your bitch came into my bar and she said, you dig? Like, what source is that? You see what I'm saying? So he's not on the same page. Yeah, that shit sounds aight, but there's more paperwork we got to fill out. Why the fuck do we got to fill out all these goddamn paperwork all the time just to get a line of credit that you got to pay back? All this shit is just incurred debt. You know what I mean? It's I don't want to pay nothing back. I don't pay taxes. I don't pay nothing back. See what I'm saying? That's the whole point.
Excluded immigrants as well. You act like other people did not go through this.
What I'm saying is that
why were they able to do better and you guys weren't?
Once again,
again, homeownership is up amongst white Americans because we're the majority.
Well, then that would mean that that's not really a valid data point, because when you look at per capita homeownership.
So this is per capita that what you're repeating.
No, what I'm looking at is nationally, but you're saying
so nationally, if we have 60% of the population, we would have more homeownership.
Right.
So you should be pulling from a per capita and not a nationally poll, right?
The reason I'm pulling from a national poll is because who controlled this nation for a longer period of time, white or Black Americans?
I would say white Americans, yes.
Okay, so if white Americans controlled this country for a longer period of time, it would stand to reason that they could enact policies that could enable them to maintain their economic stronghold while systematically subjugating the economic ability to move for Black Americans. Again, Black people are the only race in this country, the only class of people in this country that were deliberately stigmatized based on color. Did that or did that not happen?
That's not true.
Who else in this country was stigmatized purely based on
You don't think other people don't experience racism?
You're not answering my question.
No, I am. I'm asking you a question.
Now you're the one yelling.
No, it's because you're talking over me.
Not really.
Yeah.
Bro. I do have the approval rates on the SBA stuff if you guys want it.
Yeah.
Black applicants 35% approval rate, white applicants 64% approval rate on SBA loans.
Is this Los Angeles?
This is national.
Read that one more time.
Can you do Los Angeles?
Yeah.
No. Go national first.
He read it. We don't need to hear it again.
So 64% versus 35. So more than
can you do
twice.
me a favor? Can you narrow that down to the last 10 years, or can you narrow it down to like
for
the last
LA
year
or for national?
For LA.
Okay. Mind you want to narrow it down to the last 10 years because it makes your argument look slightly better. When I'm looking at the national,
because you're okay with
data.
Racial discrimination as long as it's not happening against you.
No, I'm not. I never said I was okay with racial.
Well, then why are you sitting here refuting my argument? Why can't we get down to the bottom?
I said we can. But
okay, let's get down to the bottom. Do you admit that DEI policies have advantages towards Black and minority groups?
Black people only made up 3% of DEI hires.
That's actually wrong. So I looked that up.
Okay, sure.
Black Americans only made 3% of DEI hires within the DEI framework,
which is what I was talking.
No. What I'm saying is DEI. Black Americans only made.
Look! I mean, motherfucker got kicked out as soon as old orange hair said he gonna take out anything with the word DEI in it. Who was affected? It wasn't necessarily us, family. It was them. They were trying to hide under the guise of and blaming it on us, but it was really them. They're the equity hires. You see what I'm saying? We just didn't make up enough of it. Yeah, he canned a lot of motherfuckers, canned a lot of Black people too. Yes, that's true. But who was really being shown? Who was the orange man really showing who was really a DEI hire? It was them. It was them.
3% of DEI hires in diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives. They made up more hires when they were actually implemented into business practices and governments.
Based on what data source?
Let's use the Fortune 500 only hired 6% of white applicants in 2021, with 60% of the nation being white applicants. That doesn't make sense. That obviously gave an advantage to Black Americans and minorities.
This is why we need fact checks, because every objective.
Look it up. You can look it up on your phone.
Every measurable statistical data point that we have as of 2025 indicates that Black Americans, male or female, made up 3% of all DEI hires across this country. What you're saying
that's not true.
Okay.
Because so where are you getting that from?
So what percentage of Black hires were DEI? You want me to look up?
What you can look up for? What year did you just use?
Right.
What did you use? You said
no. So let's go back to what you had just said.
No,
You said, Black Americans only make up 3% of all DEI hires.
Right.
I'll look that up.
But it's actually 3% of DEI within the DEI framework. So people that had, for example, a DEI program in their business, only 3% of Black Americans were hired for those programs.
And while we're at it, remind me what DEI exists for to begin with. Why does DEI exist to begin?
Honestly, it's a racial component to try to disadvantage the white people and give advantages to minorities.
To disadvantage white people when they've had an advantage in this country for how many years?
So it's okay to disadvantage a group.
No,
that's what you're saying.
So what that is
actually what you're saying is okay to disadvantage a group because they've had an advantage for so many years.
That's
which would be better if we gave everybody opportunity.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, you're confused. I get it.
I'm not confused at all. I'm actually I'm gonna force you to admit how fucking stupid you sound. So white people in this country have dominated the socioeconomic, economic, and political power structure for 244 years. An economic corrective action like DEI is only meant to attempt to balance economic opportunity.
Why do you think we've had control for the last 250 years? Because we've been a majority.
Because
what do you
think stole this land, subjugated it from the Indians.
And this is what I'm talking about. You're a cultural Marxist. We stole this land. No, we conquered it. That's way different.
It's the same shit.
It is not.
You discovered some shit that was already here that people
nobody had control of the full Americas ever. They were Indian nations fighting over each other. We didn't steal land. We conquered it. Way different. And you should owe a lot of thanks to people that colonized this land. In fact, you should owe a lot of thanks to people that are white. You're wearing a suit that was invented by a white guy. Typing from a phone that uses the internet, invented by a white guy, a phone that was invented by a white guy. You benefit from whiteness. So I'm really sick and tired of this argument that, colonize this, colonizer that.
If you go, I'm light skinned, Bo. So if you go far back,
what does that mean?
If you go back far enough in my genealogy, I have white in me as well as black. The point I'm making to you is, one, Columbus discovered some shit that Native Americans were already living on. They killed the Indians, conquered the land. They still stole it. Not only did you steal the land, you then bring over slaves because you're too lazy to do your own damn work, build your own White House. You have my people build it. Then you subjugate us and treat us as property for 244 years. When we attempt to make corrective action, let me finish. When economic action is attempted to be installed to correct a severely, ridiculously high economic advantage that people with your skin tone have had for 244 years, now, oh my God, the white people are under attack. No, that's the fragile white fucking ego. That's all it is.
This is why I also think you're racist.
No, I'm honest.
Yeah, you are.
I'm honest.
You're extremely racist.
How?
Because you obviously hate white people.
I don't.
You're sitting here complaining about 250 years of subjugation. Doesn't mean you don't have any sort of bias or prejudice against them.
Is telling the truth biased?
No, it's not.
Okay, then. So how am I being racist?
Well, you're mad about 250 years of subjugation, and you're willing to sacrifice equality and merit for the betterment of your people over others.
Never said that, Bo. Never said that.
No, you're exemplifying.
If somebody, your great-great-great-great-grandmother, and then continued to do that to her grandchildren, didn't even claim the kids that they had with your grandmother, then could kill someone that looked like you just because you were black, just because you were the wrong color. That wouldn't piss you off a little bit?
Do you not think that's happening in this country right now?
Can you
where
answer
they're
that question
killing
first?
Arena Zarutska?
Can you? I'm not. That has nothing to do with.
I'll be honest. I wouldn't know if my great-great-great-great-great-grandmother got. And to be honest, her being years ago, I wouldn't be complaining about it 8 generations later.
What about the fact?
Why not?
When the white American government assassinates a civil rights leader for simply saying all we say to America is be true to what you're saying on paper.
That's wrong.
Okay, then.
Okay.
So if you know that that's wrong, and that happened one instance times more than 40,000, that's just documented. Would you not be pissed at that when the nation that your ancestors helped to build wouldn't even give you a fucking birth certificate? You wouldn't be pissed at that?
You got a birth certificate, didn't you?
I didn't. We're not talking about me. I'm talking.
Did your dad not get a birth? Did your dad not get a birth certificate?
I wouldn't be. You are not looking at the ontological origin of the problem.
That's not
true. If you can't do that, if you cannot answer a question,
you sound
honestly,
like a 50-year-old man that's mad at his dad for something.
No, my dad is my hero. I would never be pissed at him.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm using an example. If you can't understand the example, I can't help understand it for you. You sound like somebody that's mad about your dad as a 50-year-old. Like, oh, my dad was a mean guy. You're mad about slavery from 250 years ago. This is ridiculous.
So here's
what you're a victim is what I'm saying.
So are you going to say
somebody needs to be angry for our ancestors and really push the limits on that? Maybe they weren't as angry as we would like them to be. So yeah, I would think that that's not really an issue. Secondly, he said if my grandmother was raped and blah 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 blah, I still wouldn't be upset. You know what, man? That because of all that bullshit, they came to be fucking mulattoes. Mulattoes and not have had it easy either, but still, it's a fucking thing that's pushed back and forth with each other. So, you know, he doesn't fucking know. This dude just doesn't want to fucking talk about it. He's trying everything to deflect from the past atrocities that led us to this motherfucking point. The fact is that during all those segments in the Black Holocaust, okay, in the last 400 fucking years, 500 years, whatever, there hasn't been a time for our ancestors to really fight and go fight for our check. And the one time that it did happen, look what happened to MLK. You dig? And he's made it very clear that we were going to go get our check. He made it very fucking clear. And what happened after that? You dig? So now here we are fighting for what our ancestors should have got fucking paid and due. What is owed. It's not really even affecting it. It would affect the federal government. You dig what I'm saying? He's acting like it's affecting him personally. That motherfucker, you know, clearly has had slaves in his fucking family. He's an immigrant somehow. You know what I mean? This caramel complected motherfucker right here, he's not doing a great job of fucking defense, but nonetheless, the white dude isn't even trying to hear anything. He's trying to deflect and make it into the present. And if that's the case, presently, cut the motherfucking check. That'll lead to us getting an economic foothold here. You see what I'm saying? They act like you can just apply for all this shit and you're guaranteed position. No, it don't work like that. They don't have to approve any of these types of lines of credit and things like that. They act like that slavery is still happening. Sure it is. Look at the fucking school to prison pipeline. That right there. Just look at prison. That's still active. Convict leasing, still there. See what I'm saying? So, motherfucking white dude doesn't have a ground to stand on. And he's not even really talking about actual source, or he's just citing shit. I think he's just winging it at this point.
If I'm okay, first of all, let's go. What about me is a victim, Bo?
You wanting reparations, and you've never experienced slavery, you've never experienced segregation.
I've experienced racism.
Can you give me an example of you experiencing racism?
Well, sure. When I was 17 years old, I was in the American Legion puts on an oratorical contest every year, and I would have
started. I'm a black man in America. Mic drop. And then I would have picked up from the time I was old enough to go outside. I've been experiencing motherfucking racism. I'm experiencing racism right now as we speak. That's how I would handle. Currently, right now, as we speak, right now, 23 minutes and 59 seconds into this bullshit, I've experienced several moments of racism.
I know for a fact I was the best speaker, and for the 2 years that I tried it, I made it to the semifinals. And the reason that I lost was because they said that they didn't give a reason. I came in second place to a white woman purely because she was white.
How do you know that?
Because I asked the judges for the scorecards and we had the same score. I'm sorry, I take that back. I was actually ahead of her by 1 point, and they gave it to her because they said my speech was not long enough. The length of my speech was long enough, which was a lie. It was 2 seconds over the needed time limit. So that's a direct example of racism. And in fact, what is so interesting is I know it was racist because some of the people that put it on.
That's wrong. And I'm sorry you went through that. That doesn't mean you deserve reparations. It doesn't mean every Black American deserves reparations for something that happened over 100 years ago or 250 years ago.
Right. So how would you feel if it happened to your people?
It's happening right now, actually.
How?
I've already laid it out.
No, you didn't. You didn't lay out
policies
shit.
is Bro.
All you said was that
you're so angry.
I'm not angry.
You keep insulting me.
I'm not insulting you. I'm saying that you didn't lay out shit. You did not present an argument that proved that white people, white males in particular, are under stress. Let me tell you something. If you're a white man in America and you are suffering or you're poor, that is your misuse of your privilege.
Same if you're a Black American.
How? That's impossible. If that's true.
See, this is why you're a victim. You think people are still holding you back, and you're free American.
No, I don't.
In fact,
think
I
people are
think you're
holding
doing
the-
pretty good. You wear a suit. You came here from Atlanta, Georgia on a flight. You're probably going somewhere else in a day or two. In fact, I think the day I saw you at Jubilee, you weren't just flying here. Then you were flying to San Francisco to meet up with your girlfriend and then flying back to Atlanta. Seems like you're doing pretty well. So why are you so upset about things that happened 250 years ago? You're playing a victim is what I'm saying.
That's called working twice as hard to get half of what you deserve. That's
No,
all that
no,
is.
you're not. You're not working twice as hard as anybody. You look like you have a pretty cool life.
The reality, you have no idea.
Maybe you should learn to accept yourself.
I accept myself great. And that's part of accepting yourself, Bo, is being able to tell the truth. This is where I'm saying that what the
Tell me
reality.
when I've lied.
Well, you just said that white males are being currently oppressed, which is
Yes, they are.
If that's true, Bo, then here's a simple question. Isn't power an escape tool from oppression?
What is DEI?
Who dominates?
What is DEI?
Diversity, equity,
and what does DEI do?
It is designed to, well, its intent is to mitigate the socioeconomic, economic, and political lack of power that Black Americans
And what does
have in
that
this
do?
country. It attempts to restore economic balance.
No. What does it do to white people? It basically excludes them from hiring events and advantages in their own business or job.
If that's true, then let's run the numbers.
That's on your own
If what you're
fault.
saying is true.
Yeah,
So
$1 billion
in 2026, who currently is more employed between Black Americans and white Americans, male and female, looking
This
at
is
the last
such a
12
dumb
years?
point because you're asking
No,
ChatGPT when the population of white Americans is more than Black Americans.
That's because
In fact,
In order to have power, you have to have more of a population than your opponents.
correct. In
Right.
fact, I
So
would not
white
even
people
say
don't
it's
have that.
white privilege, it's majority privilege.
Right. So
then why don't we call it that instead of
Beautiful.
white privilege?
So
Because that's not
overall,
what it is.
white Americans are more likely to be employed than Black Americans, and this has been consistently true for decades, including the last 12 years.
Okay.
But when you split by gender, it becomes a little bit more nuanced. White men have significantly higher employment rates than Black men. Going from 2023 survey, Bureau of Labor Statistics, 67.9% of white men were employed, 65% of Black men were employed. But the long-term gap states that there has always been historically at least a 5 to 10 percentage point drop between Black males and white males. Black women are often this is where we actually have some small advantage. Black women are often as employed or more than white women, with 60.1% for Black women, 55.9% for white women. Right now, Black Americans are 2 times as likely to be unemployed as white Americans. So the DEI bullshit you're spewing is not actually true based on the data.
It is. Because
Black
it's actually,
Americans are about 2 times.
you can
as
read
likely
from
to be
ChatGPT
unemployed
all
as
you
white
want.
Americans.
ChatGPT
And the source on that is the Economic Policy Institute.
ChatGPT is a racist.
The source on that is the
AI
Economic
chat.
Policy Institute.
Great.
Is the Economic Policy
Great.
Institute
I'm
racist?
glad you were able to do that. Now, look up the article in 2021 when 6% of white Americans were or white applicants were accepted and hired by Fortune 500 companies.
I looked at.
So
Are you going to say, Bo, that the Economic Policy Institute is lying?
No, I didn't say that.
Yes,
Did I?
So right, you didn't. So why are you now wanting to confine the story to study to 2021 when I gave you a wider range to prove my point?
You
Why are you
actually
now wanting
didn't
to
prove your
confine it?
point. There's plenty of facts out there and plenty of stories and allegories coming from writers' rooms in LA where they became more diverse and they stopped hiring white people. They stopped hiring white people for white jobs. In fact, you can't get hired at Netflix as a white man. They ask you if you're gay, Black, whatever, pansexual in order to get hired there. So don't sit here and say that it's not happening. And when I asked you what DEI was, you completely avoided the fact that it holds back white people on purpose. Why did you avoid that?
I didn't.
It did.
I
If
stated that
if it gives,
I said what its intent.
listen, this is easy logic. If it gives an advantage to other people like minorities, then it's holding back another group. Is that not true? How is that not true? That's a simple logical point.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Because
there's a program designed to give minorities a benefit, how does that not hold back another group that is just considered white?
You just refuted yourself with the key word minority. There is no way in the world that you can say that diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, which are designed to mitigate and combat, DEI exists because economic imbalance exists.
No, it exists because, and this is going back to you being a cultural Marxist. It exists because we live in a system.
Next.
It exists because we live in a system right now that's pushing towards Marxism more than anything, and it's taught through the institutions.
Pushing towards Marxism. Who's in the White House right now? A Marxist or a Republican? That I voted for.
Bro, that's a bad example.
What's a bad example?
What you just stated is a horrible example.
How?
Because it doesn't matter who's in the White House. It doesn't mean the system isn't corrupt and wrought full of communist Marxists. In fact, we were sitting across from 2 communists just a month ago. So don't sit here and tell me it's not happening.
Was Zena or Mason?
Zena's a communist, a proud communist.
She is, but do Zena or Mason hold political power right now?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No, it
I'm
doesn't.
talking about power. I'm talking about real power.
This is the problem. Is power doesn't matter because what is growing is dude. Power is, how should I say this? So,
what is power? Define power.
Power is who has control, and not necessarily control, but if we were to define power, power would be the person in the human experience is the power is who has control over someone else, right?
No, power is defined the power is defined as the freedom to act uninhibited. That's all it is. That is the core definition.
Let's use that. So power. What's your point with this whole power?
My point.
What I am saying is in the last 10 years,
what is then not
a communist movement is happening in this country, a cultural Marxist movement, and we got off the track of you being a cultural Marxist.
Yes, please tell me how I'm a cultural Marxist.
Because you're sitting here pushing DEI talking points that are disadvantaging white Americans on purpose in order to create a more equal and equitable society.
So you do know that the book that you claim to believe in advocates more for equality and proper stewardship than it does the opposite, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean at the expense of others.
Yeah, but
when Jesus of Nazareth said, "Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, and unto God that which is God's," what was he talking about?
You tell me.
No. If you read the Bible, you have the notes.
I didn't say I read the Bible. I said I was a Christian.
What Christian don't read the Bible?
I do read the Bible. I haven't been all the way through it.
So, okay. Well, then, so Jesus, this is going to be easier than I thought. So you're telling me that the God you claim to believe in, how much of the Bible have you read? Let's start there first. Because I'm a former atheist.
Let's just go ahead.
No.
What's your point?
So when Jesus makes that statement, what he's advocating for is you give the government what is due to it. You give God what is due to that. Show me anywhere in the Bible where God advocates the unjust taking of property from someone. Let's start with that.
I don't know.
It doesn't exist.
Okay.
It's not there.
So what's your point?
My point is, if you call yourself a Christian, that means that the ontological basis of your worldview, it should be led, directed, and foundationally guided by that book.
So
what you have proven this entire time,
given what you just said, let me get in here.
Now you want to get in because now I'm going to kick. Now I'm going to show you why I know you're full of crap,
bro.
The argument
I can't even
make sense.
No, given what you just said. To take from others is exactly what reparations is. You said property.
No, I said, can you show me anywhere where God
you
justifies?
Just said,
no, I'm going to repeat what I said. Can you show me anywhere in the Bible where God justifies the taking away of property from someone that is innocent? That's
I don't know where does it do that?
It's not there.
So then why would you take money away from other people to give to others and or give them advantages over other people in a society?
I'm not taking away money.
Yes, you are. You're actually advocating. No, your reparations plan was to give people home ownership or better loan opportunities, taking it away from other people. You don't get priority, you get equality. That's what's fair.
I'm asking for equality.
No, you're not. You want to be in control of what other. This is a bad example.
You know who Adam Clayton Powell Jr. is?
No.
He was a U.S. congressman he's for at one point in the 60s, he was the most powerful black man in America. And he gave a very simple speech on black power. He said, black power means black dignity. It means we don't want any more than you have, but we're not going to take any less than what you got. That's it. That's all black people in this country have ever advocated for. That's all we've ever wanted.
At the expense of others. That's what DEI is.
No, you keep, Bo, I need you to get out of the frame of mind that this is about white men, white women. Get out of that. No, this is about the United States federal government
and the federal government instituting DEI practices across the entire country, which is cultural Marxism.
No,
yes, it is.
Did the United States federal government pay Japanese Americans $80,000 after they were legally interned?
Yeah, directly to people that were Indian.
My point is this: why did we not get the reparations when we were set free? Because what we were really giving.
Andrew Johnson decided that was a Confederate. No, it was Johnson. There was a Confederate sympathizer that came in after Lincoln, decided that he didn't want to give you guys your 40 acres and a mule, and that's why he didn't get initial reparations.
And who was he?
A Democrat.
Right. What color was his skin?
That doesn't matter. So you're the one that keeps saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter about the color of skin," and you're the one that keeps bringing it up.
I'm demonstrating.
White people have power. Yada this, yada that. But you're
to you.
No, you're not demonstrating anything.
Government, when controlled by when it just so happens that when controlled by white people, it was a white man that made that decision.
Yeah, and Lincoln made the decision to free the slaves.
Yeah, he also made the statement that if he could keep the Union together without having to free one slave, he would have done it.
But he did it.
And then I'm not worried about what he did.
And then thousands of people died for your freedom. And you are ungrateful.
Thousands more of my ancestors were killed by people that look like you just because we were black. We couldn't even kiss a white woman or marry a white woman without.
See, you can't even be thankful. You're ungrateful.
Thankful for what? For doing what
your
you were supposed to do?
No, that you live in the greatest society that's ever existed.
Oh, that's true. I think America's the greatest country in the world.
And you
don't mean it ain't flawed as hell.
more. You're a victim. That's what I'm getting at.
I'm not a victim,
You
bro.
are. It's really
the
sad.
argument you're just making is full of shit because you're unwilling to admit that as a
Fact is, our people built this shit. Our people built everything, including the motherfucking government that's fucking shitting on us on a daily. Our people did it. Our people did it. So it doesn't fucking matter. I remember they were fucking undesirables, working off the motherfucking debt, and they got paid after the fact. And he's not even mentioning the fucking black codes that we wouldn't go and collect black people and bring them back to white slave owners because their property went running off. You know what I mean? Forget to talk about that. Like, because I want to know where this white dude's from. You know what I mean? Where's his family from? Because I'm sure they fucking migrated over here. And not to mention all these little treaties and shit. If it wasn't the white people that reneged on all the fucking promises, on all the treaties, just hurry up and wait. Just sit there and take it. So he's not. This is not a fair little discussion right here because old boy wants to exclude his white portion of the history.
a white man for 250 plus years, white folks fucked up in this nation.
No, how did we fuck up?
Here's why. Because you subjugated somebody.
Better yet, how did I fuck up?
Well, you fucked up with the arguments that you're making. That's how you fucking up right now. I'm going to just tell you. You're showing that your white male ego is so damn fragile that when confronted with the truth, you'd rather run from it and spew narcissistic, ridiculous bullshit talking points like calling me a cultural Marxist, which you can't even.
You are.
How? What have
I've already told you multiple times.
Did?
The fact that you DEI practices, the fact that you continue to repeat talking points like the oppressor versus the oppressed, the fact that you talk about colonizer, all the same energy.
The fact that white people are still colonizing when they prefer gentrification, that's a form of colonization right there. Whether anybody wants to admit it or not, that's a fucking sure sign when they come and push us out of our fucking neighborhoods that we didn't want to be in the first motherfucking place and made homes for ourselves, come push their way in and try and then cry fucking poverty and motherfucking oh my god, we can't go to the parks, the black people are there, like that other shit that fucking Jesse was showing like last week, crying and talking all this shit. I remember when them motherfuckers couldn't even look us in the fucking face and jumped off the curve. I miss them motherfucking days. There's that's a form of colonization. The fact that they can push their white privilege and white power around to convince black people to bow down and submit and go along with their fucking I'm white and I say so fucking lies and tactics is another form of colonization. By colonizing the mind, or colonizing the motherfucking situation. Them taking advantage and collecting money off of black pain, black plight, the black plight, black pain, black death, black anything minus joy is a situation. Them cutting funding for certain fucking black events and to say, oh well, you should just be stuck on being happy on Black History Month and one other little, whatever little festivals you want to have, figure out how to fund them when knowing good and goddamn well they can fund every other motherfucking agenda, but they continuously shit on us. So yeah, that's a form of colonization. The fact that you push buffer classes to go ahead and push white supremacy's fucking talking points and behaviors is another fucking form of colonization, just by a buffer class or an agenda. Speaking of motherfucking living in a world of pure utter imagination with these agendas that seem to get things passed through legislation. You know what I mean? Bills, whatnot, fucking safety nets. They're looked at, certain classes of people are looked at as protective citizens, where we're still not. We're not even a protected class. We have to, like for example, I'll give you a real quick example. Like this thing I'm working at, I have to we have to codify the term. I make sure I did it. Okay, codify the terms that are going on right now. Foundational Black American, freedmen, foundational Black American. You mean what that means? What do you call it? What that means to us, lineage wise. Why not everybody can claim reparations? What we're looking for as far as through genealogy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What has already been broken down, what's stipulated. You know what I mean? Meaning so that there's not some motherfucking high yellow light skinned motherfucker like me that's not on the same motherfucking wavelength, or like that motherfucking cracker right there, he can also claim reparations. You see, you dig? I'm not talking about me personally. Me personally, I'm a whole different animal. Don't let the shade deflect the motherfucking message. I'm working on my shit. Okay. However, that does not stop me from speaking on something very simply put, very, very easy to understand. We have to codify every single fucking thing when it comes to creating bills, policies, such as like give you another crime, a crime bill, right? We need a crime bill. You hear Professor Black Truth talk about it all the time, right? It's serious, it's specific, it means what it means, right? There's people like me that are kind of like real nationalist about it, right? And kind of in my Dr. Khalid Muhammad type shit. I'm always about punishment, right? However, to be fair, I had to look at things from another perspective and still keep with the same mindset so that it could go through without any real hindrances, right? Certain things I had to like kind of reword. You know what I mean? Because I can't just say, well, I put everybody in a motherfucking box. Let the killers just handle it. I can't just say that. So, you dig? But what I'm saying to you is that we had to codify every single thing. Like the 9 bill packet that I'm working on, that I'm done working on. I figured out that there's maybe 2 or 3 things I want to go back and readjust, right? But the most important thing was we had to codify several terms, right? Native Black American or Aboriginal, right? That's not the same thing as a $5 pretendian. Foundational Black American, freedmen, you know what I mean? Freedmen as it's separate, as its own thing too, as well as a connector word. We have to codify those languages, because then it can mean anybody with black skin can try to push their way into foundational Black American stance on reparations. You see how it's already breaking down, how motherfuckers are already acting about this shit, right? Or behaving about it. Okay, this is just a prime example. This is like this is a I'm white and I say so example. But then you got tethers, you got motherfuckers buffer classes already talking shit, you know, about our stances on it and where we're at, what we deserve, what we shouldn't get. None of that is none of their fucking business. It's a debt that is fucking owed by the federal government. That's it. That's all. There's a specific group of people that are owed this fucking debt. Their descendants are owed this debt. Okay? And 80, let's say 75% of it is a stimulation to the economy. Okay? They're not seeing all that. They're just talking all this shit. This is like wolf tickets, right? But the specific lineage of people that are owed a fucking debt, a blood fucking debt, okay? Meaning people have died for it. Our ancestors have died for it. You know what I mean? We can go back several generations of fucking ancestors that have bled, sweat, and toil into this particular thing, okay? And we're talking about now, 2026. It's even worse right now. Why? Because they're actively shitting in our face in public. Like, they're actively showing blatant fucking racism, right? Because we're already delineating, okay, from African American. We're delineating from foreign blacks. That could be anybody in the fucking diaspora, from Africa to the Latin diaspora. here. We're separating ourselves from fucking coons, bedwenches, and mammies, and fucking charlatans and whatever. So we're doing a lot of this stuff, and we're trying to. There's several fucking states where there's a handful of people, handful meaning 5 or 6, that are actually doing work on the legislation side. Okay, and it's important work because it's everything that Saturday, Sundays, and fucking all through the week is about, with cutting the check, fucking with Jason Black, whatever Jason Black's teaching us, motherfucking Professor Black Truth, right? Tariq Nasheed. These are Dr. Claude Anderson, Vicky Dillard, several of those are the veterans, right? The veteran types, right? And then you got the nuance, you got the new wave, right? You got Chase, you got OG45, you got motherfucking Water God, you got fucking Black Alpha Network, you got Church of Black Power, you got Breeze Omega, you got Frontline Black News, you got fucking this portion, you got all kinds of new signal boosters, you got Sincere Love to God and Nicety Girl, you got motherfucking you got elements, right, that are doing the work, okay? And these are certain things we had to codify that are very fucking important, because without the codification of it, that means anybody and everybody can act like they are they can receive something that our ancestors fucking bled and died for, from start to finish. Everybody has a motherfucking opinion, but there's only a handful of motherfucking people working on it through legislation, through the legislature. I remember one time Jason Black said, "Don't wait for Jason Black to come do it. If you want something done, go do it." So like that's some crazy shit like that. And that put a battery in my fucking back. It was like, all right, let me do my portion of the motherfucking war. You know what I mean? Let me do my piece of the revolution. You dig? And let me do my portion just in case I don't, make it to fucking 2028. Let me just get my shit started, because that way I can, feel like we did what we could, you know what I mean? Or we did what we can, and the fucking fight isn't over. This is a marathon, baby. It's supposed to be long and drawn out, but they're escalating it. So as long as they're escalating it, we're escalating with it. You dig? And this kind of shit, like this debate right here, like, dude, the white dude is way off. The white dude's fucking he's just there. I don't even know what the fuck he's there for. The light-skinned dude, I don't know, man, but he's not on the same page, because it starts with a fucking check. Just like old boy said, it does start with a check and it leads to other things. And they're not being open-minded enough. You know what I mean? Like, I have serious thoughts about this shit. Lots of things that need to be codified. You don't see that happening. You don't see any of these people talking about that shit. They just expect the work to get done. And certain things like HB 40 has been sitting there collecting what just to say 38 years. We've been debating on this 38 years, right? Some shit like that. Sitting there collecting dust, they blow the dirt off of it and they act like they're gonna do something with it, and they never move the fucking needle. This right here is FBA between Gen X and the fucking millennials right after Gen X, moving the fucking needle so that our children hopefully are not, hopefully can reap the reward of being able to create generational wealth, as long as we're gonna have to get it started for them. You dig? We're gonna have to get it started for them, and we can't just wait it out like they've been trying to wait out everybody to pass reparations. Like look at what they did to the elder in Tulsa. They're waiting her out. You dig? They're waiting everybody out, and that's not gonna happen on this with this scenario that we are living in right now. Okay, because there's too many Gen Xers like myself and several others that won't allow it to happen. They're too set on show us your work type shit, or let me ask the right questions, or let me make a difference this way. If I can't be disrupted that way, let me be disrupted this way. You know what I mean? And let's get it started. Especially like in this case, in our case, we're in Colorado. This is a KKK state. This is racism, white supremacy, all day, every day. And the people that are here, I want to just say, and I want to keep saying it, it's only a handful of on-code motherfucking, not black and not just black like when you see them in public, but are all the way, all day long black. And they believe in what the fuck we're believing. See what I'm saying? Not no Pan-Africanist, but just straight, let's get to the business, cut the fucking check. This is what it's supposed to look like. Well, don't worry about how we maneuver funds for whatever we're going to do with it. That's none of your motherfucking concern. The federal government owes it. It's a fucking blood debt. And if we don't make it, then our children and their children is going to be sitting in the same fucking spot talking about our parents fought for us to get to this motherfucking point and their ancestors fought to get to that point. And it's a blood debt that's fucking owed. You see what I'm saying? So I say these things because they're quite important.
Cultural Marxism. You did in Jubilee.
No, you mentioned.
No. In Jubilee, you said, I don't like colonization.
Yeah, you said hashtag colonizer.
Yeah. As a joke. And you guys went off the rails of it. And you said, I don't like colonization. I don't like colonization. You should be thankful for colonization. Look at the world we created.
Be thankful for the subjugation of other people. That's not a Christian.
Is colonization Christian? You went straight back to the victim.
Watch this, Sean. Question. Is colonization a Christian tactic? Does Jesus advocate for colonization? Say that. So then what the fuck are you talking about?
You're the one that brought up the Christian perspective. I did not.
You call yourself a Christian. You try to quote the Bible that I used to not believe in. And what you will not do is sit across from me. Of course.
So I was prepared.
You know why I brought the Bible up, Bo? Because I'm actually a Christian. I actually believe. No.
You keep yelling. It doesn't make
because
you right.
I actually believe
you're a victim.
No, I'm not a victim.
You are.
The reason that I don't mind quoting the Bible is because the Bible is the presupposition upon which my actions are based. I will suspend belief for following any fucking political party the second that it comes into conflict with the cross of Jesus of Nazareth. And there is nowhere in the Bible. Married? There is nowhere.
Are you married?
No.
Are you divorced?
No.
You have a child.
I do.
So you're having sex out of wedlock. You're a bad Christian.
Sure did. So did King David.
Bad Christian.
So did David. So did Solomon. So did Noah. So did Abraham.
You're sitting here.
That's why Jesus came to die.
So you follow the book so well.
I do. In the book, you know what the book says? The book says human beings are flawed creatures incapable of saving themselves, which is why God incarnated himself in flesh. So I'm going to ask you again: does the Bible advocate for colonization instead of running from the question?
Does the Bible advocate for reparations?
Answer that question. Yes.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Hey, why did he ask what color Jesus is? That would be most entertaining for me. What color is Jesus?
Do you know what the year Jubilee is in the Bible? The year Jubilee is every 50 years, all debts would be wiped away in Jewish culture. That's literally a biblical principle. So before you say it doesn't, the Bible absolutely advocates for reparations.
It does not.
It advocates for the wiping away of debt. Show me I'm wrong then.
Let's see.
Show me wrong then.
What the Bible said is restitution in Scripture is always personal, immediate, and by the guilty party. I am not guilty of your slavery. I have never been racist towards you. Again, you keep changing to the government.
I don't care about you. I want where the power is. I don't give a damn about you, Bo.
The power doesn't give a damn about both of us. And that's what you don't get.
No, I do understand. That's why I'm running for Congress in 2030.
And I hope and I pray to God that you don't get it, because the fact that you
you're praying to the wrong God. I guarantee it. The one I worship is going to make sure I get in there.
I pray to God that you don't, because I'm going to be honest. If you want to give out reparations to people that don't deserve it, I don't think you're going to be good for our country.
Who are you to tell black people they don't deserve some shit they built?
What did you build?
My ancestors built this country.
And so did mine.
Each one of us got paid for
Are you
it.
special?
Are you
autistic?
Your ancestors got paid, didn't they?
That doesn't matter.
The fuck do you mean it doesn't matter?
Your ancestors are motherfucking undesirables, cuz. And criminals. They had to come and help. They had to come help. What the fuck is he talking about? Should have got them at the shore, man. Should have got them at the shore. Because, you don't deserve it. It's not about deserving. It's about what's owed. It's a fucking federal debt. It's owed. It's owed. I mean, we really want to be technical. You could just keep adding on how it's owed, including the acts on the government. You know what I mean? That three-fifths of law, that three-fifths thing. How we got the fucking real quick, hold on, the word's losing me. Electoral votes. I mean, the whole White House is being picked up and dismantled as we speak. That right there was built by slaves. I mean, literally. So what the fuck is he talking about? and he looks like he looks like one of them Patriot Front motherfuckers that jump out the U-Haul. This dude is taking his good moments to really check him either.
I'm sorry, Sean, but in the United States of America,
no, you're talking to me here. Listen to me. Listen to me.
No,
there's three people.
You can't do that. You're fucking submissive to that bullshit. He tried to pull that I'm white and I say some shit, or I'm white. Pay attention to me so I can continue to lie in your face.
You can't deny.
In the United States of America, you can't work 40 hours a fucking week and not get paid for it. So if my people did work in this country for 244 fucking years and didn't get paid for it, they are owed a little bit of bread. Period. Point blank in the story. There are laws on
like
the
I
books
said,
right now.
ungrateful.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's sad.
Well,
and let me finish. So you cannot deny that white people also built this country, regardless of who was paid or not. We both built this country. That's the key. This is what I'm talking about. You're a victim.
No, it's about money.
No, you're a victim.
I just want the check. I want the same thing this guy advocated for. I want the same thing King advocated for.
What, fairness?
Yes, fairness and equality.
So fairness is stealing from others and giving to yourself. Okay,
no, fairness.
Great.
That's not stealing.
Yeah, and you said cut the check. You said he was coming. We were coming to Washington to get our check. Sounds pretty fucking simple to me.
Yeah, it is.
Economic recompense is stealing. If you stole
8 generations later, it is.
Okay, well then, if it's 8 generations later, then explain to me why why it would be
generations later. Well, I guess I got to do the work of the ancestors and collect what they couldn't do. That's how I put it. And they couldn't do it. They weren't able to do it. Well, I guess here I am, the motherfucking villain to get it done. You know what I mean? 8 generations later. They couldn't get it done. Here I am. I'm right here. I got all the motherfucking time in the world. And I best believe I'd outrun this motherfucking white dude. That's what I would have said.
Such a problem. Again, I said that the reparations doesn't have to be the full $250,000.
It shouldn't be anything.
It shouldn't be anything.
We should, as a society.
So y'all just get to get away. So you just get to get away with systematically saying, to hell with black people, get on the boat, build the land, build the White House, but we're not going to pay you or your descendants shit for $250,000.
You're such a victim.
I'm not a victim. I'm acknowledged. I'm a historian, but not a victim.
You're a victim. We as a country should be moving towards fairness and equality for all.
How do you do that without holding somebody accountable?
By giving them freedom and able to build themselves.
Oh, so give them. So when slaves were set free, did they get anything?
I didn't say that.
Right.
I said set them free and let them build themselves. No, you keep going back to this argument, and what I'm saying is I'm not for it.
We're talking about a foundational argument.
The foundational, you deserve money is what you're talking about. You deserve recompense.
Well, if the economic impact of what they did has lasted for so fucking long, I would imagine so.
See, that's what I'm saying. You're a victim. The economic impact hasn't lasted that long. You've been brainwashed to think that it has.
How long have black people had equivalent rights in this country in full? You just acknowledged
almost 100 years.
Almost 100 years.
Yeah.
Which means it ain't.
So pull yourself up by your bootstraps and get to getting.
Right. I'm getting to getting. But this is not just about me. This is about the generations of people. If we know.
Don't you think it's a little bit of a victim mentality to complain about something that happened 100 years ago? Because if I was sitting here complaining about how my mom and dad got divorced, my mom had a stroke, and my dad left us, you'd be like, why are you complaining about that? You're a 36-year-old man. So at some point, you got to get over the past and move on to the future. And I'm begging you that you get over the past and move on to the future.
Well, you know, I'll get over it.
And you can't because you're a victim.
I'll get over it. I'll get over it. See, this is the thing, Bo. This is the problem. It's not being you could argue that black people were a victim in this country of systemic.
You weren't a victim. You pretend and masquerade to be. And that's what we're sick of.
No, I don't.
Yes.
I don't pretend to masquerade.
In fact, black Americans receive 25% of the welfare. 1/3 of them go to prison. Isn't that reparations? They're getting stuff paid.
How is prison reparations?
Well,
What the fuck
let's
did you just say?
A prisoner on average is $80,000 a year to the taxpayer. Sounds like reparations to me. 3 years, that's over $250K.
So locking up black people is a form of reparations. You really gonna say that shit on a national platform with 12 million?
No, what I'm saying is 1 in 3. What I'm saying is 1 in 3 black men end up in prison.
Is that reparations though, or is that proof of or is that further proof that black people are victims of the very same government that you're saying is not oppressive?
Hello again, you're a victim.
No, historically, so can we fact check this, please? Who has a higher conviction rate for false crimes, blacks or whites? Now that's something we can fact
probably
check.
whites.
I'll fact check it.
Please.
Who has a higher conviction rate?
That's not
false crimes, black or white people. Let's see this. You think it's whites?
Who's more falsely convicted? That would be the
falsely convicted, probably blacks.
And they're falsely convicted and thrown in jail, which proves
black people are 7 times more likely to be wrongfully convicted of murder than white people.
And I just said that, right?
Well, zippity do fucking da. So now that's a current piece of where black brothers and sisters are still victims of racially systemic society.
So
that's a racially sick society.
So you think it's all racists' fault for locking up black people? There's nothing on the black population for committing crimes.
There's a lot on the black.
Why does 6% of the nation, because 13% are black Americans, 6% are male, commit 50% of the violent crimes?
Because they black people have a psychological issue. There's a deep.
That's a great response. I agree.
There's a deep psychological issue. This has been well documented that when black males grow up without a father, they're 10 times more likely to engage in criminal behavior. When they grow up without access to resources, they have been demonstrating. All
you guys heard all of that, right?
Because they've been so economically subjugated. When people do not have basic resources, they tend to crime. They tend to do things.
So you're excusing crime because they don't have basic resources.
I'm explaining. Yes. You asked why does it happen? I explain why it happened.
No, there are other groups that don't have that problem and don't go to crime at the rates that black men do.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay.
You simply asked me, why does it happen? I explained why it happens. Never said it was justified. Where you're not going to run from is you just tried to say that white people are under attack from the system, which is bullshit, because if that's the case, then we would have nearly equivalent conviction rates for whites and black Americans, which we don't. Black males in the United States are 7 times more likely to go to jail falsely, which is still proof that racism is still alive in this country. Can you admit that?
Or does it prove that our court system is unjust?
Who runs the court system still? White folks?
I don't know.
You don't.
I would say it's a mix of a lot.
I would. If you don't know, I would highly suggest you get more of a government and political education before sitting across from someone like me. I would highly
like you. What, a victim?
No, someone that has that's obviously understanding the history and the data and the facts. It's not hard to pick up a book and read. You know, at one point they made it illegal to teach slaves to do that in this country, by the way.
Oh yeah, I know. You were playing victim again.
No, I'm telling you.
You know what? At one point, slaves didn't know the English language.
Family.
I'm pretty good.
Family.
I have one more meeting.
Sorry about that, family. I'm doing like 2 other serious things in the background. Jesse fucking multitask. I know I can't do it. I just want to make sure you guys are able to hear the dialogue, because I have to mute just when I'm talking on the Zoom meeting. We're doing the work of the city. God damn it. So I just want to make sure you guys can hear it. Whoever's in the chat, can you hear it when I'm gonna push play? But I'm gonna mute it. I just need to know. Just give me a thumbs up, black power fist or something, if you could hear it. Okay, I'm playing it right now.
Language is that a point?
Yeah.
So they couldn't have had a job because they didn't know how to talk or communicate in this world. In fact, Africa didn't have a written dialect for hundreds of years, thousands of years.
This has to be the most insanely hilarious debate I have ever engaged in, because you are literally running away from answering history. Nothing I have said in this entire conversation, Bo, is not historically provable. The fact that you want to run and psychologically intellectually tap dance from the facts proves the only thing that you give a damn about is spreading a bullshit narcissistic narrative that runs from the truth.
How am I running from the truth?
Because you keep saying that I'm a victim when all I'm doing is quoting the fucking historical record.
No, we came here to talk about reparations. You want reparations for your people, which I think is a victim mentality, because you have never experienced slavery. I have never been a slave owner. You've never experienced segregation. You experienced racism one time in your life, and you want reparations.
What about my brothers and sisters that we just proved are 7 times more likely to be locked up just because they're black and falsely convicted?
And that's wrong. And guess what?
Is that not racist?
Is that not racist? It may or may not be racist.
You don't have the capacity to just say yes or no, do you? That's just
no.
You don't just say that, can you?
Okay, Joe Biden was a racist when he basically said
you can't just say fuck Joe Biden. You can't just say you guys agree on that. You can't just say that yes, racism still exists when it's provable that black people have a 7 times higher false conviction rate than whites. You don't want to admit that's racist, do you?
I want to say that we live in the least racist society ever.
You just can't fucking do it.
No, why would I?
Can't do it.
And you can't sit here and say reparations are wrong. Why would I bend to your argument?
They're not wrong.
They are. Because they're horrible. You're a victim. That's what I've been saying the whole time.
You want to argue, you want to tell the truth. If you just want to argue, we can do that all day long.
You've been arguing the whole time. You wouldn't even let me get a word in half the time.
Facts, Bo.
No,
this
you've been arguing the whole time.
This isn't surrounded. There's nobody to come save you from me. It's not happening.
I don't need saving. You do. Find Christ.
I worship the man. man.
Yeah, clearly you don't worship everything he says. Ezekiel 18. Do I have to repeat it to you?
You advocate
the son shall not bear the guilt of the father, nor the father bear the guilt of the son.
It's not the government.
We weren't talking about the government. You brought the
Bible. The government this entire time.
No, you brought the Bible, and so I quoted the Bible, and then you don't like it, and you go back to the government every time I bring up a quote from the Bible you don't like.
I quoted Christ.
I quoted Christ.
That was Christ speaking in Ezekiel. You're the same man that just said you haven't read the Bible all the way through.
I'm quoting the Bible right here.
That's not Christ talking.
You're right. It's Ezekiel.
Right, which is not Jesus of Nazareth. That's the Bible, but you're misapplying it. And you just said you haven't read the whole book, so that means I can't even really trust what the fuck you're talking about. Sorry, Lord, couldn't help it. So who are you to quote the Bible to somebody when you haven't even read the entire book? Well, that's insane.
Because you brought it up.
You're misapplying it.
How am I misapplying that?
Stated again, the son shall not bear the
guilt of the father, nor the father bear the guilt of the son.
I'm talking about a government institution.
I understand that.
So then don't use that quote because you're
asking taxpayers.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. What is a government institution paid for by the taxpayer? So you're asking the taxpayers to give reparations.
No, I'm actually asking the private Federal Reserve that prints every dollar that we have to us at interest to give us what we're owed.
So do you think that's really a good idea? Do you think it's good to put us further into debt? Do you think it's good to put us further in inflation for the betterment of your people? By the way,
if I became president in 15 years, like I told Schenck, we wouldn't have inflation under my plan.
Oh yeah, well, how so?
Because I would reenact the gold standard.
You think it's that easy? You think we have gold? They wouldn't even check the gold standard.
Well, you do know the first thing I would do would be to check Fort Knox, right?
And what happens if it's not there?
We find out where it is, Bo.
Okay, and if it's not there, and we don't know where it is, we don't have it. So you can't put us on it.
Well, you don't know. We don't know where it is.
And what do you think? You can just erase the world debt and go back to gold?
No,
that's an insane thing to think.
No, it's not. You rescale it. You do what FDR did when he passed Executive Order 6102 when he took us off the gold standard. He passed Executive Order 6102, which forced Americans to turn in all gold bullion to the Treasury.
You're assuming the gold is still there.
Obviously, you have to assume I'm not the president. I don't have the classification to go into Fort Knox, do I?
So and I said if it's not there,
I don't give a fuck if was a fifth, we'd be drunk right now. So I'm operating off of the principle that if it's there, stop running from what I'm saying. Stop trying to make yourself seem right.
You've been running around everywhere.
No, I've been directly answering the bullshit you've been spewing, and I've been trying to stick to my point. You've been doing the same thing you did on Jubilee, which is this intellectual tap dance of where you want to say some shit that you think will get clips because it'll make you sound right or sound smart.
This is not about clips. This is about talking about reparations. No, we're here
to talk about two things: reparations and how I'm a cultural Marxist. We've addressed one. You haven't really refuted shit I'm saying. And the more interesting
I've refuted a lot of the shit that you're saying and called you a victim because I disagree with what you're saying.
You didn't. I'm not a victim, Bo.
You are.
Calling out history is not being a victim.
No, complaining about it is.
Oh, so telling the truth is complaining about it.
No.
Telling the truth that a white Supreme Court justice said that a black man has no rights, he's bound to respect. That's being a victim.
You complain about it 100 years later makes you a victim, yes.
100 years
You asked me a question. Yes, you're a victim.
Well, as of 2025, which is current modern day, black people are still, how many times is it? 7 times more likely?
That's for murder. For drug crimes, it's 12 times. For sexual assault, it's 3 to 4 times.
So murder is 7, drugs is 12, sexual assault is 3.
And that's wrong.
Right.
Okay.
That's racist.
I don't think it's racist.
Because you're incapable. Obviously, you're incapable of deep intellectual thought if you can't just admit that's racist.
That's not true.
It is. You're doing the same thing with me you did with Isaiah Martin. When somebody is right, Bo, you don't lose points for admitting
Isaiah Martin
right.
barely talked when I was there.
Bo.
I laid into him because he was being dishonest and disingenuous.
Bo, the only word you used in that entire debate was disingenuous, and you couldn't even refute the man's points when it wasn't that hard to do. All I'm asking you to do is
I did, and it was pretty easy.
I'm asking you to do is this. Are you capable of admitting that racism is still prevalent enough to be a deterrent in the United States of America?
Be a deterrent?
Yes, to upward social and economic movement. Are you willing to admit that? Can you concede that point?
No. This is what I mean. You are blaming racism for your lack of success.
No.
For others' lack of success. And I think you need to get over it and move on.
I'm not blaming racism as a standalone. Let me make that abundantly clear. I am blaming the lasting impact that originally racist policies had in the United States of America. It is well documented even to this day right now that black homes are on average valued 33.68% lower than white homes.
Why? Because they're located in ghettos or they're located in...
It doesn't matter where, Bo.
It does matter.
You can go from Beverly Hills all the way down to Florida.
Why are black neighborhoods riddled with liquor stores and everything else?
All black neighborhoods are not riddled with that. You're not listening to what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I know you just want to say shit for the clips. Listen to what I'm saying. From 1946 all the way to 2026, black homes are historically valued lower than white homes, regardless of the amount of crime in an area, Bo. Is that not racist?
So let's say this.
Answer that. Are you capable of just
Is it in a black neighborhood?
I just said it. Jesus, Nazareth. I just said that. How many times do I have to repeat myself?
So if it's a,
can you admit that that is the case and that that is racist when it occurs?
If
a white fucking do it. You're great. You're a better politician than I'm going to be. I tell you, your ability to not just answer.
Why don't you shut up for a second and let me answer the question?
Amazing.
It's okay.
Go ahead.
Sometimes we got to bob and weave.
No,
you ever heard that? Trump's famous.
I throw
for
straight jabs when I'm debating.
Nah,
I don't
bro.
do that shit.
You're not good at it.
Oh well, Amanda Seals would disagree with you. I think
Amanda Seals is a retard.
I think the entire Jubilee team would disagree with you.
Yeah. Well, oh, so what? All the Democrats agree with you?
No.
You mean the Jubilee team that
no.
Come on, bro. It's not biased at all. That's why you keep getting invited back because you're preaching reparations and you're preaching.
Invited back the same amount of times I have.
No, you got invited back a lot more. Let me answer your
probably
question.
just because I'm better.
Let me
That's
answer
not being a victim.
No, definitely because it's you have all their ideas.
Absolutely not.
Let me answer your question. So you asked if it's racist that black neighborhoods are appropriated at less than white neighborhoods
across the whole country.
If a black house or a black person owns a house and a white person owns a house right next to each other, and that one's valued lower, even though it's the same house, yes, that's racism. Just because a neighborhood has less of a less appropriation than a white neighborhood, we got to look at the neighborhood. You can't just say it's racist. Maybe the houses are half the size. Maybe the acreage is half the acreage. You ever thought of that?
When the homes are equivalent in the neighborhood, which is usually standard, especially for homeowners associations, all the
you said black neighborhood,
right?
Okay, so black neighborhood is a majority of black people.
Bo, I'm not only again. Let me restate this one more time. I'm not only speaking about how homes that are in predominantly black neighborhoods. When there are black home owners, regardless of the area, if the owner of a home in any given section of this nation is black, that home is on average valued at least 33% lower than the white counterpart, regardless of who dominates the neighborhood.
The white home right next to it. That's what you're saying.
Correct.
Then that is wrong.
That's what I've been saying this entire time.
You haven't. You said black neighborhood.
No, I said both.
Hence the confusion.
It wasn't
it's not
confusion.
both.
You're just you're not listening.
No,
you're listening to respond, not listening to actually understand what the fuck I'm saying.
No, you should be clear on how you're explaining things. You said black neighborhood.
No, I said black homes.
Homes. What am I supposed to assume? Did you say black homes in a white neighborhood?
Well, if you assume, you make an ass of yourself. But when
if you clearly explain something, I can understand what you're saying.
I did.
No, you didn't. Maybe you should add more context.
I've explained to you multiple times that black people
this entire yeah, I think we fundamentally just disagree. Why don't we move on to the next topic, cultural Marxism, and we can talk about that.
Why not? This would be even easier than talking about reparations. What of my belief system?
It's not your belief system. It's what you say. You use the.
I say what I believe.
So you believe the oppressor versus the oppressed argument.
I believe that.
And do you think white people are oppressors?
So you're going to ask me a question, then cut me off in the middle of answering.
I'm sorry.
I said that in order to colonize a nation or to colonize anything, all you need is two classes: an oppressor and the oppressed. That can be anyone of any race.
Anyone of any race. Okay, that's less of the cultural Marxist point, but
that's the same point I made on Jubilee. It's literally the same point.
When you're saying oppressor versus oppressed, when you're saying colonizer, you're using all the same language that cultural Marxists use. That's why it's very easy to confuse that with you being a cultural Marxist.
You said the UK was being colonized because the number one name is Muhammad. That's bullshit.
Well, how is that bullshit? Do you think
the number one name of the country being Muhammad does not mean that they have more political power?
It's not about political power.
It's all about power. Everything is about power.
Actually, it is. Have you heard of gangs?
No. What are you talking about?
So you don't know anything about the English gangs where there are Islams and Muslims raping white English girls and then getting away with it and released.
But who's when you say getting away with it, who's releasing these people?
The judges.
You're saying the UK government is allowing this to take place.
Yes.
That's still not that's horrendous, but that's still not colonization.
Hold on. Let's actually define things. So colonization, the process where a foreign power establishes control over a territory and its people, involving land appropriation, exploitation, and cultural, social, and racial subjugation.
Which is what white folks did.
Would you agree with that? That's also what the North did to the South. So you should owe colonization a thank you because it's the reason you're free.
The North colonized the South when it was a civil war between American citizens?
Yeah,
Sounds fucking stupid.
Well, then you're fucking stupid.
No, you were fucking stupid for the shit you just said. A civil war between people that live in the same fucking country.
Can you listen, or can you listen?
Can you say something with some substance?
Are you capable of listening?
I'm capable of listening.
So then just shut up for a second. So
I'm trying. This is
the
a hard
process
thing to do.
where a foreign power, the North and the South, were two different. You could say same nation, two different ideas.
What the fuck? That's not foreign.
You can't listen
they
for
were
10
born
seconds.
in the same country, bro. That's bullshit.
Okay.
And you know that's
completely
bullshit.
Different ideas.
Were they
one
born
believes
in the
in
same
slaves,
country?
one doesn't.
Were they born in the same land? They're born in the same country, right? So they're not fucking foreign powers. You sound insane.
They were about to separate. In fact, the whole Civil War was
live in the same nation.
You
or
can't
not?
listen for 10 seconds, bro.
Can you answer that question?
Sure, they live in the same nation.
So that's not a fucking foreign
If they
power.
were separating, if they were getting ready to separate, there was going to be a North and the South. Would you consider that two different nations, two different ideas?
Fuck. I don't believe you just said this. That's insane. The Civil War was literally between American citizens. Brothers were shooting each other because one of them wanted slaves to be free.
Let's see.
The other one didn't.
Let's see. Two different groups, North and the South, would consider themselves foreign entities in the sense that they wanted to separate their powers. Established control. The North established control over a territory. The South.
Then why did the government
shut up?
Why did now you're yelling? Now
because
you're
you interrupt. You've been yelling the whole time.
Yelling, which is how we know that the emotional bullshit you're spewing is rattling you because you can't deal with the fucking facts. The United States federal government
been yelling
punished
for an hour and a half.
The U.S. federal government punished the South as if they had only done an act of treason. They didn't treat them as foreign entities. In fact, President Lincoln ensured that we would not punish the South and treat them as foreign invaders. We would simply punish them by enacting the very laws that guaranteed equality in the first place. So you're full of shit in the statement that you made.
Would you say Somalians coming into Minnesota, taking over and exploiting the government and the cultural and social and racial subjugation over there? Do you think that that's colonization?
No.
Why not? You don't think people invading our southern border and coming into our country is colonization?
Do they have more political power?
They're gaining it. That's what I'm saying. You keep leaning on political power. These people assume political power over time. When I talk about the communist revolution, they want all these people to be little communists. Eventually, the communists are going to win, and then we're shit out of luck. That's why when you push your DEI bullshit, which is also a communist term from the cultural Marxists in institutions, college institutions, you push that crap, and guess what? The communists are going to take over. Do you know how close we were from the communists taking over? Kamala Harris winning? We were this close for our nation being destroyed.
So you think that, first of all, you know Marxism and Christianity are inherently incompatible.
Doesn't mean you can't be a bad Christian and a Marxist at the same time.
No, it actually does mean that, because the founder of Marxism was Karl Marx, who was a diehard atheist.
This is
who
insane.
the fuck founded Marxism?
You have no nuance.
I have all the fucking nuance.
No, you don't.
Who founded Marxism?
Why can't you admit that you can be a bad Christian and a Marxist at the same time?
Because those ideologies are inherently incompatible.
So
Marxism is rooted in atheism. It's literally rooted in atheism.
Doesn't mean you can't adopt all the ideologies of Marxism and still claim you're a Christian.
You can't.
Yes, you can.
Not legitimately.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's legitimate or not, whether you're claiming it.
Anyone that studies history knows you can't do that. Karl Marx was a diehard atheist. He literally stated that one of the best things,
like I said, you can be a bad Christian and a Marxist at the same time.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
No, you cannot.
Do you know anything about the Frankfurt School that basically changed Marxism into cultural Marxism?
I know something about that, but
throughout the 80s and 90s, they changed it into a class, to a race war and a gender war. And these same terms that they're using, that's where I tend to think that you're a little bit of a cultural Marxist.
Okay, so I have only simply stated the intent and purpose of DEI. Never even said.
Well, you didn't even know England is being colonized.
It's not. You said this on Jubilee. I said it's not being colonized.
It is being
colonization.
Just because you say it's not doesn't mean it's not happening.
There's no colonizing country requires power. Yes or no?
So when gangs are able to get off because
colonizing country requires
stop interrupting.
Power, yes or no?
Yes, and I'm telling you how they get power.
So then they're not doing it. You're literally refuting yourself. And this is the easiest debate I've ever been in. You're refuting your own self because you're admitting that power is necessary. And if they don't have the political or economic power, they can't do shit.
So let me ask you this. If a gang moves into the UK and assumes political power by paying off political officials who then become patsies for this group, do they not have political power?
Have they done it?
Yes.
So the UK is now run by...
Bro, you should look up Tommy Robinson and get a foundation. You're sitting here claiming that they're not being colonized. You know nothing about the UK. You're sitting here claiming that the US...
with America, first of all.
Well, obviously you're not, because you don't care that 20 million people ran across our border and are changing our entire moral structure of this country.
I voted for Trump 3 times. I did care about the southern border. Otherwise, I wouldn't have voted for him.
Well, you obviously don't think...
That's cultural Marxism.
You don't think it...
Voting for a Republican is...
Do you think... No, I never said it... Bro, You're just
no. You call me
you're
a
all over the place. You are a cultural Marxist.
Then why would I vote for Trump 3 times?
It doesn't. Why can't a cultural Marxist vote for Trump?
Because Trump is the antithesis. He's an ultra nationalist.
When you
He's
are
the
repeating
opposite. Trump, stop.
Well,
Trump,
see,
is the opposite of Marxism. He is an ultra nationalist.
Here's why
Marxism believes in ownership of the state. Trump is the opposite of that.
Let me tell you how a cultural Marxist voted for Trump. Somebody that repeats all the same talking points, that wants reparations, that doesn't want to get rid of illegal aliens in this country.
I do want to get rid of illegal aliens. That's why I voted for the man.
You don't. I think I've heard you say you don't want to get rid of them all.
I never said that. I said that we should create I said we need to understand. I'm going to quote myself from Jubilee again. Never thought I'd have to quote myself this much. I must be doing something. I said that we need to create.
You're your own expert, I guess.
No, I just happen to know that I have a great memory. I read a lot. You know, it's a great thing. You know, I understand why it was made illegal 200 years ago for my folks. You know, reading, knowledge is power. When you want to stop illegal immigration stop coming into a country, you want to stop people from coming over a border illegally, you put a president in that actually is a nationalist, which is what I did.
What do you call 20 million people?
Donald Trump. I voted for President Trump 3 times because he is a nationalist, and I lean more towards Christian nationalism than I do communism. I don't lean towards excessive nationalism or communism at all.
What I said is you repeat cultural Marxist talking points.
How?
The oppressor versus, I've said it to you 4 or 5 times.
That's not a cultural Marxist talking point.
Oh, oppressor versus the oppressed? Yes, it is.
No, that's a truth statement.
No, it is not. When you claim that white people are the ones oppressing everybody. And you say
the United States of America, if they have more power, they have more proximity to the ability to oppress, and they use it. They've used it. I demonstrated.
So you're using how white people are the oppressor. But you're sitting here saying you're not a cultural Marxist. White people also gave you freedom. They've also destroyed segregation. They've given you the ability to be the most successful person you can be in this world, and you're still sitting here complaining about it. That's what I'm.
So you mean they gave me what the Constitution said I was supposed to have at birth, and these same white people that gave us the freedom, we had to fight and bleed and die, my folks, just to get the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment passed. So we had to fight and die by the thousands, over 255.
A lot of white people died for you too.
I don't give a shit. You should have never did it in the first place.
This is why I think you're a racist.
No,
you don't give a shit about them. You only care about yourself.
Thank God.
So maybe you're the narcissist. You ever thought about that?
Thank God they did what they were supposed to do, because they never should have committed the injustice in the first fucking place. You don't get credit for doing something that should have been done.
Ungrateful.
It's disgusting. Why do I need to be grateful for people that subjugated my people based on the color of their skin?
You know, grateful,
for finally having a change of heart and doing what they should have done.
Gratefulness goes a long way. And isn't gratefulness a Christian?
This is the craziest shit I have heard in 30 fucking years of life. You're telling me to be
this is the craziest thing you've ever heard, when somebody was openly racist to you when you were 17.
You are telling me to be grateful, because what you're asking me to be grateful for is for somebody doing some shit that they should have never had to do in the first place.
No,
they should have never had to be grateful
for your freedom. You should be grateful for your opportunities here. You should be grateful for living in the greatest nation in the world. We were one of the first ones to make sure slavery didn't exist. And us in England. Wow, white people. That's crazy, right?
Yeah, England was the same people that
you're
started
ungrateful.
slavery.
They didn't start slavery.
Who the fuck brought the slaves over here in 1619? America was
slavery's been going on for thousands of years
in the United States.
You didn't say that.
America.
You know, you were just talking about England.
No, I said the English brought the first slaves to the Americas, which were originally what? The 13th.
No, you said they started slavery,
right? In the 13 colonies.
But you didn't specify. You said they started slavery.
We're talking
so then
about
maybe
America, right?
again, you should specify.
Why do I need to specify people the same country we're talking about?
No, you said they started.
You want to win so fucking bad. It's all over your face. It's all in your bones.
You don't want to win.
You want some sort of a gotcha moment that you're not going to fucking get. We're obviously talking about the United States of America. And so if I'm telling you that the British were the ones that told us, nigga, get on that boat and come over here and help me build America by force, not by choice, which is what happened. Right? Oh, that's exactly what happened. When they put us on the Mayflower and the Nina and the Pinta and the Santa Maria, that's what happened. So white, British, European peasants brought people that looked like me over here and said, get on the boat. You're going to build America. I'm not going to pay you anything for it. And then 200 years later, don't ask me to recompense you economically for the very thing that led to America being the greatest nation on earth, which is a combination of whites and blacks, predominantly unpaid.
Thank you for finally
unpaid blacks.
Took an hour and a half for you to admit that.
Yeah, because a lot of y'all stole inventions from white people stole inventions from black Americans. There are thousands of uncredited.
You're such a victim, dude.
Am
it's
I?
Sad. Yeah.
When is telling the truth being a victim, Bo?
It's not about telling the truth.
Have I lied one time this
You're
time?
You're just mad and you want reparations for everything.
I don't want reparations for everything. I just what we deserve. That's it.
And what do you think you deserve?
Well, let's see. At minimum,
freedom's not enough.
Well, when we were set free, we were given no land like the Europeans. We were given nothing to get started on. We were given freedom to.
So freedom isn't enough. It's a yes or no question.
No,
you've done this
not that freedom.
Oh, so now it doesn't matter.
Not that freedom. No, it wasn't enough. It wasn't. Because it was freedom to hunger.
What will be enough?
It was freedom to the winds and rains of heaven. It was freedom with no land to cultivate, with no food to eat. It was the equivalent with the freedom that we got.
You want reparations?
The equivalent.
Here's your reparations.
Oh, of course, you do the shameless plug for that bullshit cologne. And I never got that supposed 5% that you were supposed to.
Well, you were supposed to send me an email, weren't you?
I'm not going to send you an email.
You don't want this.
You probably didn't sell enough. You probably didn't sell enough.
How about this?
You probably didn't.
Is that enough for you?
That's a great.
See, that's the problem.
Plug.
Is it'll never be enough for you.
Your cologne don't mean that cologne that'll probably evaporate by the time I spray it on my skin. It's not going to be enough.
It's going to make you smell real good.
No, I think the Dolce & Gabbana I'm wearing is much better.
Oh yeah.
Matter of fact, I'll take the Dolce or the
Dolce Gabbana.
I'll take the Dolce, the Gucci. I've got some Burberry at the house too. I think I prefer that smell of reparations.
See, you don't need reparations. You're doing just fine.
Never said I needed it.
Yeah,
but it's something that we deserve. Never said.
We don't need it. We deserve it. That's actually my pitch for this. It's not something you want. It's something you deserve. So maybe you should take it.
I think we deserve better smelling cologne. I've smelled it. I think I like
never
the Dolce.
smelled it.
You gave it to me at Jubilee. You forgot? I still have the bottle.
I thought it gave you white privilege.
No, you gave me both.
I didn't take reparations.
You gave. I'm still. Then why do I have it? Why do I have that?
So
tiny
you already
jar?
got reparations. This is great.
No, I got a.
So you don't need any more.
I got a clear cologne.
Good.
I got a clear cologne. These should smell for about 10 seconds.
I think it was white privilege.
No, it was both. You gave me both.
No,
you forgot. See, you're so used to the peddling the bullshit, you forget when you hand me both colognes. That's the thing. And again, you are literally making a joke out of some shit that if this was done to white people, there would be war in hell in this nation over. But
white people were enslaved.
The use of white privilege right here. This is a beautiful use of white privilege. A white man gets to use economic systemic privilege to make a joke of some shit that was done to my people for 244 years. Now, if that ain't the greatest act of bullshit, I don't know what the hell is.
See, this is why you're a cultural Marxist. You just said white privilege. A cultural Marxist talking point.
You just used it.
No, you're the one that said white privilege.
Right. You're using it. You're using it right now with this.
So this is why you're a cultural Marxist. I just proved my point.
No, this is why I'm a truth teller and a historian.
This is not truth telling. This is you using cultural Marxist talking points to push your blatant bullshit.
What's culturally Marxist about admitting the fact that white people have had the ability to subjugate black folks in this country for 200 years?
Because you've had equality for over 100 and you're still complaining about it. That's the point.
Equality?
Why is every other race able to excel and you guys can't?
What does equality mean, bro? Define equality.
Equal opportunity.
Oh, no, that's equity.
For all.
That's equity. There's a severe difference.
Equity is equal outcome.
No.
You don't even have your definitions right.
No.
Can we actually
equality
look
is
up
equal
what equity
outcome.
means and equity versus equality?
Equality is equal outcome. Equity does not mean the same thing.
No, equality means equal opportunity.
Really?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
Equity, by the way, equity, another cultural Marxist term. I should have been playing bingo right now because you brought them all up.
I didn't. So let's ask this. If we have, do you think we have equality and equity in this country right now?
I think for the last 10 years, they've been practicing equity.
I don't give a fuck about the last 10 years. I'm talking about as a whole in this country.
I'm telling you what I think, dude. You don't ask me a question and then interrupt me halfway through it. And
you mean like you've done to me this entire time?
Why would you ask? Bro, you've been talking more than anybody the whole time and interrupting me when I have things to say. So don't pretend that I'm violating you when I'm interrupting you.
Oh, you're not violating me. I'm just proving how full of shit this argument is.
All right, I got the definitions. Equality means giving everyone the same resources, opportunities, or treatment regardless of their starting point. And equity is giving people different resources or support based on their needs to achieve a similar outcome.
Thank you, which we don't have.
Are you retarded? He just proved my point.
No, he didn't.
Yes,
all he did was read
so my definition was equality. My definition of equality was was equality of opportunity, which he just demonstrated. Equity.
Do we have equality of opportunity in this country?
Equity was equal outcome.
Do we have?
And you told me I was wrong.
You are wrong because we don't have equality of opportunity in this country.
Hold on. Let's get back to the moderator. Who was right on that?
For equality?
For equality and equity.
Equality means giving everyone the same resources, opportunities, or treatment regardless of their
opportunity. Do we have the same resources?
Yes.
Bull.
Actually, I would say
we have the same
I would say black Americans and minorities have better resources right now than white Americans.
Lie, because if that's the case, then why
it's not a lie because you say it is
6 to 10 times higher for white Americans.
We have a majority in this country, genius.
So that you're not
get the per capita. You didn't even have the per capita.
If we go per capita, that only further proves my point. Do we have, if what you're saying is true based around Sean's definition, do white people and black people per capita and overall have equivalent home ownership in this country?
This is
that's a key question that proves the economic imbalance of the bullshit you're trying to spew. I'm not going for it. This is not Jubilee.
This is why you're a cultural Marxist. You believe in equity. You believe that black Americans should have the same.
I believe in the Bible, which I advocate.
You don't stop. Just let me finish. You just constantly interrupt. You believe that black people should have the same amount of home ownership as white people. Equity. So equity. Equality would mean black people have the same opportunity to buy homes that white people do.
We don't even have that.
And you do now.
We don't.
You have for the last 70 years.
Black people historically denied home.
I don't know. Stop playing a victim and find out for yourself.
Because of the racism that's still in this country.
Again.
How fucking it's
racism.
This is provable. This is provable. Like the cognitive dissonance that you possess is amazing. I see.
Ditto,
why.
brother. Ditto.
I literally
the cognitive
see,
dissonance is strong in this one.
I literally see now why you think the way you think. Your inability to be intellectually honest is fucking fascinating and needs to be studied. The fact that you cannot admit, one, you misquoted the Bible trying to prove a bullshit.
I didn't misquote it. That's a direct quote from the Bible.
You did. It's a misapplication and a misquotation.
Oh, so now it's a misapplication.
It's both of them. The net of it is this. You have an inability to be intellectually honest because you know that if you did that, if you were intellectually fucking honest for 1 second, it would force you to realize that the worldview you possess is inherently socially narcissistic, and it does not allow for any genuine, equal social uplift. And this is exactly why I got 1.5 million views and you didn't. Because the comments
definitely not because you have more followers or you're preaching to the equity choir. And this is again why I call you a cultural Marxist.
The truth stands
because you don't actually believe that you want equality for all.
I do.
You want betterment for your people, which hey, that's what happens when you're fighting for your people. I don't fault you for that. But what I want for Americans is equality for all. You clearly don't want that. You want equity, which is why you're so mad when black Americans don't own the same amount of homes as white Americans, despite being 13% of the population. I'm sorry, brother. You're the one that is narcissistic and out of touch and has cognitive dissonance. We can call each other names all day.
It doesn't prove you're right at all by any stretch of the imagination. Because again, the data
just because you say it doesn't mean it's true, brother.
Is it provable today that in 2026 there are still racial policies that disinhibit black Americans from having the same or close to equivalent home ownership or economic upward social?
How about you put the phone down and tell me what you don't have? What rights?
We're going to fact check. That's all it is.
You're asking ChatGPT. How about you come prepared to this? Tell me.
I am prepared. That's why I bring this. That's
Austin,
why you bring the
look
tools.
at me.
That's why you bring the tools.
Austin, what opportunities do you not have today that I don't?
This is not about.
No, I'm asking you what opportunities do you have?
This is not.
This is what it's about.
This is not about Austin the individual. This is about a class-based, race-based system that you will not run from.
Race-based.
Absolutely.
So what rights do you have today that I don't?
That's a rephrase that. I'm gonna give you a chance to rephrase.
I'm not going to rephrase it. What rights do you have today that I don't?
What rights do I have today that you don't have? None.
Thank you.
That's
you proved
not,
my point.
That's not.
So blaming everything on racism is you being a victim.
All right. In 2026, it is provable that black Americans still in 2026 face structural barriers and policy-linked mechanisms that materially impede equal home ownership and upward mobility. It is the most
name them.
I'm going to do that. I know you don't want to hear the truth, but it's coming. The most obvious empirical proof is the home ownership gap itself. In the National Association of Realtors 2025 snapshot, the black home ownership rate was only 44.7% as compared to 72.4% for white households.
And is that per capita
gap has
or is that
widened
nationally?
Since 2013 to 28 percentage points. Now, that by itself doesn't prove discrimination. However, it proves the disparity is large, persistent, and not self-correcting under the current system where you're saying we have equivalent of opportunity.
I think in the end, it just proved me right there at the end.
Is that the current enforcement and current research? The Department of Justice announced, I'm going to say this, the Department of Justice announced in 2025 that the mortgage firm agreed to pay $1.75 million to resolve allegations of redlining predominantly black and Hispanic neighborhoods in the Miami area as of 2026.
That sounds like reparations.
The DOJ explicitly said that the conduct blatantly denied those communities equal access to credit and exacerbated the already existent racial wealth gap, which is a proof positive text that even in 2026, racial policies still exist. Can you admit that, or now you're going to say
no? They don't.
You're full of shit.
It said it right in there. You read it.
I just quoted it. It said, I'm going to read it again. Maybe
I don't want you to read it.
Cognitive dissonance. It's not great. I tell you, it's great. Where the case becomes stronger is even in current research and current enforcement. Again, the Department of Justice announced that the mortgage firm agreed to pay $1.75 million to resolve allegations of redlining predominantly black and Hispanic neighborhoods in the Miami area, and the DOJ explicitly stated that the conduct of these individuals denied those communities equal access to credit and exacerbated an already existent racial wealth gap. So policies that are still in effect today.
So what redlining policy led to that?
Now you're asking a question.
Why don't you stop? Well, see, here's the thing: is you came
Can you
unprepared.
admit that that's
No, you
racist?
came unprepared to an interview, so you have to go to ChatGPT for everything.
No, I have the notes right here.
Which you just looked up online wasn't your notes. So don't come to a
We
debate.
don't have tools. I thought a tool was prepared.
No, don't come to. You can write stuff down and quote stuff all before. You don't come to a debate and talk to ChatGPT the entire time. No,
I talked to you 90% of this debate. I've only pulled
you
this
talked at me, not to me.
Well, you haven't said anything where I can talk to you.
Because you keep interrupting every 10 seconds.
Well, you're not.
And when you can't explain something, you go to ChatGPT. Wow, what a great debater.
You don't even want to admit that their racist policies still exist. You're just doing the same thing that you did on Jubilee, which is intellectual tap dancing bullshit. Where when someone holds your feet
you
to
do
the
is
fire,
tap dance.
No, I asked you what you say.
You went to the Bible, and then when I quoted the Bible, you changed it. I'm talking about the government.
No, you misquoted the Bible.
You can't even let me finish a topic, dude. It's been a really sad debate to sit here and watch you interrupt me for 10 seconds.
Love this debate. Love it.
I bet you did.
This is going to be one of my. I guarantee you, Sean. By the time you post these clips, this is going to be one of my most viewed. I guarantee it.
I guarantee it too, because you've been yelling the entire time.
This is going to be way better than Shadow Jackson.
Wow, what a statement!
It's going to. Oh God, the clips from this, I can't wait.
You know what's crazy is like half the people are going to agree with me, and maybe half will agree with you. I don't think reparations is a popular topic. I don't appreciate you coming to this unprepared and going to ChatGPT every 10 seconds. When I asked you, you said no, and then in that statement,
you asked me what did I say? No?
You can't even remember.
You don't even remember the damn question. How the hell do you know I said no when you don't even remember what the hell you asked me? You just want to, again, you want a win. You want the clips to make yourself look right.
Here's the question I asked you.
Like, hey,
I asked you if what experience or what rights do you have that I don't? And you said none. And then you looked up.
I said the exercise of the rights is what's in question.
So and you said none. So
I said none. The exercise of the rights is what's in question.
That's me remembering the question. I remember your answer.
No,
and then you went to ChatGPT.
You remembered part of it. I said a whole lot more. I said a whole lot more.
Yeah. Oh, and your horrible Trump impersonation. Keep it up, man. I wish we could have had just an honest, like, intellectual debate here.
I've been honest this
but
entire time.
You've just been sitting. You've been angry.
I've been fact checking myself.
You've interrupted the entire time. You weren't prepared.
I was.
No, you weren't. Why do you have to go to ChatGPT for 3 or 4 of the questions?
You know why? Because it's a tool.
Because you're a cultural Marxist and you can't debate using nuance and
I'm a Christian populist.
You're not a populist at all. Reparations isn't a popular thing. Neither is getting rid of just some of the illegal immigrants. So don't sit here and call yourself populist. In fact, a Christian populist. Christianity is one of the most popular religions in the world. You can be a Christian, and I guess technically you're a populist. Just the fact that you're a Christian doesn't make you a Christian populist. I disagree.
I'm a Christian populist because I don't give a shit that you disagree with me. I'm a Christian populist because I put the people over the financiers.
You don't. You put black people over everybody else.
I don't actually.
It feels like
a lot of black people don't like what I have to say. By the way, a lot of them don't.
Yeah, actually, you know what's funny is watching Officer Tatum refute what you said and call me correct.
What did he say? Oh, he said the white man was correct.
Yeah, exactly.
He never said how. I asked him how. He never explained it.
Yeah, why would he explain it to you when I've tried to explain it to you for an hour and a half and you can't have the debate?
You didn't say anything of substance. You ran from the question.
So this is the problem is like we come here. Listen, I didn't expect to change your mind, but you didn't learn anything from this.
Obviously,
you didn't grow at all.
Oh, I learned a lot from this.
You didn't learn anything. You just sat here and yelled at me the entire time.
I didn't.
And then when I tried talking,
you told me shut the fuck up with it.
Okay, hold on, Philly. I'm gonna stop that portion because I think we've heard enough. What are your opinions, chat? What are your thoughts? Hold on a second.
Anything else you want to share?
Thank you all so much. I'm gonna have to go in like 5 minutes, but
no, don't leave me, please. Thank you so much.
Hold on, Philly. Just tell me what you guys thought about that. Sorry, let me get the next thing open. Don't worry about the background. Me and Jesse are in a very important meeting in the back. So, what am I saying?
So what they also control is
Hold on 1 second. Sorry, Felly, that's my fucking goddamn cue. All right, thank God I learned a trick from Jesse.
the state keeps them up because the agencies are required to report those things to us. What Blue's main process purpose is to do is to take that database and because the officers does the same database state design law investigation, say what is under investigation for. So taking all the data on that database, see, this officer has been terminated from this database, and then to also fill in the gaps. So we collect resumes, job applications, termination letters.
Give me 1 second, family. Just tell me what you guys thought so I can clear this out real fast.
Will allow other people, other researchers, reporters, etc., to be able to do more thorough.
All right, do this real quick so that I can get us back to where we were.
Accountability work.
Hungry, I don't know.
The officers are acting, things like that, or how many times an officer has been fired.
Me and Jesse are doing the work on the back, and we're trying to codify, educate motherfuckers at the same time. And it's been kind of like people are under a guise of like they like being lied to. And I had to get some information because, I am about these data centers. Apparently, one went up and it was supposed to be being built, not that it's already built. So I was arguing that space. It's called environmental racism, family. They play shit like that to give us cancer in areas like that are affected. Older Black people, Hispanic people. They build on polluted land. They lie and say it's not polluted no more. Good and goddamn well it is.
So, is it possible for me to
White people are stupid. I had to make sure I was muted. Having hot mic moments. All right, Felly. All right. 1 second, Felly. Hold on, Felly. Before we get to the Colorado shit, which is some kind of not really updates, but all right. All right, Felly. Hold on, and I got the thing put up. How to go find my cue again. Yeah, I can hear you. I know, Jesse. Jesus Christ. But at least they know we're doing the work of the city. There. Jesse's multitasking. I can do it too. That debate was a shit show. Goddamn right. Anybody else? Anybody else's thoughts on this? Thank you, Jesse. Thank you. Okay, let's talk about the shit that happened at the White House. One second.
I gave you the ability to present. Are you able to pull it up?
Okay, hold on, Sally. I thought I shared it correctly. Okay, what the fuck is going on right here?
You can share with me. I can try to pull it up because
All right, bet. Thank you, Jesse. Okay. Anybody else had any thoughts about that little debate? Let's put next.
Okay, there we go. Got something like that. Great.
Hold on a second.
So, Brett, the agencies that like it says.
Hold on 1 second, Belly. Nope, that's not how you do it.
You guys see the? Right? You see it? Oh, I can see it. I heard Robert Davidson.
Okay, so are we going to the next one? Did that work?
Yeah, and also, you're welcome to make
Okay.
well, I just keep going.
Yeah.
So the within the facade, that also is kind of breaking down like what are the people who have the majorities, please.
I can't figure out how I split the screen the first time. Okay.
Is generally people who are officers or working in the jails, sheriff's departments.
Okay.
They don't need to be certified. There's also
Okay, so
a lot of,
thank you everybody for hanging in there with me. Sorry, I had to fix that a little bit. Let's watch and see what what's happened. Just some new facts, whatever the fuck. So let's find out. Let's watch it together.
Saturday was supposed to be a joyful evening, celebrating free speech and the First Amendment with all of you, members of the press.
And he's a sick person,
Y'all
a
hear
very
it?
sick person.
Give me a black
Shots
fist,
fired. The
thumbs up,
president
something.
rushed off stage, thousands taking cover.
I've been
Can you
taken
hear the
out of the
video?
main ballroom after the sound of the shots fired.
But before the suspected gunman made his move, the FBI says he sent his family a manifesto.
It sounded to me, I read a manifesto. It's just, he's radicalized.
I'm going through the document. I'm Anjanette Levy, and this is Crime Fix. Before we get into this case, I want to tell you about an app that I've been using that I really like. It's called
Let me know you can hear it. Anything like a power
on things
fist,
you buy
thumbs
all
up.
of the time, like gas,
Interaction,
groceries, and
interaction,
takeout.
stupid
Here's
video.
what you do.
Give me
You
something.
download Upside for free. You claim an offer at one of their 100,000 plus locations and pay like normal with your credit card. Then you verify the purchase and boom, you get money back. So say I need to get gas or I want takeout one night. I'll search for Upside's offers first. After I spend money, it appears in my app and I can transfer it right into my bank. Upside's frequent users earn an average of $254 back a year. You cannot beat that. So to start getting your cash back, click the link in the description or scan the QR code on your screen and use our promo code CrimeFix to get an extra 25-cent bonus back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. It's a Saturday night, the White House Correspondents' Dinner. A room at the Washington Hilton is packed with the press, politicians, and of course, the president. Lots of men with tuxedos and women in fabulous dresses. Then a guy walks in with a shotgun on a night built around celebrating the First Amendment. The defendant, Cole Allen, is armed with a 12-gauge pump-action Mossberg shotgun, a .38 semi-automatic handgun, and at least 3 knives, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office. He charges a security checkpoint during the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and shots are fired. President Trump is rushed off stage. The vice president, cabinet members, and more than 2,500 guests all hit the floor, some just feet from where the gunman was. The FBI says Cole Allen took an Amtrak train from California to Washington, D.C., carrying his weapons with him to try to kill the president and members of the Trump administration. Today, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche held a press conference addressing the narrative that the security team failed.
On Saturday night, as you all know, an act of violence occurred at a gathering that symbolizes something fundamental to our system of government: the ability of a free press and public officials to come together in celebration and not fear. The act was stopped because of the courage and that horrible act was stopped because of the courage and professionalism of law enforcement. The officers who responded without hesitation and did their jobs as they were trained to do.
President Trump posted surveillance video to Truth Social where you can actually see the suspect running by security and how quickly it all happened. But here's what you might not know. According to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, the suspect checked into that hotel the day before the event. In fact, according to U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, Allen made his hotel reservation on April 6th, the same day that President Trump announced he would be attending the dinner. And minutes before he made his move, he sent a document to his family that is being referred to as a manifesto. Inside that document, which we obtained, the suspect explained who he was targeting. He wrote that administration officials were, quote, prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. He apologized to his parents for lying about why he was leaving town and telling them he had an interview. He apologized to his students for saying he had, quote, a personal emergency. He gave himself a nickname. He called himself, quote, the friendly federal assassin. This is according to the New York Post. Acting Attorney General Blanche told NBC's Meet the Press that it appears the suspect set out to target members of the administration, likely including the president. But there is a lot more in this manifesto and a lot more we are learning about the man police say is behind it. Today, Allen made his first appearance in federal court. He's facing 3 counts. Count 1, attempted assassination of the president of the United States, punishable by up to life in prison. Count 2, interstate transportation of a firearm to commit a felony. That's up to 10 years if convicted. And count 3, discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence, which carries a mandatory minimum of 10 years in prison, consecutive to any other sentence. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro says additional charges are expected as the investigation continues. And on that note, let's go back to the same press conference. U.S. Attorney Pirro laid out the charges and then read directly from the suspect's own manifesto.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Cole Allen's journey of accountability in the criminal justice system starts today. Todd Blanche just indicated to you the charges. Those charges are only 3 charges that are in the complaint that has been presented in federal district court about an hour ago. There will be additional charges as this investigation continues to unfold. But make no mistake, this was an attempted assassination of the President of the United States, with the defendant making clear what his intent was. And that intent was to bring down as many of the high-ranking cabinet officials as he could. Now, the manifesto also makes clear about his expected rules of engagement. You know, you can look at it and read it, and it may seem kind of la, but at the end, make no mistake, he says, I am targeting the administration officials. They are my targets, and I'm prioritizing from the top down, the highest ranking from the lowest.
The White House Correspondents' Dinner was taking place at the Washington Hilton on Saturday, April 25th, and this is an annual event. Journalists, politicians, celebrities, members of whichever administration occupies the White House at that time are all there. According to the Metropolitan Police Department, at around 8:36 p.m., a man rushed a security checkpoint in the lobby of the hotel. Police identified him as 31-year-old Cole Tomas Allen from Torrance, California. Acting Attorney General Blanche said Allen was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. He allegedly exchanged gunfire with Secret Service agents. A Secret Service agent was actually shot, but according to officials, his bulletproof vest saved him. Janine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, was inside the ballroom when the shots were fired.
I'm at the Washington Hilton. I've been taken out of the main ballroom after the sound of the shots fired. The Secret Service is now in charge of this building, this hotel. I just spoke to Mayor Muriel Bowser. She is on her way, and Chief Jeffrey Carroll is on his way. He will be in charge as soon as he gets here.
Now, as I mentioned, President Trump was rushed off the stage. Let me play you a little bit of what he said later that night when he briefed reporters at the White House.
This was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly. And he's a sick person, a very sick person, and we don't want things like this to happen.
The next day, President Trump sat down with 60 Minutes, and he talked more about the suspect.
It sounded to me, I read a manifesto. He's radicalized. He was a Christian. His family was very concerned. He was probably a pretty sick guy.
According to law enforcement officials who spoke with NBC News, Allen's family was worried. They say Allen's brother received the note and contacted law enforcement. His sister told investigators he had a pattern of making radical statements. And this so-called manifesto appears to tell a more complicated story, which we'll get into in a moment. But here is what the president said about some of it.
I expected security cameras at every bend, bugged hotel rooms, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out the wazoo. What I got is nothing. He wrote, like, this level of incompetence is insane. Sir, you have already had two.
Well, he was pretty incompetent too, because he got caught, and he got caught pretty easily. So I'd say he was pretty incompetent too.
President Trump calls him incompetent, but the man who police say wrote this, he would not agree, because here's the thing. This is not just a few scrawled notes on a napkin. According to police, this is a 1,052-word document sent to his family about 10 minutes before he is accused of charging that checkpoint. The email was scheduled to send automatically. It read, I wish I could have said anything earlier, but doing so would have made none of this possible. My sincerest apologies for all the trouble I've caused. Hello, everybody. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Then come the apologies. I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying it was for Most Wanted. He then apologizes to his students for saying he had a personal emergency. By the time anyone reads this, I probably most certainly do not need to go to the ER, but can hardly call that not a self-inflicted status. Then the reason. He wrote, I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me, and I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Allen did not name President Trump, but according to the document, he said administration officials were his targets, prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. He then lists out what he calls rebuttals to objections, anticipating one of them being, as a Christian, you should turn the other cheek. His response, turning the other cheek is for when you yourself are oppressed. Turning the other cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian behavior. It is complicity in the oppressor's crimes. Then the Secret Service, according to the Post, he wrote, I expected security cameras at every bend, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out the wazoo. What I got is nothing. He said if he had been an Iranian agent, he could have brought a machine gun and no one would have noticed. Then he signed off, sincerely, Cole, Cold Force, friendly federal assassin Allen. That is what police say he wrote. Now, who is this suspect, Cole Allen? According to his LinkedIn page, he has a master's degree in computer science from California State University, Dominguez Hills, and a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from Caltech. That's a really good school. In 2024, he was honored by C2 Education of Torrance, California, as the Teacher of the Month in December. He sounds like a pretty smart guy. His LinkedIn page even claims he was a summer research fellow at NASA back in 2014. He worked as a tutor. He designed a video game called Boredom that was released on the platform Steam in 2018. And in 2024, he donated $25 to Kamala Harris's presidential campaign. So let's break down this manifesto and try to dissect it a little bit. I want to bring in Ashton Pack. He is a private investigator and also a retired detective sergeant in Las Vegas. So thanks so much, Ashton, for coming on. I really appreciate it. You've read through the manifesto. I've read through it. And there are some things that I know really stand out to you. So tell me what stands out to you in this document.
Well, thanks for having me. And yeah, so reading through this manifesto, you have this kind of what we were trained in law enforcement for the threat evaluation, threat assessment world that a lot of law enforcement detectives now work in. A lot of grievance collection. You're kind of your classic grievance collector. And again, like, I tell people all across the country, adults across this country from basically teenage years up until the elderly, we all have grievances. We're all upset about something. We don't like the direction. For the most part, something in the country and the politics is bothering us. But the vast majority of us are able to cope with those grievances and kind of get up the next day and go to work because we have bills to pay and families to support. But here what we see is what appears to me to be almost a mental illness mixed with grievance collector, maybe a little bit of a savior complex, like I'm going to fix this, I'm going to right this wrong, and maybe trying to be a little bit of a martyr. So I see a lot of like these underlying tones within this manifesto.
And I see the martyr thing too. This is written in a tone where basically it sounds like he thinks he's going to be killed carrying out this mission that he's gone on. Just the tone of it where he's apologizing to everybody. He thinks he's dead as people, or will be dead soon as they're reading this.
Yeah, and so it's kind of this glamorous ability to go out where everyone knows your name. And so that's the scary part of these attacks, where folks, I think they do have these ideas that they no longer want to live, which is an unfortunate, that's an unfortunate feeling if folks are dealing with those beliefs. But when you throw in a little radicalization, maybe via the internet or via social media, or just the propaganda that we're kind of exposed to every day in this country, the nonstop just barrage of constant information, which our brains are never evolved to handle all this, this constant Twitter feed or X feed, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, you throw in a radicalization process, you're collecting these grievances, and the path of violence is via the fact that he didn't want to survive.
He starts out by apologizing to everybody. He says, "I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying for quote most wanted." Oh my goodness. I apologize to my colleagues and students for saying I had a personal emergency. By the time anyone reads this, I probably most certainly do need to go to the ER, but can hardly call that not a self-inflicted status. I apologize to all of the people I traveled next to, all the workers who handled my luggage, and all the other non-targeted people at the hotel who I put in danger simply by being near. So this was very well thought out. He's apologizing to people, but I mean, thank God the Secret Service agents were able to tackle this guy, and that more people other than the one Secret Service agent weren't hurt. He was hit, but his Kevlar protected him. He's saying he doesn't expect forgiveness. And he talks about why he did this. He's a citizen of the United States of America, and what my representatives do reflects on me. And he talks about, I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. And he talks about how administration officials, not including Mr. Patel, Kash Patel, the FBI director, are basically his target. That he says they are prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. So he was going there to take out everybody in the administration. Why is Kash Patel not included on that list? Like, what do you think is going on there?
It strikes me as a lot of ramblings. He does apologize for what he says he's going to do, but then he has no qualms with opening fire on what I would be assuming is the uniform division of the United States Secret Service. Mm-hmm. And thank God for modern body armor, saved that agent's life. So there's talk and there's action. I think he had murderous intent in his heart, and maybe he's trying to save face with his parents. So you have some mental illness issues here, and that's very unfortunate. And as a father with kids in their 20s, yes, as we get older as parents, I find that the problems are very real now, unlike when they were little. And so I feel very bad for these parents and the folks who were in his family and in his life, but that doesn't justify the actions to address. I've seen some ridicule of the Secret Service in this event, and I'm just scratching my head, because at the end of the day, the president of the United States, whether you love him or you don't love him at all, he has to leave the White House. He has to go to events. He's the leader. The office is the leader of the free world. Whether you like who's in it or not is beside the point. And so Secret Service, and I worked with Secret Service multiple times throughout my career in law enforcement. They put overlapping rings of security around the event. They work with local police. They work with other federal law enforcement that are going to be there protecting other dignitaries and VIP members of the crowd and those in attendance. So I just don't know what else they're supposed to do to mitigate. We don't have precogs yet. We don't have a future crimes unit. I know AI is coming, and it's going to be some powerful technology, but how do you know the intents of the hearts and minds of men and their intent? You just don't. He says he walked into this hotel with guns. Well, he didn't have his guns out. People go into hotels with luggage. So if you walk into a hotel with luggage and you happen to have firearms in the luggage, people aren't psychics. We don't have crystal balls issued at the front desks of the Hilton. And we just presume that folks in a hotel are there to stay in the hotel as guests of the hotel. So, and I just see he's rambling. I think we have a lot of mental illness going on here. Sure. I think, a radicalization process that kind of gripped this young man. He for all intents and purposes, he was a model citizen. He was a teacher. He's been given awards. He's not in some database. He's not a person. There's no crazy database. I always tell folks, it's not like the TV where you plug someone's name in and everything pops up. We do not live in a police state, and despite popular opinion, if he had a criminal history, I'm sure the Secret Service ran everyone staying in the hotel who was a guest of the hotel. It's a national security issue to the president of the United States in proximity to him. But if you're a teacher and you're not, and you have free speech. If you say, I don't like this guy, or you go to a No Kings protest, you don't get stuck in a database. We still have a right to our constitutional protected activity. So,
Yeah. And as far as the Secret Service goes, he said they are targets only if necessary and to be incapacitated lethally if possible. AKA, I hope they're wearing body armor because center mass with shotguns messes up people who aren't. He then says something about hotel targets. Or hotel security, rather, are not targets if at all possible, unless they shoot at me. Capitol Police, same as hotel security. National Guard, same as hotel security. Hotel employees, not targets at all. Guests, not targets at all. Wow. In order to minimize casualties, I will also be using buckshot rather than slugs, less penetration through walls. He really thought this out. I would still go through most everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people chose to attend a speech by a pedophile, rapist, and traitor and are thus complicit. But I really hope it doesn't come to that. And then he goes through a bunch of rebuttals to objections, something about turning the other cheek. And then he thanks his family, both personal and church, for their love over the last 31 years. Thank you to my friends for your companionship over many years. Thank you to my colleagues over many jobs for your positivity and professionalism. Thank you to my students for your enthusiasm and love of learning. And he signs it Cold Force Friendly Federal Assassin Allen. I mean, it's just, I think you're right. Mental illness, radicalization, likely online. What are your thoughts about the signature there?
Well, everything he's saying there is minimalization and justification of his actions. He's minimizing, I'm going to use buckshot instead. Well, I hate to break the news to you, but buckshot, 12 gauge buckshot, law enforcement carries it for a reason. And okay, you didn't want to overpenetrate the walls, but he's trying to minimize and justify. Like, I don't want to have to kill cops, but I will if they get in my way. Well, everyone there with a badge and a gun is going to shoot back. That's how this game plays. As observed, and as observed on all the previous attempts to breach the perimeter to get at this administration. And this is where I keep telling, especially young folks who are so frustrated with the system, and it's as hard as it is to hear this, but the revolution is every 2 years in the federal voting booth. You've got midterms coming up here in a couple, come November. You have a chance to change the world come November. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. It takes work. Going down and volunteering for the person who's running against the person you don't like takes energy and time. And it's selfless. You're not out in the limelight. You're not doing Instagram reels about look at me like a martyr. So democracy it's tedious work. It's hard to get out there and support a person who's best in line with your political beliefs. It's a lot easier to do something like this and get your name on every headline of every paper and every website in the country and the world.
No doubt. No doubt. And you're right about that. It does take time and effort. And it makes you wonder too, what was going on in this guy's life that he was willing to die for this? I mean, because you're willing to were you just really that unhappy with your life? I mean, were things really that bad?
Yeah, I mean, educated, employed. I've seen a lot of folks out there in a lot worse circumstances not embracing this nihilism. And that's really, I think, something that we need to address as a country in the mental health issues, especially with our young men, is how nihilism kind of takes root and it strangles out the life, I think, in the psyches of young men, where they just don't see a way out. They just don't see how the country can get better. And I don't know if that's the technology. I don't know if that's been planned to do it. This kind of propaganda that we see in this, we've lost a lot of faith in institutions, and you can see in some aspects why. But yeah, this nihilism is just a very scary thing. And I see young, especially young men. I worry about young men because they're just, I think that there's this message that they're not needed or they're not wanted or they're not cared for. And this guy had a family, this guy had education. He had a lot of stuff going in his life as to why he embraced this. I don't know.
Yeah. And he talked about if he were an Iranian agent instead of an American citizen. And he talks about what kind of weapon he could have brought. And then he says, oh, and if anyone is curious about how doing something like this feels, it's awful. I want to throw up. I want to cry for all the things I wanted to do and never will. For all of the people who trust this, for whose trust this betrays, I experience rage thinking about everything this administration has done. Can't really recommend it. Stay in school, kids. Really, really, really terrible.
Yeah, a lot of rambling here, a lot of justification. You know, if the family had maybe gotten this a little bit sooner, maybe there's something they could have done as far as reaching out to law enforcement to try to get him. You know, it would have been a lot nicer to get him into custody before shots rang out, because now he's looking at life forever in prison. As before, maybe it's a threat. There's some terroristic threats, but there's hope. There's light at the end of the tunnel through the courts. You know, the cops go and do the investigation. They take the guy to jail, but at the end of the day, no one's been hurt, shot. There's no violence yet. And that's why this off-ramping of ideology. How do we off-ramp, you know, young men like this? How do we get them to pull them out of the hole of this nihilistic worldview and this, I want to be a martyr and I don't want to be alive anymore, to pull them out and get them into this idea that, hey, the world's a great place. You just have to find the beauty in you before you can change. You know, you have to change you before you can change everyone else.
Get off the electronics. That's one of the first things to do, in my opinion. All right. Thank you so much, Ashton Pack. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me on. Have a great day.
Cole Allen will be back in court later this month for a detention hearing. You will recall that this is the third time now that someone has tried to assassinate President Trump. And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for
and how that can
Apparently, I'm back. They were gonna end anyway, but I got the gist of everything. So, okay, hopefully you can hear me. Sorry about that, family. You know, like we're doing the work at the city in the background. Forgive me real quick. So I was sorry about the last two videos. I managed. I had them on caption for a reason, so I could listen to or watch them. Because I had to turn off the mute on my actual meeting that me and Jesse were participating in. We sit on a board, and finally there's some shit happening, so I had to really pay attention. And plus I had to ask all the questions. It's usually what I feel like the fucking best student in the world, goddammit. So I didn't get to hear. I wasn't listening to the last two things. The last part of the debate and the thing about the guy about the light-skinned dude at the dinner. However, I was reading it, so I have a lot of things to say. But I'll just hold that off. Because I like to do these things with you as we find out on our own together. So this is going to be touching on that Hispanic lady, or Hispanic woman that was so racist. So yeah, I'm gonna play this, and I'm back to normal. So play this, and I got about maybe two more, and then I gotta stop because I think we have Chewbacca's Black Experience Enhanced. I think it's a 7 or 9. I can't remember. Jesse should tell me. But I gotta stop for Chewbacca's Black Experience Enhanced. So we'll see.
Experiment at the same time. I don't know that we ever seen this. I don't know that we. That's crazy. That is you effing and you. I'm saying I've never. So wait a minute. When you listen. listen to hip hop, you close your eyes and just pretend they're not black? Is that what you do? Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. My name is Reese Waters, and this is Racist of the Week. We explore the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination and hopes we can build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Racism. And of course, if you have any nominees, you can drop them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. Today's nominee, Houston police officer Ashley Gonzalez. Is she the one that locked up the Houston Rockets offense? Was that her? Did she detain their jump shooting? Huh? Is that what happened? She got their defensive tenacity in the back of the squad car? What happened? Okay, I keep reading. Extremely disturbed, Houston Police Department officer relieved of duty after racist rant goes viral on social media. Houston Police Officers Union, in no way does the HPOU or its leadership condone or tolerate racist behavior from any of our officers. That was from the union? They love to defend racism. That was from the union? And she knew she was being filmed? And she was a whole police officer? Was this a launch of her OnlyFans? Huh? Hey, a racist rant is the new grift. Y'all know how it is. Y'all seen it. Hey, check to see if she got a give, send, go.
With your broke ass.
A Houston police officer has been relieved of duty after a video circulating on social media allegedly shows her making offensive racist remarks, according to the Houston Police Department. Officer Ashley Gonzalez was sworn in on January 2024 and assigned to the South Gessner Patrol Division. She has been relieved of duty pending an investigation, an HPD source confirmed on Tuesday morning. Did you say 2024? That didn't take her long, did it? No. She fit right in up to that point, though.
How do you do, fellow kids? What?
Gonzalez was identified as a speaker in a video of racist rant that's gone viral on Facebook. In the video, the woman sitting in her car can be heard using racial slurs and making offensive remarks targeting Black people. She also expresses hostility towards people of color and makes comments referencing slavery, racial discrimination, and stereotypes. Now, wait a minute. You said Black people and also people of color? And her last name, Gonzalez? That fits. Yeah, that fits. I know what her soundtrack was.
I will vote for Donald Trump, even though he keep deporting y'all.
A clip of the video with the slurs censored was shared by Grizzlies Hood News. Houston, I love y'all. Grizzlies Hood News. Hey, Grizzlies, y'all made the news. Channel 5.
Get real tricky, get real Mickey, get real dangerous.
In one portion of the video, she describes confronting someone she claims attempted to steal her wallet. Y'all don't know how good it felt to say ends out loud. It felt like I was back in the Marine Corps. Hey, U.S. Marines, come on down. She said it felt good to say freely, like when she was back in the Marine Corps. Yeah, I would say a statement is in order. The USMC has confirmed Gonzalez did serve from 2019 to 2023, attaining the rank of Corporal E3. The Houston Police Department has not released further details about the video or the circumstances under which it was recorded. Hey, Marines, what's Corporal E3? Yeah, what that mean? Oh, that's the person who stands on the side during a mission and yells racial slurs. Good for her.
amount of times that I will always and forever say that I fucking hate niggers. Oh my god, I fucking hate niggers. Like I hate y'all. Like you, like I don't. Oh, we were slaves, isn't that? I don't give a. But like for a reason, you guys were slaves. You guys don't know anything.
My fault. Damn mouse, man. It's a wireless mouse. A E3, I don't know, it depends in the Army too. So I almost the same. It's not quite a first sergeant. It's not quite sergeant either. But it's good pay. That's good pay, E3. It's good pay. So I like a second contract signing kind of you get to E3, you don't get there quickly. It's kind of, it takes a lot of work. But this product is young, so and the Marine Corps, they're not gonna say that they're not racist. They're not gonna say that. They're not gonna come up and say, "Oh yeah." No, there's plenty of racism going on there, and she's a woman too, so you know she's over there, bed wenching it up with the motherfucking the white boys. They're the ones that practice that shit. So you know she was doing all that because she was hanging out with girls. She probably got smacked in the motherfucking mouth at least 10 times by now. You know what I mean? Yeah. E3, that's good pay. That's good pay as military. I wonder why she didn't renew that contract. Also, too, I haven't really heard too much from her after the fact. You know?
Anything better than a fucking steal. Like, oh my fucking god.
Wait a minute. Now we could dig into the whole slavery. I don't really feel like you missed your opportunity to educate yourself. So I'm not going to waste my time. I just have this question. Are you using ends in the colloquial sense and in the racist sense?
The way that she was doing it was like she was having it like in a conversation. Not only was she being racist, but she was also like you know what I mean, beep, like speaking as if I don't know how to say it, like making it like a relatable conversation. You know what I mean? Like she's having a dialogue with a friend on the phone or some shit. It was really disturbing for somebody calling us all out of race, and the fact that I'm really sick of it. What is this? Is this the word of the century where they're calling us motherfucking I can't even say it because without getting disgusted. For just as chimps and shit. It's like the third fucking like third white person or white adjacent using that such shit. I mean, we could, if that's what it is, man, let's just start we could get mad creative on calling people out their shit, you know what I mean? Mad creative. That's not creative at all. But I was like, God, this is just so disturbing. Like, listen, so disturbing coming out of
It's like I hate y'all. Like you, like I don't. Oh, we were slaves, isn't that? I don't give a. But like for a reason, you guys were slaves. You guys don't know anything better than a steal. Like, oh my god.
Wait a minute.
You dissect that we steal shit.
Wait a minute. Now, we could dig into the whole slavery. I don't really feel like you missed your opportunity to educate yourself. So I'm not going to waste my time. I just have this question. Are you using ends in the colloquial sense and in the racist sense? Are you intermixing calling us ends out of anger with also using it as a term of endearment?
Yes.
At the same time? I don't know that we ever seen this. I don't know that we. That's crazy. That is you effing and you see what I'm saying? I've never. So wait a minute. When you listen to hip hop, you close your eyes and just pretend they're not black. Is that what you do?
Like I was literally eating food with my friend. He had his, oh my God, like, I don't know, por Dios, por gracias de Dios, I had my wallet next to me, like my whole purse, and those, like that little small shit decided not to steal my wallet. Oh my God, I would have grabbed my heel and like, what the out of that.
You know what's crazy? If you remove the ends, this would be the kind of video that one of the racist MAGAs would drop in order to disparage Latinos. That's how you sound. That's how you sound. If you remove the ends, this would be like front footage for mass deportation. But when you put ends in it, though, then it's all. I'm supposed to ignore that. I'm supposed to ignore that, though.
Mm-mm. But no or nothing. Y'all don't know how good it felt to say like out loud. Like goddamn. Like oh my God. I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps.
Now I'm confused because you say you don't know how good it felt to say it out loud, but it's your most used word. It's the MVP of this whole speech is ends. Okay. Unanimous MVP is ends. So you say it out loud quite a bit. I don't know give yourself the credit that you deserve. You've been saying it out loud for a minute. You're very comfortable with it. I don't know. Yeah. Was that the alcohol talking?
I kid you not. I don't know what the fuck came over me. I grabbed that by the neck and I was like, come here, you fucking and oh my God, like I felt like the world just stopped. Like it was just peace. Like I don't know. And then he was just like even I in my head I was like, damn, te pasaste, because I called him a dog. Like imagine if the downtown were there, they could have beaten my ass. And then he like stops like, you did not just call me a I was like, you're a I was like, oh my God, like you're a and I called you a like world peace.
Do you understand what world or peace means? We know you don't understand what end means. We know you don't understand the functions of a police officer in society, and you don't understand how phones work. Do you understand what world peace means? Can you use it in a sentence? No, you can't just drop it at the end of slurs. No, it doesn't work like that.
I was like, what the are you gonna possibly say? You call 911 because I called you a no, right? Oh my God. I don't know. This didn't record, but it was like, I'm kind of glad it didn't record because it was like me expressing how much I hated black people after this. Like, dog, like, let me get a black person on a 911 call tomorrow, especially. You're going to jail. I don't give a you're getting treated like a bunch of
Don't you just love when trash takes itself out? You gotta just love when trash takes itself out. It really is one of the great boons to this AI age. Now I'll just offer this because I don't want to spend too much more time reflecting on you than you have reflected on literally anything in your life. So you ended with talking about how if I get a call with a black person tomorrow, they're going directly to jail. But then you characterize black people as being criminal in the beginning.
An incident occurred. She went online and started ranting. These would have been social media friends. One of them recorded it, sent it to the news. And kudos to you, low-key, because she works with the public. So when you go on a full racist rant, and I'm not even going to say allegedly, because the shit's right there. Why would you think that's okay to hit record and post that online? The Houston Police Department came out and said that she has been relieved of duty while there's an investigation. But not only did you say all that, you expressed that you also use that language at work.
And I was like, come here, you and oh my God, like I felt like the world just stopped. Like it was just peace.
And how you were going to take those feelings with you the next day to take it out on the next black person. The reality is, when you choose a job like that, your words carry weight, even when you're off the clock.
As a police officer, you're openly seeding your racism towards Black people and throwing charges on them that they don't deserve, which then becomes justification for their continued treatment. I mean, now I see how the video became public, because they were like, somebody got it. I mean, really, this is, you know what I mean? I just, either that or whoever was when the car with you was fighting for their life, just trying to maintain their hold on reality and the English language. That might have been it, just for their own safety and for the safety of their continued use of the English language. Maybe they taped it just because they're like, I need somebody else to verify this. That's what gotta happen. Oh no, we hip to the crime thing at this point. No, we're not going with that.
If you believe that people of color are inherently more violent than white people, you're an idiot or you've been propagandized. I've got people in my comments sections arguing that the reason the homicide rates in these red states are so high is because of all the Black people in the Democrat cities within those states. It's garbage. We're putting it to bed right now. I've got FBI homicide rate data. I've got U.S. Census Bureau data. I've got the 5 cities with the highest percentage of their population who self-identifies as Black. So according to these people in my comments section, they should have the 5 highest murder rates in the country, right? Number 1 is South Fulton, Georgia, where 90.6% of the population self-identifies as Black. Their murder rate below the national average. You know what else is below the national average? Their poverty rate. I'm sure that's a correlation that won't persist throughout this entire thing and around the world.
In fact, I just made the point earlier about how you sound and how that can be used in today's political discourse. I've done more videos about migrant crime and disproving those narratives in the last year than I have about Black crime. But this is how you decide you want to spend your time. Even the Black MAGAs with the Israeli flag in their bios think your time is misplaced. I mean, really. Now I see what happened with the Democratic primary in Texas. Now it makes perfect sense. These are people that we was expecting to give Jasmine Crockett credit for defending y'all rights to exist in Texas. And y'all characterize her as anti-brown. Now it makes perfect sense. She opened her mouth and all y'all heard was ends, isn't it? It sounded like Charlie Brown's teacher, you know, in 2026. Like if Charlie Brown's teacher was a MAGA, that's exactly what you heard. Every time Jasmine Crockett opened her mouth.
I do like Elon Musk. Ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now. Okay, so I'm lying.
Chairman,
if I
can
come
we send
and talk
outside to
shit
take a
about
break
her,
for 5
y'all
minutes?
gonna have a problem.
And then I would also like to circle back around to the fact that it's not as if these kinds of allegations and characterizations haven't hit close to home now, have they?
Wake the hell up.
This Hispanic woman and a friend were at McDonald's in Savannah, Georgia, when this guy, Michael Browning, heard them speaking Spanish. So he told them, shut the F up. And then they probably came over on a boat. She told him he was racist and he agreed. He was a sheriff's deputy. Was you trying to get revenge for the sheriff's deputy? That wasn't even us. That's the whole point.
I did.
I worked for 50 years.
Yeah, you did.
Here.
Mm-hmm.
Building.
Yeah, you did.
What'd you do? I was on the boat.
No, I did. I came in and at least like in a coordination.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm videoing this.
Do it.
You're a racist.
I know.
You're a racist.
I know I am.
And you shouldn't be proud of that. You shouldn't be.
Speaking.
No, I'm speaking with my friends. You racist.
Yeah, sure am. Me. That's me.
Me dice que hablen inglés. Yeah, you're gonna leave right now.
This is one element under the umbrella of Colin Kaepernick's protests. This man, a proud racist, captured via video at a local McDonald's in Savannah, Georgia, told a young Latina that she came to the U.S. on a effing boat. Upon the findings of the fine journalists at the Savannah Morning News, the man, identified as Walter Browning, works as an employee at the Chatham County Sheriff's Office. County Sheriff John T. Wilcher spoke to the media.
I'm very transparent. Somebody's happened. I'm going to deal with it right then. I'm not going to lay around.
Browning kept on his harassment, and it led to his termination.
And to make matters worse, while I and many have sat here and defended your right and your freedom to move through our society without the characterizations that you have received over the course of the last 5 to 6 years, dare I say, decade of the Trump era, your inability to open your eyes and see our collective condition and the connectivity therein has affected us directly.
He's right, you know.
Mother is profiled and pulled over after dropping off a coffee to her son that cops mistook for a drug deal. Guilty until proven innocent in police state USSA.
How's that distance?
There you go.
Bianca, are you still living on Allen View?
Yes.
What were you doing over in the Cumberland right over there?
Dropping my son off.
Okay. What'd you hand off to the gentleman that walked back in the house?
His coffee cup.
His coffee cup?
Yes. I'm tired of him leaving his mess in my car.
Okay. All right. Do you have anything illegal in the car?
You want to search it?
I mean, if you want to let me search it.
Like, what do y'all think we did a transaction or something?
Well, that's what it looked like.
Because we're black?
No. I couldn't see in your car. Your window tints too dark.
Okay,
anyway.
so exactly.
But then again, if in fact there is no evidence of a crime, we can always create one together, now can't we? Tallahassee officer seen on body cam emptying a sealed liquor bottle and tossing it into Calvin Riley's car prior to arresting him for DUI, raising serious concerns about the justice system.
Meet Calvin Riley. He's being stopped by the Tallahassee Police Department on Southland Road.
Oh my God.
Hello, sir. I'm Officer Oliver Toss, Police Department. Do you have
She'll
your driver's
plant evidence
license
of
with
an empty liquor bottle in Riley's car before arresting him for an alleged DUI. Riley is suspended, and officers decide to arrest Riley on a first offense for his suspended
Would
license.
you be willing to do some voluntary field sobriety exercises?
No, say
Okay. Here, go ahead and step out of the vehicle for us.
They didn't tell him the consequences of refusing that voluntary test.
Just go ahead and face the corner of the car for us. Your license is
After detaining Riley, they ask him if he smoked any marijuana.
That's a question. Like, if it's voluntary, why the fuck you gotta get detained? Right? See how it's fucking backwards and fucking entrapment that is?
Mr. Riley, I got a quick question for you.
No problem.
So I smelled marijuana in your vehicle. Did you recently smell?
No.
Once he's arrested for driving with a suspended license, they can search his car. Officer Oliver leaves the car, does a 360, and then goes back in the car, retrieving a sealed liquor bottle and pours it out. That was the sound of the seal on the liquor bottle breaking. Here's another angle. While Officer Muth questions Riley about marijuana
Did
again,
somebody else smoke in your car earlier?
Oliver tosses the empty bottle into the passenger seat. They don't find any marijuana in the car. Here's Officer Oliver implying to Officer Muth that the empty bottle was likely what was in a cup in Riley's center console.
Cover where like the knee would sit. There's an opening, and he had it like tucked. Okay. And then the whatever he had in his.
Oh my God.
Then Officer Muth tells a senior officer that they found open alcohol in the car, in both a bottle and a cup.
Search the car?
Yeah.
Okay, nothing in there?
Yeah. Well, okay, so he had a bunch of alcohol stashed in there, but
Nothing open there.
yeah, open.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, in his like Tervis in the center console, he had a mixed drink, and then under his knee, he had a like little bottle of vodka tucked away.
When officers group to discuss the case, they all ask each other if their body cameras are off.
Still on. Any evidence of that?
Marijuana.
Yeah.
Are you still on?
The video ends at this point. Riley's arrest report states, quote, "A search of Riley's vehicle yielded a small bottle of vodka that was opened in a pocket in the driver's seat cover." Riley's case begins on Friday, April 5th in the Leon County Courthouse in Tallahassee.
Y'all saw it. Y'all saw it. Oh, we all saw it.
You heard the fucking pouring out. Sound like someone was taking a pee. right? So she was obviously pouring that shit out right by her. She could have splashed on her. Why didn't she smell like alcohol? Like this just the shit they do.
Then they expect us to take their per capita reporting seriously when it's skewed against Black people while their crimes go unreported. She really told that lie like the body cam was just there for decoration and did it confidently because she's gotten away with it before. Do we really want to know how much misconduct slipped by before body cams were a thing?
Right.
Here you have Tallahassee PD officer Kirsten Oliver. Looks like she's in court. That officer has to go to jail for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
We know better, don't we? Hey, Officer Gonzalez. You think she going? Exactly. And why is that? And why is that? Let's spell it out.
Claiming that these are the suspects that they're looking for. Right here, right? This big, scary Black kid holding a giant chunk of ice, hurling it at NYPD officers. This is the image. Now, luckily, I'm a sports fanatic, right? And I follow ESPN. This video came up on my For You page. I slowed down the end to see if you can catch it. Did you see it? Look familiar? Yeah, I'd say that's identical, no? I didn't see any cops anywhere. Did you? I saw a bunch of kids having fun. That's all I saw happening. That's why you guys get pegged with fucking snowballs, because you do shit like this. This is unbelievable. Like, I have seen some shit in my life, but this is unbelievable. I have never asked you guys to help one of my videos go viral, but I think this, it's time.
Yeah, those media narratives be something, don't they? They really do. They really do. If only we had like some sort of apples to apples comparison. We need somebody to really go out there and show people what it is. White man admits he drove illegally for a year to test police racism, says he was never stopped. At a Grand Rapids City Commission meeting, he steps to the podium holding expired registration tags, then drops it on the room.
I know people like that, and they'll say there is no such thing as what's happening in the city of Aurora because they never experienced it. And I think it's selective, you know what I mean? Like, that's how it works. You know, when the police stop you, I think it's selective. You know what I mean? So, and they'll say, no, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as the police just pulling over Black people or ghosting them, or hiding them in the system, or there's no such thing. That doesn't happen. Oh, because they never experienced it. You know what I mean? And these people actually, you know, they know personally. And I'm like, what? You don't see it. But if I took myself out of it and I looked at it from their perspective, no wonder they don't see it. You see what I'm saying? No wonder, because it's not happening to them blatantly, like outright in the open. Whereas like in my case, it's every day, all day, and it's right in my fucking face. I see it all day long. Sometimes it happens to me all the time. You know what I mean? Just out of sheer fucking next door people snitching on me for doing whatever, you know what I mean? And being over surveillance. It's just fucking creeping around the neighborhood at whatever time of day I feel like, just the way I look sometimes, who knows? You know what I mean? But if people don't see it, I think it's selective. And not on their fault, it's just selective that they're not being picked, I want to say targeted. You know what I mean? Targeted for it. That's what I want to say.
Ran an experiment for an entire year. He claims he drove without valid plates 5 days a week across multiple police jurisdictions, not stopped once. His conclusion, racial bias in policing. He accuses the Department of deadly force disparities, calls for major changes to the canine policy, mocks officers who say they're feared for their lives. Then he turns directly to the mayor. You promise reform. What keeps you from flexing? Now that's the kind of allies we need right there. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Flex on them. Like
a good experiment. I also know somebody who conducted the same type of experiments. Just getting through their everyday after work type of errands and shit, and you know they never were messed with or stopped. You know, probably because they're conscientious of what what's going on. They're driving. They drive for idiots on the road. They pay attention. So I mean, it's a combination of being a good ass driver, being conscientious. They went like forever and not gotten pulled or anything like that. And that's a good ass experiment because it just shows who does get pulled. Also too, when that person's lucky that the next door people didn't get him. You know what I mean? If it wasn't the laws, it'd be the next door people. They're constantly on the back of somebody's bumper. I say that because in our city, especially in the city of Aurora where I live, they went above and beyond the call of duty of making it impossible to have a vehicle just parked somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, for example, maybe you don't travel or you don't go out as much, so you don't have no use to take your vehicle out. You might start your car up every couple of weeks because you got everything you need, right? But those will be the same type of motherfuckers that go report your vehicle for being abandoned, or say it's a junker that it needs to be towed, and next thing you know, you're paying fucking $700 off the cuff just to get your shit out. I've seen that happen too. If it's not the police, then it's them Karens, motherfucking people that live in the same area, same neighborhood, just have nothing better to do but driving around and finding out whose tags are up to date and whose tags are not. If your car looks like it's, a little low on the front tire, you ain't took it out at the parking spot. They try to say it's a broken, abandoned, a junk car, something that needs to be towed, impounded, crushed, whatever. And you get hit with the fine, knowing good and goddamn well that you just don't have a need to take it out anywhere because you got basically everything you need at home. You you practice good economics. You don't really need anything. If you need to go somewhere, you make arrangements to, and you really don't leave the house for maybe 2, 3, 4 times a month. You see what I'm saying? If it's not the police, then it's them. And then when you got the drones and the fucking cameras everywhere, there's no oversight. It's just what I was arguing about in the Zoom we were just at.
The Pistons, go hard.
Know what these are? Yeah, you do. License plate tabs. These are mine from a year ago when I decided to start an experiment to see how long I, as a white dude, could drive around without them and not get pulled over. Last year, working all the way across town 5 days a week, driving through 4 or 5 different police jurisdictions, I was never stopped or questioned once. But please do keep telling us that there's no racial or class bias in policing. I bet if I started riding my bike around with a gun on me, nobody would call.
Oh, we've seen that. Mm-hmm. We've seen that. Apparently, you could show up to the state capitol. Yeah, but just don't put on too much bronzer, though. That would be a problem.
But in the past couple of years,
I think it was like last week or last year, maybe the year before. Pretty much, I'm pretty sure it was last year. A Republican left his pistol in the fucking bathroom and went home for the weekend. Same weekend, some tweaker crashed into the state, or tried to crash into the state house on the same fucking weekend, right? And I was thinking, man, if I was a janitor, I'd have got off on a fucking free burner by a Republican. Couldn't wait to put a body on that. I was just laughing and giggling. I wouldn't do that. Just say, you know what I mean? I'm like, oops, you don't know what happened to it. Neither do I. That's poor and irresponsible gun handling. But do you think they care? No, they take their guns in there. They just don't want you to, right? They don't want you to take any weapons into the state house. But as legislators, they can do whatever the hell they want. It was a Republican. He left that shit in the bathroom. He was probably dropping a deuce. Got out. I don't even know if he washed his hands. He left that motherfucker right on the counter and just trade up. Kind of makes you wonder if he was drinking on the job. Didn't come back for it. You know what I mean? He just trade up and left it right there for the janitor to find. And the janitor, being a good, respectable brother, decided he was going to, report it and leave it with security. Good. You know what I mean? Seriously. And this man, he's displaying simple the thing we all know. That they're not going to really stop you unless you're doing something stupid like weaving in and out of traffic, driving drunk, fucking anything that's going to cause traffic to not flow properly, an accident, anything like that. He's basically skated up on just him in a couple different jurisdictions, and they never stopped him. Couldn't be anybody I know. You know what I mean?
RPD has killed on 2 out of 3 calls for simply being black and having a firearm, supposedly in a state where that in itself is not illegal.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of racism, let's talk about dogs. As a white guy from the South, I got to say that when I see a black man running away having dogs sicked on them, it's reminiscent of the plantations of the old South with an E.
Mm.
Delbert, release the hounds. That boy's running.
Mm.
I concur with those who've called for drastic change in the dog policy at GRPD. I also join with those who are very tired of listening to a group who doesn't even rank among the top 15 to 20 most dangerous professions bellyache about how they supposedly feared for their lives while nestled snug in their body armor.
Mm.
Mayor, you urged people last night to have ideas rather than just complaining. But ideas are always rebuked by cops as a coddled class hiding behind endless excuses, red tape, assorted jingoistic mythos, and an endless pecker-measuring machismo.
Right.
Look, David, I get it. You're insulted and maybe a little butthurt that people like me will come up here and get on you about your promises. I saw the Facebook unfriending. I read the cold, stoic handshake a couple of weeks ago. But you're the one that promised to take on policing as an issue in your campaign and that we shouldn't be arresting people all the time for every little thing. And then you went and made a video carrying water for exactly that.
Oh, he mad. Oh, he mad when they do that. I've gotten that at work from my supervisor. He had a 10 out of 10.
It's sad though that he has to be the one to say it, and they'll probably listen to him. But when it comes to like people saying the same goddamn thing, it's like on deaf ears. That's the saddest part. Because if he's saying it, they're like, oh my God, clutch my pearls. This man is angry. But when it comes to FBA coming to city council, making the same statements, it falls on deaf ears, and nothing to. It's excuse after excuse, and it's ridiculous. We done seen that many times.
And right there, oh yeah, he ready to take names.
Room. Chief Probate Judge Linda Hallmark removed Judge Ryan from her docket last week, announcing that a complaint about internal allegations of unprofessional conduct was sent to the Judicial Tenure Commission. Judge Ryan was arrested in 2021 for domestic violence, but those charges were later dismissed. And now she's back in the headlines.
Well, if you're black from any other country, you're doing way better. If you're an American black person, then you're lazy piece of
7 investigators have obtained the recordings that county
That's what they think about us, family.
officials say prompted Judge Ryan's removal.
Oh, he's just I have no use for him. I can honestly say that. Okay, I'm not systemically racist. I'm a new racist.
But the question remains, how do you bring somebody back after they've already gone on record with their bias?
It felt to say like out loud, like God, like oh my God, I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps.
Cállate, cabrona mosca hedionda cebosa. That is a cop
by the way, out of Houston, Texas.
You called her a fucking fly, and I don't know what else.
She said, y'all don't know how good it felt to finally let it out and say the ER, the N word with the ER. Oh my God, how so much tension released. It felt like I was back in the Marine Corps. Although I already knew that. Thank you for revealing what goes on in the Marine Corps. Because they love to say in the Army, there's no color, there's no race. We all bleed red.
Also like
But that's neither here nor there as far as the topic that I want to touch. I've touched it many times before, and every opportunity I get, I'm going to continue reminding y'all. Latin America is extremely anti-Black. I know.
Yeah, we've heard this already. He's not saying anything we don't know. I'm gonna move past this real quick, family, because I gotta go to Shabaka's Black Experience and answer it here in a little bit. But I want to catch up on some Colorado news real quick, and then I only got 3 small little ones. Okay, that's happening. So I'm paying a lot more attention. Okay, sorry about that. Get right here. Paying a lot more attention to what's going on because
Denver's council members reviewing the
because it's important. Plus, it's Jesse's running for office, and so I got to pay more attention to what's happening, so I stay concurrent. Pretty much in alignment with everything, you know, moral belief system of, you know, the city and whatnot. We're pretty much on the same page, you know, as a couple, you know. And since I do some of the typing and all the backward shit, it's good to stay hip to what's happening in the city. Now, family, I'm gonna tell you that the media only plays like about 5 to 10% of what's actually happening in the system, in the state. Right? We're in Colorado. Keep in mind, we're in Colorado. So I'm only speaking to about Colorado. I'm only speaking about Denver and Aurora. That's all. Okay. Anything else that's happening around the nation, I don't live there. I can't really speak to the ins and outs. I could just message boost, you know what I mean? Signal boost, you know, certain things that are happening in the other places. Okay. So Black family, check it out. This is like, I have to go to where the whites talk about politics and what's happening with certain bills and shit, because they don't make politics easy for Black people to find, if that makes sense. If you want to know what's going on, then 90% of everybody goes to fucking stupid Jeff Fard or learn about it on one of the big Black events that we go to that is politically Democratic led and gate kept and bourgeoisie, you know. So they don't really give you a good insight of what's happening. So there's been several different I want to say podcasts, I want to say blogs or whatever was the podcast for the sake of YouTube, that I've been recently keeping eyes on, because I try to avoid the shit that has opinion to it, because really at the end of the day, we want to establish our own Black opinion and Black thought, okay? But they don't make it easy for us here in the city of Denver. So I've been kind of exploring certain bloggers. I don't like their politics. Some of them I don't like how they deliver shit. I just keep it straight to what's happening as far as bills and certain things that are going on. That's all I try to keep it. So that's what you're gonna see. If they made it tolerable, we had more Black access that isn't boule, then that would be different. But it's kind of not like that. We do have a couple of people that like we have Sister Vicky Dillon. She mostly focuses on stuff that's going on around the nation. particularly with, she does the war room, right? But she is here. She also, that's her work, you know what I mean? We also have like Kurt, and we have the Frontline Black News and this, but they're not. We don't have other avenues that are not led by Democrats, mammies, wenches, coons, buffoons, jewelry, tap dancers, gatekeepers, anything like that. There's not even an avenue for independent thought, really. They say they want free thinking, but there's no such thing. We've called that out many times. So I just want you to know that that's where I'm leading. That's what we're going to be looking at in the next 3 little clips before I end it. Okay? So let's get started.
Denver 7 has learned that another shelter run by Colorado Coalition of the Homeless, CCH, is going to be closing soon.
Denver 7 viewer Alexander reached out to our Daniel Kreuter, who reports on the issue of homelessness, and he says, quote,
also too, I want to read. There's all these audits and shit that's going on behind the scenes, specifically for housing, in regards to the housing, as far as Denver Housing Association. Like, I'm on the Denver Housing Association thing. You mean I'm a client? You see what I'm saying? Just a client. A lot of people are clients, right? But I read an article where they're talking about like 60 or 90 apartments have been kicked back and nobody talked about it. Basically raised to the area income of 80%. I don't know who's making 80% of area median income. And on the worker wage, there's no such thing. It doesn't math. The math doesn't math. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even what I want to say. Your living wage, your working wage, and your area median range does not match on any level. So 80% is like, I don't know what kind of job you have to have and what kind of wage you need to be making. But that's beyond most people right now, currently, in this condition that we're in. You know what I mean? I don't even think it could have been possible before COVID. It was already hard enough. So there's a lot of there's a lot of back behind the scenes shit happening that no one's talking about. But you kind of catch it in between news break and this.
Park Avenue Inn, an emergency shelter owned by CCH, will be shut down January 31st, with many of us not knowing where we will be going.
Nearly $200 million spent, and Denver ended up with more homeless people than when the spending started. That is not a typo. Denver, Colorado, one of the fastest growing, most prosperous cities in the American.
The mayor and his bills, and this budget. Like, this is the shit me and Jesse be calling out all the time.
West declared a homelessness emergency. In 2023, poured nearly $200 million into hotels, tiny homes, and shelter contracts, and watched its total homeless population climb from 9,065 to over 10,700 people. A city auditor just confirmed that the public was given the wrong spending numbers the entire time. What went wrong, and who is paying?
That auditor is a shit. I don't know. He's just me and Jesse talked about him earlier today privately. I was like, Mr. O'Brien is a shit. He catches all these things. They can't get away with a motherfucking thing when it comes to him. No one can. Now, if you followed me for all this time and Frontline Black News, then I'm all about motherfucking audits. Everybody needs an audit, especially when I think they're doing some shady shit. And this is always me talking about the city. The certain programs, CCH, Denver Housing, that's the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, host, all these entities that we have here in the city of Denver, prior to the mayor, even when the other mayor was in charge. But this mayor right here, we knew he was doing scandalous shit. We called him out. This is the same one that did the whole white boy swooping. We've been calling it out. So this auditor, though, that we have, he's been just putting out audit after audit after audit after audit, and they've been like stellar audits. A lot of reading, but it's salacious reading. It's good reading if you're trying to check behavior, especially when it comes to regards to money, housing. Why there's so many. Like, look, I wish I had a camera. I wish I had a jet. I could just put the camera outside the window. You can see 3 fucking separate encampments, and they're all black. All black people are in there. Maybe like a sprinkle of salt in here. Like, we're talking about maybe 1 or 2 white people and mix all the black people. We're not even talking about Latinos. We're talking about black men and women that are unhoused. We just had like a little brief cold front. You know what I mean? It's cold right now. It's like 57 degrees. See what I'm saying? Where they're outside, can't cover up, can't put up a tent. They can't put up no lean-tos. They can't do nothing. They're just outside right now, currently. See what I'm saying? And they'll just come and get swept and told to move around and shift around. And that's what's happening. He lied. And not only did he lie, but some of this money went to housing the newcomers, or migrants, and taking care of their needs as well. He stuffed a whole bunch of people in these shelter hotel-like situations. It made them false promises, whatever it took to get off the street so the numbers would look right, and he acted like the hero. In reality, summer is coming, and they started closing. Look, like they're talking about this Park Avenue Inn. Where the fuck is that?
For it is what this video covers. Every January, cities across America send volunteers out to count every person sleeping outside or in a shelter on a single night. The method is imperfect, but it is the national standard. And in January 2023, Denver's count delivered a number that rattled city officials. The Metro Denver area had counted 6,884 homeless people in January 2022. 12 months later, that figure jumped to 9,065, a 31.7% increase in a single year, with nearly 4,000 people falling into homelessness for the very first time. On that one January night, more than 1,400 people slept outside in Denver with no shelter at all. What made this worse was the spending history sitting behind those numbers. Denver's homelessness budget had already ballooned from $73 million in 2019 to nearly $181 million by 2023. And the Common Sense Institute, a Colorado policy research organization, estimated the broader metro area had spent $516 million on homelessness in 2022 alone. More money flowing in, more people sleeping outside. That combination is what new Mayor Mike Johnston inherited when he was inaugurated on July 17, 2023. His very first full day in office, Johnston signed a citywide homelessness emergency declaration under the Colorado Disaster Emergency Act, the same legal mechanism the state uses for natural disasters, not a routine executive order. The document's language left little room for interpretation.
See?
It acknowledged that incremental approaches had failed, that over 1,300 city residents were unsheltered, and that people were dying on Denver's streets. Johnston told reporters that morning, "The issue of people living unhoused on the streets is the most significant issue the city faces right now. It is a human rights challenge because we know we have people who are right now living and dying on the streets of Denver." Under state law, that declaration needed city council reauthorization roughly every 30 days, and the first vote on July 24th passed 12-1, with only Councilwoman Amanda Sawyer voting against it. Later extensions in October and November passed by 10-3, as skepticism on the council quietly grew. The emergency itself carried a specific program attached to it, House 1000, a pledge to move 1,000 unsheltered people indoors by December 31st, 2023, with an initial budget of $48.6.
Some lies, like you got them outside telling the people, just go in there, just whatever it takes to get you inside, or else you're going to jail. You know what I mean? Whatever it takes is, you know, take this now and go inside or you're going to jail. That was the thing. You know what I mean? We'll see how long it lasts. Maybe we could have your house by summertime, and then summertime comes and then motherfuckers get thrown out, right? So they put a whole bunch of people, different types of people inside these little, they stuffed them all in there. They took them and they put them in these like studio apartment hotels. They're like buffets, like studios inside of what do you call them? They're like motels that you can live in. Like God, I can't think of the name right now. I can't think of the name. I can't think of the technical name for it. Forgive me. But these are like hotel rooms that got some sort of a cooking mechanism or source. You know, it's basically like a studio apartment with like a miniature stove or hot plate, whatever. You know what I mean? You can live there. They're like extended stays. Extended stays. That's what we would call them. Okay, so they basically promised everybody outside, go inside, or get arrested, basically. So there's motherfuckers that took that opportunity, went inside to any one of these shelter studio or extended stay apartments, right? They were meant to be, transitional, or tiny home, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Some people were majorly didn't get any fucking help, and they said they either made their way outside or whatever, right? And so there was no real guarantee. There was no stability there. At the same time, they had all the new migrants coming in, and they had to be housed, and they had all these specific demands, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So all this shit is happening. He inflated the numbers by saying he housed nothing but the unhoused, but in reality, he housed unhoused and newcomer. Excuse me, I want to say newcomers because it's the fucking city. It housed migrants as well, and he inflated the numbers. Okay, we know that is fact. So all while this emergency money came in, right? Whole time they got in city council. They're talking to his deputy housing person. Was that Cole Chandler, motherfucker? I thought he should have been fired already. All this stuff happening, and they're just believing whatever they could hear. You know what I mean? Jesse was lucky he got the city council people to come out there when he was living in that one building. You see what I'm saying? So, and then this building is almost the same type of situation because it just place whoever, wherever. You can't have a building where almost say 30% of the people are trying to do good with their life, and then the rest of the people are still participating in shit that they would have participated outside in. You see what I'm saying? And not really trying to better the circumstance. It makes it almost a dangerous, inhospitable place to be.
$6 million. Breaking down that original $48.6 million tells you a great deal about how the program was designed and where the arguments about its effectiveness would later focus. The largest single piece, roughly $24 million, and told reporters that morning, the issue of people living unhoused on the streets is the most significant issue the city faces right now. It is a human rights challenge because we know we have people who are right now living and dying on the streets of Denver. Under state law, that declaration needed city council reauthorization roughly every 30 days. And the first vote on July 24th passed 12-1, with only Councilwoman Amanda Sawyer voting against it. Later extensions in October and November passed by 10-3, as skepticism on the council quietly grew. The emergency itself carried a specific program attached to it. House 1000, a pledge to move 1,000 unsheltered people indoors by December 31st, 2023, with an initial budget of $48.6 million. Breaking down that original $48.6 million tells you a great deal about how the program was designed and where the arguments about its effectiveness.
You see the city right there?
Effectiveness would later focus. The largest single piece, roughly $24 million, covered hotels. The city purchased a Best Western outright for $18.9 million and leased additional properties. Almost 20 million more went toward micro-communities, tiny home villages, and pallet shelter sites with utilities and basic services.
Jesse,
Rapid rehousing through landlord partnerships absorbed around 4 million, and outreach, transportation, and encampment response received the remainder. The Salvation Army collected $9.17 million just to operate the Best Western, plus another $1.74 million for meals, on top of contracts it already.
My question is, I wonder if those numbers are kind of close to when they were during COVID, because at the same time, these same rescue mission, these same things were going on during COVID, and they housed people as well, and fed them and did all that shit too. I got to experience that a couple times during during COVID in two separate places before I got my apartment. I came off the street. So the numbers were they were doing the same thing back then, but that was during the pandemic. So I wonder if those numbers are kind of look the same like these numbers.
Already held, totaling more than $174 million in Denver city contracts since 2020, which made it by far the dominant player in the city's homeless services industry.
Which I said all these little programs need to be cut. They need to be ended because they just got their hand out. They're not really the Salvation Army partially does the work. It also runs several other programs that help different they help prisoners. They help all kinds. They have different programs, not necessarily all in house. They have different shelter options. So yeah, their hand was out. Their hand was majorly out, and no one was checking them because they kept coming up for the contracts kept coming up for renewal.
Other major contractors included St. Francis Center, Colorado Village Collaborative, Bayode Enterprises, and the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless. On December 31st, 2023, Johnston declared House 1000 a success, with 1,034 people moved indoors by the deadline. The emergency declaration expired after 167 days, and in January 2024, the program relaunched under a new name, All in Mile High, with a rolling annual goal of 2,000 people indoors per year, and a projected cost Johnston put publicly at $50 to $60 million annually. Two sets of numbers came out of the first 2 years, and they point in completely opposite
There's Jesse standing right there.
directions. The January 2025 point in time count found 785 unsheltered people in Denver, down from 1,423 in 2023, a 45% reduction in street homelessness over 2 years. The Urban Institute, brought in as an independent evaluator, confirmed that encampments of 20 or more people dropped by 98%. Large tent cities essentially stopped existing in Denver, and residents who had watched them grow for years could see the difference. But total homelessness in Denver City grew from 5,818 in 2023 to 7,347 by 2025. And across the 7-county metro area, the figure climbed from 9,065 to 10,774. The program moved thousands of people off sidewalks and into shelter beds. And then most of those people got stuck there. City data showed that of the 2,169 people moved indoors through the end of 2024, only 804 reached permanent housing, which works out to about 37%. The rest cycled through hotels and micro-communities without a stable destination, while new people fell into homelessness faster than the system could absorb them. Kathy Alderman, the communications director at the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless,
Who should have been fired,
described the gap plainly. Providing these alternate shelter locations, micro-communities, hotels, pallet shelters, whatever they are safer places than sleeping on the streets. But they are not housing. The language is a little misleading. And that's the core tension the program never resolved. Shelter and housing are not the same thing, and Denver was spending as though they were. The original $48.6 million emergency budget did not stay at $48.6 million. Denver's host office, the city agency overseeing homelessness and housing, carried a $247 million budget in 2024 and $229 million the following year, with more than $61 million of that directed specifically to All-In Mile High. The cumulative total for the program from July 2023 through June 2025 was reported by the mayor's office as $158 million. That number turned out to be wrong. On March 19, 2026, after a full year of investigation, City Auditor Timothy O'Brien released a report putting the actual figure at $178.1 million, $20 million more than the public had been told. What the audit found behind that gap was alarming. No central expense tracking system for the entire program. 38% of sampled invoices lacking proper documentation. Sole source contracts awarded to major vendors without documented justification. And a public outcomes dashboard that had been quietly redesigned in April 2025 to remove data on deaths, jail placements, and returns to the street. O'Brien addressed the mayor's office directly.
See, I told you they've been ghosting motherfuckers. People died. People have died in jail. People died. They don't report it. They all that. Told you, man.
$20 million in underreported costs is a lot of money, especially when the mayor's office is cutting budgets. It is alarming. There's been no central oversight of spending, and measurements of success keep changing. The mayor's office responded by calling the audit willfully misleading and insisting every dollar was accounted for, while declining to explain publicly how they calculated their own expenses. The auditor's office said that refusal to share the methodology was itself a red flag. While the financial dispute played out at City Hall, the conditions inside the actual shelter facilities were telling a different story entirely. The centerpiece of the program was a former DoubleTree hotel at 4040 Quebec Street, converted into a roughly 300-room shelter called the Aspen. Within 3 months of opening, police calls to that address had reportedly climbed by 2,900%. Two residents, Dustin Nunn and Sandra Cervantes, were found dead inside the building in March 2024. Days later, a woman was shot in the neck. By late 2025, the Aspen had recorded 2 homicides, 1 additional shooting, 36 overdose calls, 19 domestic violence reports, a staff sexual assault accusation, and 431 calls to 911 before mid-October alone, all inside a facility whose security budget of $807,000 had not produced on-site guards or cameras. At Tamarack Family Shelter, built specifically for families with children, an 11-year-old girl fell 6 to 7 stories from a former balcony on July 7, 2025, surviving with a broken femur. Before that fall, residents had already reported 85-degree nighttime temperatures, broken air conditioning, and pest infestations. The doors blocking access to the unsafe balcony area had been secured only with epoxy and screws that any adult could defeat with a basic screwdriver. No charges were filed. Advocates had been raising alarms about these conditions for months, and the pattern across multiple facilities pointed to the same underlying problem. Large congregate settings, rushed into operation under emergency timelines, with staffing and safety systems that never kept pace with the need. August 2025 brought news that further complicated an already troubled program, when the Salvation Army announced it would exit Denver operations entirely at the end of the year, leaving the city scrambling to replace its largest service provider on an urgent timeline. 3 new operators were selected for a combined $64 million contract package. And the most contentious choice by far was Urban Alchemy, a San Francisco-based nonprofit awarded a $30.4 million, 3-year contract to run the Aspen. Founded in 2018, Urban Alchemy employs staff who are predominantly formerly incarcerated, a model some cities have praised. Denver's council members, reviewing the contract in December 2025, found reasons for serious concern. By the time Denver signed, Urban Alchemy had accumulated 27 lawsuits alleging sexual harassment, sex discrimination, and unpaid overtime. Austin, Texas, had terminated its own Urban Alchemy contract in September 2025, 3 months before the Denver vote, after the organization self-reported that employees had falsified government data records. A lobbying rules violation in San Francisco added to the file. Councilwoman Chantel Lewis put her opposition in plain language. Are we doing a good job? Absolutely not. My community deserves so much better than what we are seeing from the administration.
She said that.
You might think, well, it's not the Salvation Army, so it's better than nothing. I am sick of that mentality. And this is where it gets harder to defend. Denver's host deputy director, Jeff Kositsky, had worked as Urban Alchemy's chief growth officer from 2021 to 2024, the position he held before joining the very city agency that selected Urban Alchemy for a $30 million contract. That connection was never formally disclosed. The council approved the contract 9-4. Urban Alchemy took over January 1st, 2026, and one of its first moves was to revoke room keys from all residents, requiring them to knock and wait for staff permission to enter their own rooms.
Ooh.
A resident named Bobby told a Denver journalist what it
Never
felt
said anything like that.
Why are you going to come in here and treat me like a 6-year-old? One piece of context that almost never gets properly separated from Denver's homelessness numbers is the migrant crisis that consumed the city at exactly the same time. Starting in late 2020, approximately 42,000 to 45,000 asylum seekers, mostly Venezuelan families bust from Texas, arrived in Denver, more per capita than any other American city. At peak, between late 2023 and early 2024, the city was simultaneously sheltering between 4,500 and 5,000 migrants in a separate parallel hotel and shelter system, while also trying to run the homelessness emergency. These were two enormous logistical operations competing for the same hotel rooms, the same nonprofit staff, and the same public dollars. To fund migrant services, Denver launched the Denver Asylum Seekers Program in April 2024 with a $90 million budget, and to cover it, every city department absorbed 10 to 15% in budget cuts, meaning recreation centers, DMV offices, and basic city services were reduced directly to pay for emergency migrant housing. By the city's own accounting, Denver spent roughly $40 million on migrants in 2023, another over $40 million in 2024, and around $10 million in 2025. The Common Sense Institute put the total cost, including healthcare, schools, and all city services, at $356 million through November 2024, a figure advocates dispute for double counting certain expenses. None of that migrant spending appears in the all-in-mile high budget.
Of course not.
That means anyone trying to understand what Denver actually spent on its homelessness and housing crisis in these 2 years needs to add both columns together. Facing a $200 million citywide budget deficit in 2026, partly because the federal American Rescue Plan money that funded the emergency has run out, and partly because the Trump administration denied Denver $24 million in migrant response reimbursements, the city cut its housing and homelessness budget to $206 million, down $24 million from the prior year. 3 shelter facilities are closing: the Comfort Inn in March 2026, Monroe Village in June 2026, and the Radisson Shelter. Johnston's administration laid off approximately 169 employees and eliminated more than 600 positions citywide. The mayor has set a 2026 goal of reducing street homelessness by 75% compared to 2023, and has stated his intention to end street homelessness entirely before his first term expires in 2027, while running on a budget $24 million, smaller than the one that failed to accomplish that the first time around. Nationally, the scale of this problem dwarfs Denver's local version. A record 771,480 Americans were counted as homeless in January 2024, an 18% jump from the prior year and the highest figure ever recorded. Los Angeles spends between $900 million and $1.28 billion annually on homelessness, and recently had an auditor find $513 million unspent, with another $2 billion unaccounted for at its regional housing authority. Seattle proposed a $205 million homelessness budget in 2026, while its own auditor found a $35 million cash shortfall. Portland spent $724 million on homelessness in 2024, with outcomes its own officials describe as mixed. The city held up most consistently as a national model is Houston, which reduced homelessness by 63% since 2011 through a system focused on moving people directly into permanent housing rather than cycling them through shelter as an intermediate stop, the exact distinction Denver's critics say the city's program got wrong from the beginning. Pull back from the politics and the audits and the contractor disputes, and what remains is a set of facts that Denver cannot argue its way around.
Right.
Street homelessness in Denver dropped 45% over 2 years. Real, visible, documented by an independent evaluator. Total homelessness growed nearly 19% over those same 2 years. $178 million was spent, $20 million more than the public was told, tracked through a system that the city auditor described as having no central oversight. The public dashboard was redesigned in 2025, specifically to remove the data points showing the worst outcomes. The city's largest shelter contractor was replaced by an organization with 27 active lawsuits, a self-reported data falsification scandal in Texas, and a direct employment connection to a senior city official that was never disclosed. An 11-year-old fell 7 stories in a family shelter. 2 people were murdered in the flagship hotel facility, and the 2026 budget is now $24 million smaller than the emergency level spending that still could not solve the problem. The auditor, Timothy O'Brien, framed the accountability question as directly as anyone in city government has. For a program in its 3rd year and approaching $200 million in costs, not tracking expenses is irresponsible.
Right.
Mayor Johnston argues Denver proved homelessness is solvable with the right commitment.
Oh my God.
Advocates like Therese Howard at the House Keys Action Network argue the program prioritized the optics of a new mayor over the actual needs of people on the streets. What nobody disputes is the arithmetic. Denver spent more than it reported, moved far more people into temporary shelter than into permanent homes, and closed the 2-year emergency period with a larger total homeless population than it started with. Whether that qualifies as progress depends entirely on what you believed the $60 million plan was actually meant to accomplish.
Well, hello, free people of the Rocky Mountain region. This is Brandon from Free State, Colorado, and I hope you're doing well. You know, the story made some headlines when it was in the news recently, but it's kind of getting lost in the news cycle. There's so many things happening right now, of course, in Colorado and Denver.
See how it's so important, dude, that we like, or at least we're staying on top of it because we live here. You know what I mean? Me and Jesse live here, so it's like we have to stay on top of it. That thing with Therese and them. You know, they're tokenizers. Like, you know, they abandoned the motherfucking actual people so they can focus on migrants. You know what I mean? So that doesn't count. You know what I mean? A lot of this is still focused on everything they do now. Everything that's happening now, like, is still focused on the migrants feeling a certain kind of way, right? We just got out of a meeting where I was actively questioning that. They brought up a certain political group that I've shown you several times is paid agitation or paid protesters. You know what I mean? They said not the Denver office, like it just stops. It stops right there, like stops at the Denver office. Yeah, right. They're actively doing it. They didn't want to hear. They didn't want to hear what I had to say, but it's important that we stay on everybody's helmet, because people are being misled or not given the full information
across the country. But I really wanted to make sure you saw this because people have always been asking, especially recently, what about all this fraud with NGOs? What's the big story with all this money in these nonprofits, our taxpayer money?
That's why I'm all on everybody's ass about these audits, man, lately, especially these NGOs and nonprofit groups.
Money that's going to these organizations, who is accounting for it, what's happening with it, and that's one of the biggest questions I keep seeing pop up online. So I'm not saying there's fraud here, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, this is kind of one of those things that people should be looking at, and especially if you're in Denver, you should be demanding some answers and really trying to hold the elected politicians accountable to make sure this kind of thing isn't continuing to happen. So this is over at coloradopolitics.com. No oversight. Denver's homeless plan cost $20 million more than previously reported, auditor says, from March 19th, 2026. Mayor Mike Johnston's campaign to curb homelessness has cost the city an estimated $20 million more than previously reported, Denver's auditor concluded. The audit determined that the mayor's initiative was poorly planned with underreported expenses, no monitoring plan, inadequate equity considerations in the shelter sitting, and no one responsible for tracking the program's citywide expenses. Wow. It's a lot of money, folks. It's a lot of money. The mayor's office disputed the findings.
Then the whole time they get to go to city council, there would be the people who represent the shit or be able to talk about it, which would be like Cole Chandler, Kathy Alderman, Britta, whatever her name is, anybody, right? They'll come and they'll speak out eloquently, not have no data, not have nothing to back up their claims, just talk about, oh, well, we'll get back to the office and we'll send you something. It never gets answered. It's just misleading lies. Like their lives matter. Like this is a white lives matter thing. I'm white and I say so. This is what's happening, and city council just sops it up like a piece of bread and some pasta sauce. You know, just eats it all up, and knowing good and goddamn well they're being misled or not even asking the right fucking questions. They never ask the right questions, right? And to try to even help them out, they're not they're not receptive. Excuse me. They're not receptive to even really hearing from the public who would know better than they, right? They're not receptive to any of that. They'll go off of whoever and anybody that isn't me and Jesse, okay? And we would know. We would fucking know. I like the auditor too. I think the auditor, he does excellent auditing, and so much that the mayor hates him. You know, and that's a bad sign, right? Or that's a good sign. That means he's doing his job. That the mayor doesn't like reading his motherfucking salacious ass audits, pointing out the fraud, and it is fraud. There is fraud happening. There's all kinds of fraud happening. There's all kinds of things happening behind the scenes that there's not really we're not being informed. You know what I mean? You got to have like that inside baseball type of knowledge to really get to the meat of things.
Findings calling some instances of the audit willfully misleading. $20 million in underreported costs is a lot of money, especially when the mayor's office is cutting budgets. That's right. They laid off some people recently, right? Auditor Timothy O'Brien said in a statement Thursday, "It is alarming. There's been no central oversight of spending, and measurements of success keep changing." Folks, this is so often the case in government, and that's why we need citizens. We need leaders in our own communities who are willing to step up, pay attention to these types of things, put it online, and keep your eye on it because stuff's going on, right? Shortly after he was elected mayor in 2023, Johnston, who promised to end homelessness in his first term as mayor, declared a state of emergency and launched what he called the House 1000 Initiative. After the emergency ended, the program transitioned to what he dubbed as his all-in mile high. As envisioned, it would deliver homeless services through the mayor's office, the Department of Housing Stability, and other city agencies. During an October 2025 presentation to
that was the case, we wouldn't see Black women previously coming with their children, demanding and asking for housing and shelter, things like that, when they were being denied and leapfrogged over by newcomers and their growing families and whatnot. I'm trying to be PC, man. Try to be right. We wouldn't have seen that happen. But we did. We witnessed this during city council meetings that Jesse filming. So he's not necessarily wrong. Of course, he would say that that the audit is willfully misleading, meaning dude knows he's misleading the people. No. He's not misleading. He's telling the truth. It's the mayor's misleading. And they cut a lot of people out. They fired a lot of people. They also did a couple little budget cuts, but they failed to mention certain individuals, like the elections division didn't want to cut his motherfucking budget at all. He fought it. He was like one of several that didn't want to cut their budget. Talk about city council not wanting to cut their budgets or cut their people down either, for the simple fact that the people they work with just know everything from behind the scenes. They didn't want to be outed. That's a real thing.
The Denver City Council, Johnston's office reported that the total cost of the program from July 2023 through June 2025 was about $158 million. It's a lot of money. When auditors compared expenses in Workday, the city's official system of record, they found that roughly $178.1 million was spent over the same period. Auditors said the mayor's office could not substantiate the figures and refused to give auditors access to House 1000 expense tracking spreadsheets, citing them as deliberative planning documents. I mean, that's the thing, folks. Anytime this is the government,
how can they get away with that? I used to say, if I was an auditor, I would go back as far as I wanted to go back, like 10 years. If I had to go back to the previous, just to do the math, just to do the numbers, right? But how can the mayor's office get away with saying they don't want to give up certain things? They don't want to allow him to, allow the auditor to do any real work, right? He said, what did he say? He said, let me see real quick. Back this check up 1 second. Let's see. What did he say?
25 was about $158 million. It's a lot of money. When auditors compared expenses in Workday, the city's official system of record, they found that roughly $178.1 million was spent over the same period. Auditors said the mayor's office could not substantiate the figures and refused to give auditors access to House 1000 expense tracking.
How can they refuse? And how can, I really want to know. I asked earlier in the meeting when the next time we get to speak to the auditor, but I'm going to ask him anyway, regardless. How can he refuse to give it up? If I was an auditor, I don't even think I'd ask him. I'd just go fucking hit the hard drives and file cabinets. I'm like, everybody take these. Excuse me, ma'am. Put the USB flash drive in there. Don't worry about what I'm doing here. You know what I mean? And just take it. Why would you? I don't know why he has to ask. Right? That's the same thing that happened with the previous mayor. The previous mayor was trying to do a lot of good shit, but it never got out. It never got through. For simple reasoning, like people standing in the way, people not letting it go through, people misplacing the paperwork, people lying, whatever. Just all these obstacles, barriers to where he couldn't do anything really good for specific communities. Okay. And it was all in the back. You just got to read all in the back. Right. And how could they get away with that? How can they get away with it? Nobody's above the program. You know what I mean? And who's above the mayor? This is a rhetorical question. Can't the auditor go above the mayor? This gives them time to hide anything. You see what I'm saying? The whole point, I always thought about the auditor would be the whole point of the auditor would be to go in and just handle up, get everything you need, come back with your findings and hit them with some recommendations that good and goddamn well they're not going to accomplish the time, and then hit them with some enforcement. You know what I mean? Realistic time enforcements. I don't see how they can get away with saying, oh no, no, we don't want to give this up. They have to give it up. I mean, people have been asking about this Mile High, they've been asking about this shit. People have been asking about my all-in Mile High and the one before it, and where all this money is, and how come these things are taking precedence over this. People have been asking these questions, and the mayor has did the old "I'm white and I say so," beat around the bush, not quite answer the question. You know what I mean?
Spreadsheets, citing them as deliberative planning documents. I mean, that's the thing, folks. Anytime this is the government, like they're supposed to be transparent and open. And it's like if the auditor who's independent of the mayor's office is asking for these documents to track spending when you're talking about $20 million,
Right.
they should be getting it, I think. Johnson's office fired back in a statement arguing that the audit misstates key facts and in some instances willfully misleading. This is not true, the mayor's office said. The mayor's office did provide supporting documentation, including on the 150.
So basically saying, we'll give you whatever we feel like giving you, not the actual truth, right? Supplied sufficient documentation. Sufficient for who? Like if I was the auditor, I'd be like, sufficient for who? That's not what I asked for. You know what I mean? So they basically gave him whatever to appease the auditor. You know what I mean? And maybe the auditor just didn't feel like pushing back that day. But Mr. O'Brien seems to push back on a lot.
$8 million figure, and also provided a host analyst to walk through all the figures. Host is
so to say that the mayor is smart enough to do the math. That motherfucker is pretty fucking smart. I've been reading a lot of his audits. He does math. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, we'll send somebody to explain it to you. Why? What are you hiding? It should be self-explanatory. Everything's in black and white. Why are you treating the auditor like he's slow?
Is this program, folks, the housing stability? That's what they mean by host.
Yeah.
These figures were accurate at the time of our reporting. The only spreadsheet that we declined to provide was a deliberative, incomplete document from the early days of House 1000 that had nothing to do with the figures cited in the report. Johnson's office said it did not underreport any figures. For a program that is in its third year and approaching $200 million in costs, not tracking expenses is irresponsible, O'Brien, the auditor, said. The mayor's office's unwillingness to share how they are calculating expenses also raises red flags. Crazy stuff, folks. There's so much going on. And this is coming up for an election, right? Mayor is up for re-election in 2027. It's going to be a lot of controversy. A lot's going to be going on in Denver. If you're in Denver, check these articles out. It's over at freestatecolorado.com. Of course, I'm going to have links to all of these. And let's keep going here. So Denverite had some reporting on it as well. Denver mayor auditor clash over $20 million in homelessness spending from March 19th, 2026. So check this one out as well. Crazy stuff there, folks, with lots and lots of money going in there. Of course, the mayor's office disagreeing. That we mentioned in the previous article, All in Mile High. All in Mile High includes certain city shelters, case management, healthcare, job training, education, and more. In general, the mayor's office defines it as facilities and programs opened during Johnston's tenure. The mayor's office oversees the effort, while it's funded and executed in large part by the Department of Housing Stability, HOST. A lot of stuff going in there, folks, and they've claimed some successes. They say there's 45% drop in unsheltered homelessness based on point-in-time data. So, I mean, that's a good thing. But this is hundreds of millions of dollars, folks, for thousands of people. And don't get me wrong, the thousands of people, it's a tragedy if they're experiencing these horrible situations, if they're in these bad places. Nobody wants to see that. But at the same time, you're talking $200 million for 8,000 people.
Look, a lot of this money could have been spent on a lot of good things with all this housing, like security, for example. I've seen it for myself. I lived in one of these motherfucking programs before I got to my apartment that I live in now. I was segregated for not being able to use the facilities. Basically, everything that everybody else could use, I was not. I had to go to the fucking building and actually have an argument and just fight to use the laundry. Neither here nor there. But security, right? Security is there to keep an eye on things, to keep people safe, but security doesn't do that. You got to call the police on your own time, right? They don't care. Unlocking your door, that's a whole separate situation. They're not there to keep people safe. They don't even keep track of shit. But all this money is going to security just to sit there and take your ID and so you can sign your name in. It's ridiculous. Could have been used on better security, clean environment. A lot of these places are like riddled with pests, and that's part of that is because you got different people coming in at different times. A lot of people don't want to get rid of everything that they've accumulated on the street. I know I was one of those type of people, but when I came time to get into my apartment, shit. If you ask anybody, I came into my apartment with no motherfucking shoes on my feet. Literally, they said I got approved and it was time to go. I didn't have no shoes, no coat. I was very lucky I had clothes on me, and I didn't even have a to-go bag. I just literally signed the fucking paperwork, mobbed my ass to the motherfucking bus stop, and took it all the way to where I was living for like a good year or so until situation happened and Jesse had to help me. Real shit. So no shoes. I literally signed the papers right there at the Colorado or the Coalition for the Homeless. Walked over to the nearest 43 and got on the bus, no shoes, got off the bus and went and got my key, signed the paperwork, went into my apartment, no shoes, dirty ass motherfucking feet. It was muddy and rainy season. And I just looked like I had been outside. I was only really from my hotel transitional living thing to my apartment. I was outside for exactly 3 weeks. And then those 3 weeks, I hounded the fuck out of them people every goddamn day, all day long. Talking about you weren't supposed to let this happen. Whatever I had to do to get in. And it was a lot of work, but I did it. I'm just saying, there's times where I could have brought my whole cart. I could have brought my shit that I done scooted around the east side collecting to make a perfect lean-to. You know what I mean? I was all over the east side, trying not to get busted by the Crips fucking stealing tarps and shit. They really saw me down bad. They didn't see me down bad like that. You know what I mean? However, that's the second point. Point is that they could have done better things. Instead, they didn't. Instead, they got people like our friend that writes for the news break living in utter fear in his own fucking apartment. You see what I'm saying? They don't help him. There's no case management that's reliable. I've seen it in a whole bunch of different places that are run by the city. They don't give a damn. So if they don't give a damn, then they're not putting money towards it. So where are they putting the money at? You know what I mean?
8,300 people into shelter, 7,300 people into housing. I can only assume that 7,300 people is part of that 8,300. I'm not sure. That's still a lot of money. Lots and lots of money, folks. So there's some disputes over the spending. The mayor's office says you're not really counting it correctly. And the auditor says, no, we're counting everything and you're not counting it all. So big thing there. One housing stability leader said they do not know what All-In Mile High program means, saying that the name and format of Denver's homelessness response program has changed roughly 15 times since they started working for the city, the report stated. It's not clear how long that person has worked at the city. The report also found issues with how the city selected contractors to run homelessness programs. For example, the Salvation Army and the Colorado Coalition of the Homeless both were awarded sole source contracts that did not require a competitive process. But the city couldn't properly document why the sole source contract was necessary, the auditor reported. The mayor's office said the people with knowledge of the decision didn't work at the city anymore. Oh, funny how that works. And housing leaders ignored questions about it, the audit found. The audit also said the city failed to follow a law that requires records to be retained for several years. So it's more than just one thing, folks. There's so many red flags here. Nonetheless, definitely recommend you check all of this out, read through it, and get involved with your local level of politics, folks. Denver 7, I really want to applaud them. This is one of my biggest things I'm always looking for in articles. A pet peeve when they don't do it, always happy when they do it. Denver 7 in their reporting actually included the actual report. You can read the full 41-page report at the bottom, and none of these other articles even linked to it. They just mentioned it, they talked about it, but they never actually linked to it. So that's always great to see. Again, links at freestatecolorado.com. This is that 41-page report, and it's pretty devastating, folks. Pretty devastating going through here. Very interesting stuff. The audit found that the All-In Mile High initiative was insufficiently planned to meet its goals. This resulted in the city underreporting program expenses, not documenting a plan to monitor progress, inadequately considering equity when selecting shelter locations, and insufficiently documenting contract procurements. And I got to say, even if you're not in Denver, this is important why independent auditors are so important, right? This is something that maybe in your community, in your area, having an independent voice come in and really dig into it. Because imagine if this auditor was somebody that was appointed by the Johnston administration, right? They would just say, no, everything's fine. No worries there, folks. They have a little highlight here. This is March 2026 here, folks, and you can read it here. What we found, the city does not have a formal process to track program expenses for all city agencies. The city underreported the total cost of the All-In Mile High initiative by about $20 million. The mayor's office reporting on the outcomes of people entering the All-In Mile High initiative was not sufficiently clear. The city's public dashboard did not fully align with the mayor's goals and did not count people in permanent and stable housing separately. So that's interesting too, if they're combining the numbers. So check it out there, folks. There's a lot of interesting background and information here. Now, you can go on to the Denver government website and read about how great this program is and all the different things they do. But we're talking, I mean, $200 million, folks, in this is absolutely crazy. And there has been some controversy about who these people are that are running this organization and where this money is going and how the people in these organizations are tied in to these nonprofits that are getting hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars from the city, from our tax dollars, if you're in Denver. So Jamie Reif was the head of the host. This is an article from November 13th, 2025, coloradopolitics.com. Jamie Reif to depart as head of Denver's housing stability program. Jamie Reif, the head of the city's Department of Housing Stability host, will step down from her post at the end of the month, according to a news release by Mayor Mike Johnston's office late Wednesday afternoon. Reif, who was appointed by Johnston and who has held the position for just under 2 years, will become senior vice president of the tech-driven nonprofit Housing Connectors. Her last day in the city will be November 30th.
How convenient.
She served as the executive director of the Metro Denver Homeless Initiative, overseeing the city's annual point-in-time count. In the interim, this is current now, this is the same lady, Deputy Chief Operating Officer Molly Urbana will assume the responsibilities of her role until a search for a permanent replacement is complete. So very interesting stuff to see, folks. Now, what's interesting is she's going to work now for this big nonprofit. So check this out. Housing Connector. You pulled them up on ProPublica here. You can see what kind of money they have. So of course, these reports are always lagging a little bit because of the reporting period. So this is from 2024, $11 million in revenue for Housing Connector in Seattle, Washington. A lot of money, folks. There's a lot of money tied up in the homeless industrial complex, as many people call it. And you're like, okay, well, you know, we're talking, sure, there's a good amount of people who are struggling with the homelessness issue. Don't get me wrong, but you're talking millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars every single year, and they can't solve this problem. Well, why is that the case? And then some people I know will say, well, they don't want to solve the problem because that would mean that they don't have a job anymore. They're not getting the grants. They're not getting that money coming in. I don't know if that's the case, but it could definitely seem like it, right?
It's all about fucking hope.
So this is the Housing Connector from 2024, bringing in $11 million. $1 million. A lot of money coming in through their contributions, their executive compensation. So she's going to be one of these vice presidents here, and they make about $149,000 a year, according to this 2024 document. Who knows if it's gone up since then? The executive director making nearly $250,000, $237,000. So you got to think, folks. Look how much money all these vice presidents making $149,000, $136,000. Director of investments, $125,000. Director of partner success, $117,000. So these people got really cushy jobs. And don't get me wrong, it's a serious issue, but you got to question, you got to question everything these days, right?
Moral
Especially
compass, cuz.
now, one of the best accounts online is Do Better Denver. Definitely follow Do Better Denver. I wanted to see if they had reported on Jamie Rife before, and it said here, Jamie Rife, Denver host director, will soon work for Housing Connector, which has pocketed $12 million in Denver taxpayer funds since June 2024. So they got $12 million from out of this whole spending for this, and now she's going to go work for them. So she was one of the people that was overseeing the program that was sending them all this money, and now she's going to go work for them. I mean, come on, folks. Britta Fisher, former host director, joined the Colorado Coalition of the Homeless, raking in millions.
So all these bitches should have been fired. Long time ago. 10 above, 10 below. Man, all of them. This is all fucking fruit of the same poisonous motherfucking lying ass tree, okay? You see how much money they're making? And yet, there's people right now outside fucking about to freeze tonight, just because it's cold and windy, and not eat. Who knows when the people like they've been outside for the last couple of days, when the last time they actually had a meal.
From the city annually. This revolving door reeks of conflict of interest. Ex-officials use insider connections to land cushy NGO jobs, potentially swaying funding decisions for personal gain. Right? If they didn't get all that money, would they have enough money to pay her so much? It undermines trust, fuels quid pro quo deals, approved grants now, get hired later, and siphons public money to cronies. Demand transparency and strict ethics laws to shut this grift down. This post was from November 12th, 2025, 11,200 views, and you can read it yourself and see what she says, but what Do Better Denver says about Jamie Rife here, but talking about all the money going to Housing Connector, just pulling that up, and Britta Fisher, how much money that these people got. Absolutely crazy. Another one here from Do Better Denver from 2024. Oh, also, Urban Ventures president Sue Powers was interim director of host for the city of Denver and Jerry Glick's business partners, So Dirty. Well, what's the problem here? Well, big money was being spent to support 2R, to help with some of these programs, right? And James Kelly, who pitched in $50,000 as a trustee of Pitton from Gary Community Investments, where Mike Johnston was the CEO before becoming mayor. Then Gerald Glick owned the land at the proposed Yale micro-community site that neighbors fought. So it's like these people donate to the political campaigns. They donate to these campaigns for these ballot measures, and then now all the tax money is going to these nonprofits, and some of these people end up working in nonprofits. I mean, it's so connected. On Denver, one thing Denver does really well is they have their check register online. You can go in there and search their open checkbook. So I just typed in, host, the Department of Housing Stability. So in 2026 here, you can see Housing Connector, Jamie Rife's new company, where she is now one of the vice presidents. She got 39% of the money this year alone, which is $337,000. I mean, we're towards the end of March here, folks. $337,000 in just that short amount of time from January now to March. Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, $334,000, and all these other groups and nonprofits who are lobbying probably to try and get more taxpayer money from the people, from the hardworking people, to go into these programs, and they all make tons of money off of it. Let's go to 2025 here. So in 2025, you can see host. The Department of Housing Stability host spent $48 million. Wow, in just that 1 year. Now, is this match up with what the auditor reported? We don't know. We just know what is listed on the Denver check register. Of course, the Salvation Army, which seemingly got that no bid contract, a single source contract for $10 million. Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, $5.7 million. Quebec Hostility, the St. Francis Center, Housing Connector, there it is, $2.6 million. So you got to think, folks, there's so much money tied up into this. And when there's any issue where the auditor says there's $20 million that they didn't properly report to the people, that needs to be a major issue. The people of Denver need to do something about this, because these politicians won't. Here's the Colorado Coalition of the Homeless for the Homeless on ProPublica. They're from 2024, $117 million. It's like, folks, you would think that if you got $117 million in 1 year, you could maybe solve this homelessness issue. And maybe I'm being naive. Maybe I'm being totally wrong. I'm open to that idea. But $200 million in assets, they're getting $100 million. And let's see how much their staff here makes. $70 million in contributions, $44 million in program services, $2.1 million in their executive compensation. Britta Fisher there, who's the president and CEO, formerly of Host, making $335,000 a year. The VP, $325,000, a clinical director, $287,000, a physician, $285,000, chief program officer, $280,000. So, folks, this is just such important information because when the taxes are on your ballot, and there's going to be more taxes, these government officials always make these stories about how they want more and more of our money. Just look at this kind of stuff, remember this, and say, come on, folks. Do better, Denver. As we wrap up here, the city of Denver cut the budget for the majority of agencies in 2026 and laid off hundreds of employees. From 2025 to 2026, general services budget was cut from 72 million to 69 million. Housing and Stability Host budget stayed flat at 71 million from the general fund after an increase of 33% the year prior. Check out this purchase order number, up to $6.55 million to SFC for operating the Meth Western, the Best Western homeless hotel there in 2026. $6.55 million to operate that. And of course, there's so much crime and issues around there. First two line items were paid by Host. The third line item, $1.2 million, was paid by General Services on this PO. So it's like, okay, well, maybe this is what the auditor's talking about. I'm not sure in this specific instance, but it kind of tracks to say, well, yeah, okay, you're saying, okay, this money's coming from Host, but all this other money's coming out of the General Services account. Another $1.2 million being pitched in. So how much did they really spend on this homelessness issue, right? According to Do Better Denver, this means Host's reported spending looks contained within its flat budget while costs get shifted to other agencies. This isn't transparency. This is shifting the burden so Host avoids looking over budget on Mayor Mikey's homelessness initiatives. From February 11th, 2026. Check this out. Links, of course, at freestatecolorado.com. And then a good friend, Jen, if you're on X, definitely follow Jen X Jen. Here's saying, in the city of Denver's Host budget presentation, Jamie Reif announced that Denver, for the first time, would not be pursuing COC funding. This is why. HUD is prioritizing accountability and recovery. Denver is doubling down on housing first and harm reduction ideology. So you can see here from HUD, Department of Housing and Urban Development at the federal level, saying they're shifting their focus of their continuum of care funding to prioritize treatment and recovery. And since Denver is not interested in that, according to what we're seeing here, they really just want to focus on getting people in these hotels and spending millions and millions of dollars to do it. They're not going after that HUD money. So are they going to be coming and asking for more money from the people of Denver? Probably. But folks, this whole thing needs to be looked at under a microscope. People really need to question it. And before you give any more of your hard-earned money to these government officials, there needs to be better transparency, better reporting, and ultimately serious questions asked. Is this really the proper role of government? Is problems just inherent when something like this is going on? I think so. I think the government shouldn't be involved in any of this because it's so easy for it to go bad. So thanks, folks. I really appreciate you joining me. Thought this was such an important topic, and I don't think it's getting enough coverage. So keep up the good work out there, people. We will be free. We will be a free state, but we got to all put in the work and do our part. So thank you. We'll see you again soon. Bye. Well, hello, free people of the Rocky Mountain region. This is Brandon from Free State, Colorado, and I hope you're doing well. You know, we have the city of Denver of Colorado, at least the Democrats serving in both of those governments, doubling down on their sanctuary status policies. Check this out over here in Denver. This is from
yeah, now we're gonna go on to the very last clip I got, and then I'm gonna close it out because we got Chewbacca's Black Experience Enhanced coming on after this. So I'm going to do this last one. It's kind of important, but this is what's going on in our city. So it's talking about the shit that just happened recently. Yeah. They try to, I don't even want to get into it. I'll just let it play.
Denver7.com. Unconstitutional. DHS says Denver cannot enforce mask ban on federal agents. This article is from March 2nd, updated on March 3rd. The Department of Homeland Security is pushing back after the Denver City Council approved a resolution Monday banning federal immigration and other law enforcement officers from wearing face coverings. In a statement, DHS said point blank that its agents, quote, will not abide by unconstitutional bans. end quote, arguing that efforts by sanctuary politicians to restrict federal law enforcement officers from wearing masks are dangerous. So what's going to happen, folks? I mean, what is Denver police, Denver sheriff going to do? DHS is going to roll into town, going after illegal immigrants, and they're going to say, hey, you're wearing a mask, take it off. And they say, no, we're not going to do it. What happens then, right? That's a big question. DHS officials called the new law despicable in a flagrant attempt to endanger our officers, arguing that face coverings protect agents from being doxxed and targeted by known and suspected terrorist sympathizers. Now, that's what's one of the interesting things, folks, is that basically we have people across the country, a lot of these Antifa types, if you want to call them that, but these basically pro-illegal immigration activists out there, anti-ICE activists, I guess is a way to put it, who are doxing these people. This is a post over from the Pacific Anti-Fascist Research Group there on X. I'll share all these links at Free State Colorado so you can dig in further if you want. But they, identified who this person was from some news reports, found him online. And in other instances, they've shown up at people's houses. I mean, you can see this where people showing up, these anti-ICE activists are showing up at people's houses, confronting people, and that's not a good situation at all, folks. So this is happening, and that's part of the reason why they want DHS agents, ICE agents to wear masks. So interesting stuff, though. In addition to banning face masks, Denver's new law would also require federal agents to clearly identify themselves with a visible ID from at least 25 feet away while operating in Denver. The measure includes exemptions for things like undercover operations, as well as SWAT, tactical and emergency responses. Federal agents do not comply, could be cited or even arrested by Denver police. I don't think that's going to happen, honestly. However, DHS argues that these bans cannot be enforced on federal agents because of constitutional restrictions on the powers of state and local governments over the federal government. State politicians do not control federal law enforcement, DHS said in a statement. Courts have struck down similar laws for violating the Supremacy Clause or for being discriminatory. Just last month, a federal judge blocked a California law from taking effect that would ban federal immigration agents from wearing face coverings. However, they will still be required to wear clear identification showing their agency and badge number. Monday's vote comes days after Denver Mayor Mike Johnston signed an executive order banning U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement from city-owned or city-controlled property while laying out protections for protesters against excessive use of force by federal agents. So ultimately, folks, the idea is, you're in the country illegally, you're going to be safe in Denver. That's kind of the idea here. So I'll share all these articles, like I said, over at freestatecolorado.com, but very interesting stuff to see what's going to happen in this situation. Here's what DHS said again, to be crystal clear, we will not abide by the city council's unconstitutional ban. Our officers wear masks to protect themselves from being doxxed and targeted by known and suspected terrorist sympathizers. Not only is ICE law enforcement facing a more than 1,300% increase in assaults against them, but we've also seen thugs launch websites to reveal officers' identities. And it's not too hard to find, folks. If you get online, you get on social media, you'll see there's people out there who are looking for the identities of ICE agents and trying to get people to harass them at the very least. And that's something that is definitely very concerning. Of course, the big question is, what's it going to look like to try and enforce this? This is over at coloradopolitics.com. Denver police chief on mask ban, mayor's orders. What enforcement looks like, I'm not exactly sure. From March 4th, 2026. Check this out here. As Denver takes steps to restrict federal agents conducting immigration enforcement in the Mile High City, its police chief said he is unclear as to how two new measures would be enforced. I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know what enforcement looks like. Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas told the Gazette. Fundamentally, I agree that federal immigration agents shouldn't be wearing masks when they engage in the way that they do. But what enforcement looks like, I'm not exactly sure. That's going to be the big question there, folks, right? What are they going to do if there are ICE agents there? And I doubt that Denver police officers are going to try and arrest them or cite them or anything like that. So we'll see what happens with that. But I just thought that was so interesting. Of course, we also have the Denver Public Schools becoming a sanctuary school district, basically saying that they are going to consider a policy designating schools as safe zones from immigration enforcement from March 5th, 2026. The Denver School Board discussed a policy amendment that, if passed, will designate all district properties as safe zones and sensitive locations. In practical terms, the proposed policy amendment would restrict federal immigration agents from interacting with students and staff at school without a judicial warrant. District policy already bans U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE officials on campus, a policy Denver Public Schools Superintendent Alex Moreo reiterated in the hours after President Donald Trump was sworn in last year as his administration prepared to crack down on illegal immigration. The proposal would specifically forbid allowing ICE access to school property without a judge's signature, cooperating with detainer requests, and collecting and sharing student information with federal officials. It would also prohibit school resource officers, or SROs, from sharing information with federal agents, as well as issuing citations or making arrests that could put a student at risk of deportation. Interesting stuff there, folks. Of course, this debate will continue on, but the idea here is that, Colorado, if you're here in the country illegally, you're definitely safe. That's what our state government and local governments are trying to push. This one from March 9th, 2026. Colorado joins multi-state call to keep ICE away from polling locations. Now, this one I know has a lot of people scratching their heads because you keep hearing over and over that illegal aliens don't vote in elections. So why would they be concerned if ICE was near polling stations, right? Nobody who would be voting would have any fear. That's what a lot of people are saying, at least. So this article says, Colorado Secretary of State Jenna Griswold announced Monday that the state has formally requested written communication from the Department of Homeland Security that ICE agents will not be stationed at polling locations during the 2026 election cycle, according to the news release. The letter comes a week after Kristi Noem, the former Secretary of Homeland Security, said there are no plans to have ICE officers at our polling locations. Right. Griswold joined 8 other states in calling on Mullen to confirm in writing that ICE will have no presence at polling stations. Colorado has a primary election in June, followed by the November general election. The letter states, we have heard concerns from many of our constituents about potential voter intimidation that would arise from an armed law enforcement presence at polling stations. Griswold, who is running for Attorney General, contends that the Trump administration has used ICE to, quote, terrorize and intimidate Americans. The other 8 states that joined Colorado in sending the letter are Connecticut, Illinois, Maine, Minnesota, New Mexico, Oregon, Rhode Island, and Washington.
Basically terrorize unhoused.
So there you go, folks. And that's what's happening here with the immigration issues. Of course, we're in the state legislative session right now, and there are at least 3 big bills that I've seen dealing with illegal immigration. I briefly touched on this one before, but just want to give you an update. This bill is likely to be going to the governor's desk here soon. Rights violation and immigration enforcement remedy. The bill creates a statutory cause of action for a person who has their federal constitutional rights violated by another person under color of law is participating in civil immigration enforcement. A person who violates the United States Constitution while participating in civil immigration enforcement and whose conduct was the proximate cause of the violation is subject to the person whose rights are violated for legal or equitable relief or any other appropriate relief. The action must be commenced within 2 years after the cause of action accrues. The bill appropriates $125,000 to the Department of Law from the Legal Services Cash Fund of revenue from the Risk Management Fund.
They got money everywhere.
Mike Wiseman, Senator Julie Gonzalez is running for U.S. Senate, Javier Marbury and Yara some of the most ignorant people in our state government, if you ask me. These names keep popping up behind some of the worst policies we've seen this year. And yeah, they basically, notice how it's only civil immigration enforcement, right? This isn't about protecting your constitutional rights if you're being targeted for owning the wrong type of firearm or exercising your First Amendment rights outside of an immigration issue, anything along those lines. It's really specifically about protecting people who are protesting ICE, ultimately, is what it comes down to, in an attempt to really try and slow down the enforcement of our immigration laws. If you ask me, that's my opinion on it. Another one that came up here, this is a little bit newer, House Bill 1275. You might not have seen this. Law enforcement identification and immigration training requirements. So this is at the state legislature, just recently introduced. It's going to be heard on March 17th in the House Judiciary Committee for its first bill hearing. The bill prohibits local and state law enforcement officers from concealing their identity while interacting with the public, with certain exceptions.
Yeah, they put that.
The bill clarifies that state criminal jurisdiction cover criminal conduct committed by a federal law enforcement officer in the state, even if the officer was acting under color of federal authority. Federal criminal immunity or defense from prosecution does not prohibit state criminal prosecution of a federal law enforcement officer. So basically, they're pushing back on what Homeland Security was saying in that other article, saying, hey, you don't have power at the state level to go after our federal agents. The state government says, no, we definitely want to do that. The bill requires the Peace Officer Standards and Training Board, the Post Board, to deny certification to an individual who has previously been employed or is currently employed by the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency or the United States Customs and Border Protection Agency. So even if you're just border security, right, Customs and Border Protection, you won't be allowed to be a law enforcement officer in Colorado if this bill goes through. They want to punish these people, right? They want to unmask them, they want to reveal them, and they want to go after them and deny them opportunities for employment here in Colorado.
For any other task force.
The bill requires the Post Board to prescribe a training for all current and future peace officers. Gosh, I'm sure they're going to love that. Regarding immigration law, a peace officer's duty to intervene, excessive force policies, and the peace officer's jurisdictional limit. Gosh, life just gets so much harder for our law enforcement officers here in Colorado. A peace officer is required to intervene to prevent a federal law enforcement officer from using excessive force. Well, there you go. Pitting local law enforcement against federal law enforcement. The bill expands the conduct that can constitute a crime of impersonating a peace officer to include a person performing a law enforcement act while concealing their identity. So if you get federal immigration authorities in here with concealing their identity with a mask on, and they're trying to arrest somebody who's in the country illegally, they're going to say you're impersonating a peace officer because you're not following the law. Wow.
Well, what about
Frolich, Yarzokai, Mike Wiseman, and Aman Joda?
They're masked up.
There you go, folks. Another one here. House Bill 1276, protect the safety of individuals who are immigrants. Also recently released. This bill will also be heard on March 17th in the House Judiciary Committee. Under current law, the Division of Criminal Justice and the Department of Public Safety is required to create an annual report, including information about law enforcement agency activity. The bill requires a law enforcement agency that participates in or dedicates peace officers or resources to a multi-jurisdictional or coordinated investigation or task force to submit that information to the division for inclusion in the report. The division is required to submit the information to the General Assembly's judiciary committees. A law enforcement agency is subject to a civil penalty for intentional failure to report the information as required. So creating more reports there. Under current law, a state agency or political subdivision employee who intentionally violates provisions concerning the treatment of a person's personal identifying information is subject to a civil penalty. The bill extends the civil penalty liability to the state agency or political subdivision. This is a long one, folks. The bill requires a state agency or political subdivision that is served by a subpoena by federal immigration authorities to send a copy of the subpoena to the department for the department to upload to its website. If the state agency or political subdivision fulfills the subpoena, the state agency or political subdivision is required to notify the person who is subject to the subpoena. The bill prohibits a governmental entity or an airport from engaging with federal immigration authorities to transport individuals detained by federal immigration authorities. So basically, there you go, folks, doubling down on our sanctuary state policies, saying that, hey, no airports in Colorado is going to be allowed to fly people out of the country who are here illegally. Absolutely crazy. A governmental entity that violates these requirements is subject to a civil penalty. Wow. The bill authorizes a public health agency to inspect or examine a facility that houses or detains individuals who are non-citizens for the purposes of civil immigration proceedings. Under current law, the Department of Public Health and Environment is authorized to inspect facilities that house or detain individuals who are non-citizens for purposes of civil immigration proceedings. The bill expands the inspection authority, including the frequency of inspections and items that are subject to inspection. A facility that refuses to allow the inspection is subject to a license revocation or a civil penalty. The bill authorizes the Department of Public Health and Environment to require facilities that house or detain individuals who are non-citizens for purposes of civil immigration proceedings to require the facility to comply with requirements, including health and safety standards, and paying for environmental impact studies. A facility that fails to comply is subject to a civil penalty. The bill requires the Department of Public Health and the Environment to submit an annual report to the Attorney General concerning facilities' compliance with these new requirements. Elizabeth Velasco and Lorena Garcia. So as you can see here, folks, the Democrats in our state government are not holding back. They're not slowing down whatsoever. And this Elizabeth Velasco, too, gosh, she was in the news recently. I don't know if you saw this. This was so interesting. This is over at westward.com recently. Law enforcement called Colorado rep POS and garbage and email exchange. And yeah, that's who they're talking about, is this Velasco lady. Police officials in Glenwood Springs, Parachute Rifle, and Silt all took part in the digital bashing. This is from February 25th, 2026. Of course, once this article came out and she was crying in front of the legislature, oh my gosh, how sad. Garfield County Sheriff Lou Valerio shared derogatory comments about State Representative Elizabeth Velasco in an email thread with other members of Colorado law enforcement last summer, public records published by the city of Glenwood Springs shows. In a June 2025 email, Valerio, a Republican, sent a photo of Velasco holding a sign that reads, "ICE is a domestic terrorist organization," to a group of 20 people participating in the multi-jurisdictional Special Problems Enforcement Response Task Force. In an email he wrote, "Our District 57 State Representative, Elizabeth Velasco, aren't you proud of her? POS. I mean, what's wrong with that? POS is an acronym for a profane slur. In the photo, Velasco, a Glenwood Springs Democrat, is outdoors and holding a handwritten sign typical of recent anti-ICE protests in the state. Of course, the Westward doesn't show you that picture. We'll look at that here in a second. 3 people responded to that email. Silt Police Chief Mike Kite, who recently announced his retirement, wrote no. Chief Samuel Stewart of the Parachute Police Department wrote absolute lunacy. And Administrative Sergeant Mike Tyler of the Rifle Police Department responded, "She is garbage." I mean, it's hard to think, folks, that there's anything wrong with what they said. And of course, the immigration people and Velasco are trying to make a big deal out of this, but it's like, hey, she's literally trashing law enforcement, and these people are on law enforcement. Here's the Aspen Times. And at least, at the very least, besides their headline here, raising trust concerns, my goodness. At least they post the picture here. There she is there with a big smile on her face, saying ICE is a domestic terror group. And I mean, that's pretty strong language, folks, to have a sitting state legislator out there in public saying that, hey, federal law enforcement are literally terrorists. And you don't think that law enforcement locally is going to have a problem with that? Because if you're saying that federal immigration is terrorists, what are you talking about our local law enforcement? You know what I mean? And this is the person who's passing these laws, who's getting these bills introduced and voting on this. So it is absolutely shameful. I have no problem with what they said. Hard to believe that there's any controversy, but of course these people try and draw criticism and controversy over all of these things to push their point. But anyways, folks, that's what we got for the immigration update recently. A lot of crazy stuff happening. We'll be talking to you soon, I'm sure. Awesome. Take care.
Jesus Christ, I apologize. Goddamn phone just does whatever. That's gonna cover us for right now. Let me stop sharing this real quick. Okay, and let's get out of this real fast. Close right side. Okay, Felly. Thank you everybody for coming through. Jesse, Ray, Twin. Did I miss anybody? No, I didn't miss anybody. Thank you for hanging out. I gotta end it right here because Bacchus Black Experience Enhanced is going on, and I gotta switch over. So, I hope that we learned something today. I hope you got a little didn't get too upset with that damn debate. That debate was shit. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching the Revolutionary Agenda. When will I be back is the question, right? We'll probably be back after Frontline Black News. Sometime later on in the early morning, like usual, because we still have a queue to go through, and I want to touch base on a couple other things. I just got to get the Denver stuff out of the way because it was salacious, and we're doing the work, so we give you a little perspective. I'm gonna shoot right over, so stay black, stay dangerous, stay informed. Certified B1 salute to everybody who participated. Was peeking and not speaking. That's weird. Thank you for watching the Revolutionary Agenda and participating. We'll be back after Frontline Black News to finish the rest of the queue. And we'll see what happens. So everybody, if you're still in here, Three little eyeballs. Suggest you go over to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and in conjunction with Frontline Black News. Thank you. Stay black, stay dangerous, stay informed, and we'll see you over there.